Chapter 443. 443 Divine Guard of the Western Paradise, Sheng Wushuang. Detestable. Zhong Hao growled in his heart, extremely displeased. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his expression was full of solemnity. Kaigo was at the half-step king realm, 2 levels higher than a normal peak 9th level martial ancestor realm. At the same time, he was a genius who was ranked between level 4 and level 5. His combat strength was more than 6 levels higher than an ordinary martial arts grandmaster 9th level peak. Lu Ming, with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level martial arts grandmaster realm, was actually able to win. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength had reached level 7? At the thought of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath, their eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. A genius after 7 battles. How is this possible? Was there such a genius in the eastern region of the Xianxia region? Even the previous batch of DTN Divine Guards looked at Lu Ming with grave gazes. How could this be? How did this happen? In the crowd, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong's faces were ashen. Their eyes were wide open, unable to accept what was happening. It had only been slightly more than a month, and Lu Ming had become so powerful. Now, even if the two of them joined forces, Lu Ming could kill them in one move. No, I must think of a way to get rid of Lu Ming. This guy is too terrifying. If this goes on, I'll be the one who dies. Qiu Changkong's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Buzz! On the fighting ring, Lu Ming swung his spear and threw Kaigo's corpse away. At the same time, he sucked in his essential chi, and Kaigo's storage ring was sucked into Lu Ming's hand. As for Kaigo's blood essence, there were too many people at the scene. Lu Ming did not devour it. Who? As Kaigo's corpse fell to the ground, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. I hereby announce that Kaigo has failed his challenge. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is still Lu Ming, the middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was about to turn and leave. Lu Ming, you're not bad. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. Lu Ming was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows was walking in the air, step by step, towards the fighting ring. Sheng Wushuang, it's Sheng Wushuang. What is he doing on the fighting ring? Could it be that he is excited and wants to challenge Lu Ming? No way. If that's the case, there'll be a good show to watch today. This young man was none other than the Divine Guard of the Western Paradise, who is known as the most powerful genius of this batch, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang stepped into the fighting ring and stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not bad. You're worthy of being my opponent now. Sheng Wushuang was handsome and had his hands behind his back. The surrounding young women looked at Sheng Wushuang with shining eyes. Oh, Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh, he said. To be honest, he had never heard of Sheng Wushuang. However, you're only worthy of being my opponent now. In the future, you might not be. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you've already taken the wrong path. Sheng Wushuang continued. He had his hands behind his back, as if he was an elder giving advice to a junior. What? Lu Ming was stunned. Was there something wrong with this brother's brain? He felt too good about himself. On what basis did he say that he had taken the wrong path? The others were stunned, and only a few of them had thoughtful expressions. Haven't you realized it yourself? You've comprehended 2 types of forces at the same time. Although it's a great boost to your combat power, a person's energy is limited. It takes a lifetime to comprehend 1 type of force and 1 type of essence realm of heaven and earth, but you've comprehended 2 at the same time. In the short term, you might seem powerful, but it's actually an extremely stupid move. In the future, even if you can break through to the Martial King realm, your achievements will be limited. That's why I said that you can be my opponent now. But in the future, the gap between you and me will only grow further and further. You will never be able to catch up with me. Sheng Wushuang continued with great confidence. That's right. Sheng Wushuang is right. Comprehending 2 types of force will greatly increase your strength in the short term. However, it will definitely affect your cultivation in the future. The people around them felt that what Sheng Wushuang said made sense. However, Lu Ming was speechless. Moreover, Sheng Wushuang's attitude really pissed Lu Ming off. Hence, Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently and said, "Who the hell are you? You have your own path. I have mine. I don't need you to tell me. Moreover, for someone like you, surpassing you is just a matter of minutes." Lu Ming waved his hands casually. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You've gone astray and even tried to surpass me. What a joke. I'm kind enough to give you advice, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, I'll just let you live and die on your own." Sheng Wushuang snorted and left with his hands behind his back. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Who does he think he is? He looks like the #1 expert in the world. How laughable. Lu Ming muttered. He then rose into the air and left the place. Of course, this battle could not help but become the topic of discussion for others. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming anymore. Lu Ming had used his own strength to prove that he deserved to be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Moreover, what Sheng Wushuang said had spread. Most of the people agreed with Sheng Wushuang. There is a limit to how much energy a person could put into comprehending two types of Shi at the same time. If Lu Ming did not correct his mistakes, his future achievements would be limited. After Lu Ming returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, he continued to comprehend the force of wind and fire. Naturally, he would not give up on cultivating the wind-fire force just because of what Sheng Wushuang said. Ever since he had comprehended the wind and fire force and fused them, the wind and fire force had been of great help to Lu Ming. Moreover, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes wasn't just a single force or intent realm that could unleash its power. Therefore, he had to cultivate the wind and fire forces together. Moreover, Lu Ming had another ambition. He wanted to comprehend the force of lightning and combine wind, fire, and lightning to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the highest realm. Time slowly passed. On another mountain peak, in a courtyard, Xiao Changkong and a young man in purple were sitting opposite each other. Damn it! How can that bastard Lu Ming be so powerful? How can his cultivation level improve so quickly? Damn it! Xiao Changkong roared in anger. Junior brother, don't be impatient. In my opinion, Lu Ming must have had some fortuitous encounter, or he has some treasure on him. The young man in purple picked up a cup of wine, took a sip, and smiled. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was the one who had sent the invitation letter to the Blazing Sun Empire. Senior brother, what should we do now? Why don't we ask Master to come forward and find a reason to execute Lu Ming? Xiao Changkong's eyes glowed with a cold light. Silly. Master, although you're the master of the Thunder Hall, one of the 9 halls, Lu Ming is the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. He's under the attention of the other hall masters. If you attack Lu Ming, you'll definitely upset the hall masters. It might even alarm the palace master. At that time, you'll find it hard to explain and you'll be punished. I can't just watch Lu Ming improve continuously. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to suppress him when he grows up. Xiao Changkong asked anxiously. Chapter 444. 444 The Hall Master's Lesson. Junior brother is right. We can't let Lu Ming live. Master can't do it, but we can. However, even if I do it now, I'm not 100% confident. The young man in purple muttered to himself. Then what should we do? Why don't we invite the other senior brothers? Xiao Changkong replied. As for the other 2 senior brothers, one of them is traveling outside, and the other is in seclusion. Junior brother, don't worry. My cultivation has already reached the Great Circle Realm, and I'll be going into seclusion to break through to the Martial King Realm soon. When I break through to the Martial King Realm, I can kill Lu Ming with a flip of my hand. The young man in purple said with a smile. Senior brother is about to break through to the Martial King Realm? Xiao Changkong was ecstatic. That's right. I've been stuck at the Half-Step King Realm for many years. Now that I've reached my limit, it's time to break through to the Martial King Realm. The purple-robed youth said. How confident are you, senior brother? 80%. The young man in purple was very confident. Ah, that's good. Let Lu Ming live for a little longer. When senior brother breaks through to the martial king realm, it will be the time of Lu Ming's death. Xiao Changkong was ecstatic. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for a martial king. As long as the young man in purple broke through to the martial king realm and came out of his closed-door cultivation, he could simply find an excuse to challenge Lu Ming, and Lu Ming would be dead meat. Lu Ming, you could be arrogant all you want, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Xiao Changkong coldly laughed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was comprehending the power of wind and fire every day. But the progress was very small. And NBSB, after force reached perfection, it was extremely difficult to comprehend intent from it. Many people would be stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Today, the Palace Master of the Wind Palace will hold a lecture and personally explain the force and concept of wind. We can't miss this. Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard, flying towards the Wind Palace. Every once in a while, the 9 hall masters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would personally give lessons and explain the force and intent realm of the related attributes. It would attract a large number of Detian Divine Guards to attend the lecture. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Wind Palace, he noticed that there were other figures flying in his direction from other directions. There was no one checking at the main entrance. Those who wanted to go in to listen could just go in directly. Lu Ming walked into the Wind Palace and arrived at a large hall. The main hall was extremely spacious. The floor of the main hall was filled with prayer mats. There were at least tens of thousands of them. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people sitting cross-legged on the futon. Lu Ming's entrance attracted many people's attention. Lu Ming ignored him. He found a futon at random and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited. As time passed, the number of people increased. Very quickly, it broke through 2,000 people. The majority of them were the Detian Divine Guards who had just joined this year, while a portion of them were from the previous batch. Palace Master Feng is here, someone whispered. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw an old man in a green robe with a beautiful beard walking toward him. The old man looked to be in his 60s and had a faint smile on his face. There was no trace of true essence fluctuation or powerful aura on his body, just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to show the slightest bit of contempt or disrespect. It was said that the 9 palace masters were all upper-tier kings. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary late-stage king tier. His strength was extremely terrifying. Greetings, Palace Master Feng. More than 2,000 people stood up and bowed. No need to be so polite. Please sit. Palace Master Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. Palace Master Feng also sat cross-legged on the high platform above the main hall. Today, all the people who have come are below the Martial King realm and have comprehended the wind force. I'll explain in detail how to comprehend a trace of wind concept from the wind force, and then how to use this trace of wind concept to finally condense an intent rune and pass the test of the heavenly tribulation to reach the Martial King realm. Palace Master Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They had come here to hear this. To know all this, you must first clearly understand what force is. What is the intent realm? Palace Master Feng's voice continued to ring out. Momentum is actually a type of intent realm of the heaven and earth. However, it is a very superficial way of borrowing it. This is because every attribute will have momentum. Like water, when it's gentle, it can nourish all things. This is also a kind of power of water. When it's violent, it can destroy the earth. This is also a kind of power of water. Like the wind, when it's gentle, it's like a clear wind. When it's violent, it can tear everything apart. These are all the forces of the wind. When you comprehend force, you're actually just borrowing the intent realm of heaven and earth. It's commonly known as borrowing force. Borrowing force can increase your own attack power, defense power, and so on. As he said this, a powerful aura burst out from Palace Master Feng's body. His aura suddenly became as majestic, heavy, and unattainable as an ancient divine mountain. The next moment, his aura disappeared without a trace. However, the essence realm of the heaven and earth is completely different from momentum. The essence realm of the heaven and earth is control. Control an attribute and use it to create all kinds of mysterious means. After saying that, Palace Master Feng suddenly stretched out his palm. In his palm, there was a tornado that was spinning rapidly. Although the tornado was small, Lu Ming could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming had no doubt that as long as Palace Master Feng threw out this tornado, it would definitely be able to tear apart a mountain. Then, Palace Master Feng moved his hand, and the tornado disappeared. A blade of wind appeared on his finger. The blade of wind was like a blade, cutting through the space and causing the space to ripple like water. One could see how terrifying this wind blade was. Of course, they're strong and weak when it comes to controlling an attribute. According to the degree of control, the essence realm of heaven and earth can be divided into many levels. Generally speaking, a martial king can only control a level 1 essence realm of heaven and earth. Palace Master Feng explained the momentum of the wind and the creation of wind. Sometimes, he would even practice it himself. Lu Ming listened attentively, for fear of missing every word and action. All this while Lu Ming had been comprehending and cultivating on his own. When did such an expert explain and practice in person? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Many of the questions that had troubled him for a long time were answered one by one. Lu Ming felt more and more relaxed. His mind was becoming more and more active. He felt extremely carefree. He felt that his understanding of wind force had increased by a large margin. The Wind Palace Master's speech went on for 3 hours. All right, today's lecture ends here. Go back and comprehend it well. You're all dismissed, Palace Master Feng said. Many people revealed reluctant expressions. They simply wanted to continue listening. Lu Ming was the same. At this moment, Palace Master Feng's gaze swept toward Lu Ming, and he said, Lu Ming, wait a moment. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not know why Palace Master Feng had stopped him. The rest of the people around them looked at Lu Ming one after another, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Chapter 445. 445 Advancing to Half-Step King. I've heard that most of the past 4 Divine Guard were chosen by the 9 Hall Masters and accepted as their personal disciples. Could it be that Hall Master Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Ming and wants to take him as his disciple? It's highly possible. Lu Ming has such cultivation and combat strength at such a young age. It's normal for him to be favored by Palace Master Feng. I'm so envious. It would be great if I had such a master. Stop dreaming, let's go. The surrounding people discussed in hushed voices as they speculated. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Lu Ming and the Wind Palace Master. Lu Ming came before Palace Master Feng and saluted him with cupped fists. He said, I wonder why the Hall Master has asked Lu Ming to stay behind? Sit down first. Palace Master Feng smiled and raised his hand. Lu Ming nodded and sat cross-legged on a futon beside Palace Master Feng. Haha, Lu Ming, are you 20 years old this year? Palace Master Feng asked. Not even 20 years old. I'm still a little short. Lu Ming answered. You're not even 20 years old yet, but you already have such cultivation and combat strength. It's really commendable. Your future is limitless. Palace Master Feng sighed. Lu Ming's expression changed, but he did not reply. I've heard about your battle with Kai Go and what Sheng Wushuang said a few days ago. Even though Sheng Wushuang's words are too absolute, it's not without reason. There's a limit to one's energy. Cultivating 2 wills at the same time can increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. However, in the future, especially after reaching the Martial King realm, the comprehension of the heaven and earth will be crucial. If you don't break through your will, it'll be difficult for you to break through your cultivation. This will greatly affect your cultivation. Lu Ming, I have the intention to take you as my disciple, as long as you promise to focus on cultivating the concept of wind in the future. Palace Master Feng said everything in one breath. He looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Lu Ming frowned slightly. To be honest, he was also very tempted to take Palace Master Feng as his master. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours in his comprehension of the creation of wind. But to ask him to give up on cultivating the force of fire, this was something he absolutely couldn't do. The force of fire was the force he had comprehended the earliest. It wasn't something he could give up on just because he said so. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming, thank you for your favor, Home Master Feng. However, I have decided to cultivate both wind and fire. I will not give up on any of them. I'm afraid I will have to let you down, Home Master Feng. By saying that, it was equivalent to rejecting Palace Master Feng. You win. Palace Master Feng's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. Please reconsider. Thank you, Palace Master Feng. I have made up my mind, Lu Ming said. You're really stubborn. Go quickly, or this old man will be annoyed. Palace Master Feng waved his hand and said. He had an expression of disappointment. Lu Ming stood up, bowed, and strode away. Sigh, I'm still too young and too confident in myself. After suffering and hitting a wall, I only know how to regret it. Palace Master Feng sighed. After Lu Ming returned to the courtyard, he sat down with his legs crossed. The contents of Home Master Feng's explanation kept flashing through his mind, constantly corroborating with what he had comprehended. Lu Ming's understanding of the wind deepened. However, it was unknown how far he was from being able to comprehend a trace of wind concept. After that, Lu Ming spent another 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals and entered the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate for 10 days. However, he still had not touched the threshold of the intent realm. It seems like I can only use intent crystals. Lu Ming pondered. In the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. Among them, there were 4 pieces of wind attribute, 5 pieces of fire attribute, 3 pieces of thunder attribute, and the rest were of other attributes, such as gold and water attributes. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he went to the mystical treasure house and exchanged all the other attribute, profound, meaning crystals for wind attribute, profound, meaning crystals. Of course, the exchange fee was 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming only had 45,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals left. Lu Ming had a total of 21 pieces of wind attribute, profound, meaning crystals. As for the fire-type and thunder-type ultimacy crystals, Lu Ming did not exchange for them, as he would definitely need them later. In the courtyard of the Eastern Sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and a green crystal appeared in his hand. Gotcha! Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the crystal was crushed. At once, waves of mysterious wind concepts spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This concept of wind was actually in the shape of a thread, but it was a few hundred times thinner than a strand of hair. However, when Lu Ming comprehended it, he felt that it was many times clearer than when he was in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He focused all his attention on capturing the fine threads of the concept of wind that was spreading around his body and started to comprehend it. As expected of an esoteric crystal, a treasure that even martial kings drooled over, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind had greatly accelerated. Between heaven and earth, there were wisps of the essence realm of heaven and earth that were absorbed by Lu Ming and entered his body. Intent crystals were the physical embodiment of the intent realm of heaven and earth, and they had been formed over countless years. Every wisp he absorbed would be able to speed up his comprehension of the concept of wind. However, even more intent realm threads dissipated in the air. He didn't have time to absorb them. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be so jealous that they would vomit blood. A waste, this was a complete waste. A single intent crystal had caused most of the intent realm threads to dissipate. This was simply a waste of God's gifts. One had to know that even half-step kings rarely used intent crystals to cultivate. That was because it was too wasteful. One of them would cost at least 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Only martial kings who used intent crystals to cultivate would not waste them. They could absorb all the intent threads. However, Lu Ming cannot care so much. In his opinion, it would be a waste if he did not convert the resources into strength as soon as possible and left them there. Only by improving his strength could he obtain more resources and treasures. An hour later, the intent realm tendrils of an intent crystal had completely disappeared. Again, Lu Ming took out another wind-type esoteric crystal and crushed it. Kacha! Kacha! Subsequently, a cracking sound would be heard in Lu Ming's courtyard every hour. Tulivir hours later, Lu Ming had already used up Tulivir pieces of wind-type esoteric crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Circles of green energy swirled around his body. The force of the wind on Lu Ming's body was raised to its maximum. At this moment, whoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand and a green wind blade flew out from his fingers, cutting a stone block into two. Wind concept. I've finally comprehended a trace of wind concept. Lu Ming revealed a look of wild joy. From force to intent, there was only a single step away, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This was a fundamental difference, the difference between rotten wood and steel. The fact that he had comprehended a trace of the concept meant that Lu Ming was already half a step into the realm of a king. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He could now be considered a true half-step king. After spending Tulivir esoteric crystals, Lu Ming finally made a breakthrough in one go. Chapter 446. 446 Oppression. Although he had only comprehended a trace of the intent realm of heaven and earth, and was still far from condensing an intent rune, it was already a great improvement. I still have 9 wind attribute intent crystals left. I might as well use all of them to deepen my understanding of wind intent. Lu Ming had an idea. He continued to take out wind-type ultimacy crystals, crushed them, and started cultivating. This time, there were even more tendrils of profound meaning that were absorbed by Lu Ming. The amount he absorbed was several times more than before. And NBSB, he had comprehended a sliver of intent realm of heaven and earth, and his intent realm absorption of intent realm crystals had also become stronger. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was also slowly deepening. Lu Ming only ended his cultivation when he used up the last 9 pieces of wind attribute profound meaning crystals. Now, I can put aside the wind mentality for a while and start to comprehend the fire mentality. Also, I need to find time to start comprehending the thunder force. In 2 days, the Fire Palace Master will be conducting a lecture. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered and continued cultivating. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming headed to the Fire Palace. Just like the Wind Palace, there were a lot of people here, almost 2,000. The layout of the Palace of Fire was very similar to that of the Palace of Wind. The main hall was filled with prayer mats. Lu Ming walked in and sat down on a futon at random. That's Lu Ming. He really came to the Palace of Fire. He really wants to cultivate wind and fire at the same time. He's really overestimating himself. I heard that a while ago, the Wind Palace Master wanted to take him as a disciple, and the condition was that he had to specialize in wind concept. He actually rejected it. I've also heard of this matter. He's really too arrogant. Just because he has a little bit of achievement, he's already acting so high and mighty. He doesn't even listen to the opinion of the Hall Master. I think Sheng Wushuang is right. The distance between him and Sheng Wushuang will only grow further and further. The other Detian divine guards in the surroundings glanced at Lu Ming from time to time as they mumbled and discussed in low voices. Lu Ming shook his head after hearing that. He could not be bothered. Walk your own path and let others say it. He firmly believed that he would use his actions to shut these people up. Very quickly, the Palace Master of Fire arrived. The Palace Master of Fire was a tall old man. He wore a fiery red robe and had a powerful aura. After he arrived, he swept his gaze across the room and paused for a moment on Lu Ming. He did not say much and began to explain. Lu Ming listened attentively. 3 hours later, the explanation ended. Lu Ming felt that he had learned a lot. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming began to cultivate nonstop. The next day, Lu Ming used up all 5 pieces of fire-type esoteric crystals. However, it was a pity that he was still a little short. Lu Ming did not comprehend a trace of the concept of fire. I still have one more chance to enter the 100 deities slope. I might as well put aside the wind-fire concept for now and start to comprehend the force of thunder. When the force of thunder is a little mature, I will enter the 100 deities slope and maximize the use of this precious spot. Moreover, the Thunder Palace Master is going to give a lecture tomorrow. I'll go and listen. Lu Ming pondered. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the Lightning Palace. When Lu Ming walked into the Thunder Palace, he immediately caused a commotion. That's Lu Ming. What's he doing here? Could it be that he still wants to comprehend lightning force? Crazy, I think he's crazy. Not only is he cultivating the force of wind and fire, he's also trying to comprehend the force of thunder. He's really delusional. He's so stubborn. I don't think he can even break through to the Martial King realm. The others were all discussing excitedly. Brother Lu, you've really exceeded my expectations. A figure sat down beside Lu Ming. Brother Xiao, Lu Ming said. This young man was Xiao Haoyu, who had been saved by Lu Ming in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. Brother Lu, I don't know what to say. Xiao Haoyu sighed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with what others were saying. He waited quietly. After a while, an old man in a green robe walked up to the higher part of the hall and sat down cross-legged. Then, he looked around with lightning-like eyes. When his gaze fell on Lu Ming, he was a little surprised. Then, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shouted coldly, Lu Ming, what are you doing here at the Lightning Palace? Get out. The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. What was with this Thunder Palace Master? Even if he did not agree to Lu Ming cultivating the thunder concept, he should not have berated him and asked him to get lost. Lu Ming stood up and cupped his fists. Hall Master Lei, I'm only here to listen to the class. There's no rule in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that forbids me from listening to the class. Listen to class? Ridiculous. Who doesn't know that you're arrogant and overconfident? You want to cultivate the wind and fire essences together. What's more ridiculous is that you came to the Thunder Hall to listen to the thunder essence. You still want to comprehend the thunder mentality? What a joke. Our Thunder Hall doesn't welcome arrogant people like you. Thunder Palace Master waved his sleeve and shouted. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even more. Lu Ming, I heard that the master of the Thunder Temple is Qiu Changkong's master. Xiao Haoyu's soft voice rang in her ears. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and came to a sudden realization. Lu Ming finally knew who the mysterious master behind Qiu Changkong was. He knew who the big shot of the Empyrean Divine Palace was. It was actually the Thunder Palace Master, one of the 9 Palace Masters. It was no wonder that the master of the Thunder Palace had scolded Lu Ming as soon as he saw him. Lu Ming had found it strange at first, but everything made sense now. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. Hall Master Lei, am I being too arrogant? It doesn't seem to matter how many different types of intent realms I've cultivated. Furthermore, there are many experts in the world who have become unrivaled by cultivating multiple intent realms at the same time. What makes you think that I can't do it? How dare you? What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to me like that? The Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly and stood up suddenly. An unbelievably powerful aura burst out. It was as deep as the ocean, and it was impossible to predict. Bolts of lightning flashed on Hall Master Lei's body. His terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming suddenly let out a long howl. The 9 dragons' bloodline burst out, and dragon roars were heard. A spear's gleam burst out to resist the aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if there was an archaic divine mountain weighing hundreds of millions of pounds pressing down on his head. The spear's radiance collapsed instantly, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Creak! Lu Ming's body seemed to be groaning, and his bones were creaking. Bang! Lu Ming almost knelt down. He shouted and exerted force on his waist. He supported himself with his hands on the ground and barely managed to stay on his knees. Lu Ming, who are you? You also dare to compare yourself with those unparalleled experts who have dominated the world. Those experts can cultivate several intent realms at the same time because they have that kind of talent. Do you have it? Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly. I've already said that it's my own business as to how many intent realms I want to cultivate. It has nothing to do with you. Old fellow, do you feel that you've lost face after your disciple Qiu Changkong was defeated by me? As the Palace Master of the Thunder Palace, you actually dare to attack me because of your own disciple's incapability. Aren't you ashamed of bullying the weak? I will report this matter to the Palace Master. Lu Ming roared. Chapter 447. 447 Sooner or later, I'll pay you back 10 times over. Lu Ming roared. He was going all out. And with so many people watching, he didn't believe that the Thunder Palace Master would dare to do anything to him. Audacious. Impudent. Thunder Palace Master shouted angrily, and his aura became even stronger. Lu Ming tried his best to resist the aura of the Thunder Palace Master and shouted, Old fellow, do you think that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is yours? There are rules set by Martial Emperor D.E. in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and I have not broken any rules. You are abusing your power for personal gain and bullying the weak. Do you not respect Martial Emperor D.E.? Also, in the future, if anyone offends your disciples, or if you don't like the look of someone, you can bully and punish them at will. Lu Ming shouted loudly, directly putting 2 big hats on the head of the Thunder Palace Master. As soon as he said this, the nearly 2,000 people present looked at Thunder Palace Master with strange eyes. Lu Ming was not wrong. He did not break any rules. It was his own business to cultivate a few concepts. Even the Thunder Palace Master did not have the authority to chase Lu Ming away, because it was the right of every Detian Divine Guard to attend classes in the 9 halls. This was a rule set by D.E. and Martial Emperor, and even the 9 Palace Masters could not violate it. Little bastard. Thunder Palace Master's eyes turned gloomy. Lu Ming was not an ordinary Detian Divine Guard. He was the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and he had long attracted the attention of the other Hall Masters and even the Palace Masters. In front of so many people, he really did not dare to do anything to Lu Ming. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself. Stubborn and arrogant. If you don't repent, Half-Step King Realm will be your limit. Now, get out of the Thunder Palace. Thunder Palace Master retracted his aura and berated. Lu Ming straightened his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured just now. I will remember today's humiliation. One day, I will take it back 10 times. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as he shouted. He then turned around and strode away. The others were shocked. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to speak to the Master of the Thunder Palace in such a manner. The Master of Thunder Temple's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the end, he did not make a move and watched Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming has only achieved a little bit of success, and he's blinded by it. He's overestimating himself. A person like him will never achieve anything great in his life. You must not learn from him. After Lu Ming left, the Thunder Palace Master said to the others, Yes, a few scattered sounds were heard. This made Thunder Palace Master very dissatisfied. He snorted coldly and began his lecture. Lu Ming walked out of the Lightning Palace and clenched his fists tightly as he turned to look at the Lightning Palace. Thunder Palace Master, right now, you are stronger than me. I will bear with it, but sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of me and kowtow to admit your mistakes. Moreover, I believe that this day will not be too far away." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with killing intent. Then he strode away. Now he had to quickly cultivate his fire force to the fire concept. Then he would focus on cultivating his thunder force. He had to break through to the Martial King realm as soon as possible. Only after reaching the Martial King realm would one have a certain right to speak. Those below the Martial King realm were all ants. Without strength, one could only be bullied by others. Only when one's own strength was strong could one control one's own fate. Lu Ming had long understood this principle and had been trying to put it into practice. Back at the Eastern Sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. "Since I can't attend the lecture, I'll forcefully use the intent crystal to comprehend lightning force first." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness. He then took out a lightning intent crystal and squeezed it. Kacha! The lightning intent crystal exploded, releasing wisps of intent. However, Lu Ming had not even comprehended the lightning force yet. The number of intent tendrils that he could absorb was very little. It could be said that an entire esoteric crystal was a pure waste. However, the ultimacy crystal was no small matter. It was a treasure that even kings coveted. Even if he only absorbed a trace of it, it would be of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes tightly and devoted himself to his comprehension. The power of lightning is extremely terrifying. It represents extreme speed and destructive power. It even represents the might of the heavens. Under the might of the heavens, all living things will be dormant. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Lu Ming's mind as he continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Just a little bit more. Following that, Lu Ming took out the second thunder-type esoteric crystal and crushed it without any hesitation. This time, he absorbed more intent threads than last time. An hour later, buzz! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out. At the same time, a force erupted from his body. Force of lightning, elementary level of force of lightning. Haha, I've finally learned the basics of lightning force. Then I'll use the last piece of lightning intent crystal in one go. Following that, the third thunder-type intent crystal was used by Lu Ming. So far, Lu Ming had used up all 29 pieces of intent crystals he had obtained from the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. This time, he absorbed even more intent tendrils. Lu Ming's comprehension of the lightning force was greatly accelerated. After 2 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His lightning force had directly reached the small success stage. He had used 3 pieces of thunder attribute profound meaning crystals. The total value was definitely more than 3 billion lower spiritual crystals. He had used such a terrifying amount of resources to cultivate the force of thunder to the small success stage. If others knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and curse Lu Ming for being a wastrel. Now, I've already comprehended a little bit of the wind mentality. Originally, I could use the wind mentality to start refining my true qi and slowly turn it into true essence. However, with the amount of Jin qi I have, I don't know how long it will take me to refine my Zhen Yuan with just one intent. I should wait for the fire and thunder to completely comprehend a bit of intent, and then combine the 3. Only then can I refine my Zhen Yuan faster. Furthermore, before I refine my true energy, I have to try my best to cultivate the true war dragon technique to the highest realm of the 9th stage. Otherwise, once my true qi turns into true energy, it will be at least 100 times more difficult to improve the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming analyzed his own cultivation and the direction of his cultivation. Once the true war dragon technique transformed true qi into true essence, the difficulty of raising it would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to upgrade the true dragon technique to the 9th level before his essential qi was converted into essential core. Coincidentally, He had some dragon blood flowers and a piece of dragon bone. Lu Ming was a man of his word. With a wave of his hand, dragon blood flowers appeared one after another. Swallow. Lu Ming immediately picked up a dragon blood flower and swallowed it in one gulp. He began to circulate the true war dragon technique and put all his effort into cultivating it. One after another, the dragon blood flowers were refined by Lu Ming. His true war dragon technique was also improving rapidly. 2 days later, all the dragon blood flowers had been refined by Lu Ming. He then took out the dragon bone. According to speculation, it should be the dragon finger bone, which was obtained from the dragon's cave. Although countless years had passed, it still contained rich essence. With the help of the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming began to refine the dragon bone with all his might. The dragon-shaped, genuine qi in his body became more and more condensed and powerful. Chapter 448. 448 Foundation Establishment Chapter of the True War Dragon Technique. As for the dragon bone, it became smaller and smaller under the combined devouring of the 9 dragon bloodlines. This refining process took 7 days. Groan. Suddenly, the roars of dragons pierced through the clouds and shook the entire mountain. One figure after another was alarmed and flew up to the sky to look at the mountain peak. That's the eastern sky courtyard. It's Lu Ming. What the hell is he doing now? He's probably cultivating some kind of secret technique. On the path of martial arts, the intent realm of heaven and earth is more important the further you go. He only knows how to cultivate some unorthodox secret techniques. His combat power has indeed increased, but what's the use of that? That's right. He's already on the wrong path. Ignore him. Let's go, the old man said. After a round of discussion, these people were too lazy to pay attention to him and returned to their respective courtyards. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached a critical moment. The true qi in his body had been condensed to the extreme. It was completely made up of true dragons, and each true dragon swam in his meridians. Then, another dragon's roar came from the cyclone in his dantian. At this moment, the qi cyclone in his dantian had undergone a fundamental change. Originally, the qi cyclone was made up of pure, true qi, but now it had become 2 true dragons. The 2 true dragons continued to circle around each other. On the side, small true dragons kept flying in and out. I've broken through to the 9th stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and burning. After 10 days of cultivation, he had refined the dragon blood flower and the dragon bone. He had broken through 2 levels of the true war dragon technique, from the 7th to the 9th. Lu Ming's abilities had increased sharply again. Roar. At this moment, a true dragon flew out from his dantian and charged straight into his sea of consciousness. Boom! There was a rumbling explosion in his sea of consciousness. A message inexplicably appeared in Lu Ming's mind. True War Dragon Technique Foundation Establishment Chapter. Major completion. This was the sentence that suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. What do you mean? Great completion of the Foundation Establishment Chapter? Could it be that the True War Dragon Technique is divided into many chapters, and I'm only cultivating the foundation stage? Lu Ming was in a daze. His mind was filled with questions. Maybe it's very possible. After all, the True War Dragon Technique was brought out by the 9 Sons Supreme from the 9 Dragons' ruins. Maybe he only brought a part of it out and didn't bring the whole thing. If that's the case, then there are other chapters of the True War Dragon Technique. If a single foundation chapter can cultivate 10 times the amount of true qi, then how terrifying are the other chapters? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. Towards the end, his heart was already burning with passion, and he was full of expectations. It seems that I must go to the 9 Dragon Ruins if I have the chance in the future. Lu Ming decided in his heart. It could be said that his current achievements were inseparable from his relationship with Jiulong. The first bloodline was awakened by a drop of blood essence from the 9 dragons. The True War Dragon Technique and the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps he cultivated were both brought out from the Nine Dragon Ruins by the Nine Sun Supreme. Lu Ming had to go to the Nine Dragon Ruins. Now that the true war dragon technique has been fully cultivated, it's time to go to the 100 Deities Slope to take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, Lu Ming left the Eastern Sky courtyard and went to the square where he had first entered. He took out the Detian Divine Guard's token and channeled essential qi into it. Runes immediately appeared, and a small vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into it. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was already in the Myriad Star City, in front of the huge pavilion of the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved, and he flew to the west. The 100 Deities Slope was more than 300,000 miles to the west of the Myriad Star City. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would only take him a few hours to travel 300,000 miles. 2 hours later, an area shrouded in gray fog appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Looking from a distance, this area seemed to be endless and vast. The 100 Deities Slope was extremely strange. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, the 100 Deities Slope wasn't called the 100 Deities Slope, but had another name. One day, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and more than 100 corpses fell from it. There were corpses of all races. Some were human-shaped, and some were from other races. Some of them were not big, while some were as big as mountains. According to the records, some people had seen the corpses of divine beasts like true dragons and phoenixes fall. Each and every one of the corpses had a monstrous aura and were all existences beyond imagination. That was why people called him the 100 Gods. After those corpses fell to the ground, the entire 100 Deities Slope changed. The entire area was filled with killing intent and baleful qi. No one could enter this area. No matter how strong an expert was, once they entered that area, their bodies would be torn apart by the powerful killing intent, and their divine soul would be destroyed. It was only after 10,000 years had passed that there were some changes. Some people discovered that those below the Martial King realm could enter. However, those above the rank of Martial King were still unable to enter. Those above the rank of Martial King would die an unnatural death. In the past, there had even been a supreme existence at the Martial Royal Realm who had barged in, but had not come out yet. As for those below the rank of Martial King, they would be fine and would even be able to obtain unparalleled opportunities. Inside, not only would it be very helpful for the comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth, but one could also obtain some supreme treasures. There were even people who obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled existence inside, and from there, they soared to the sky and became the peak experts of the continent. There was a period of time when the 100 Deities Slope became the focal point of all the major factions in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, as time passed, more and more people entered. Most of the treasures and inheritances inside had already been plundered clean. This was why the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was able to occupy it later on. Otherwise, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace alone might not be able to take over such an important place. Even now, the 100 Deities Slope was still one of the most important sacred grounds in the Xianxia region's Eastern Palace. The number of people who could enter was extremely small, and not many people could enter every year. Lu Ming slowly approached the 100 Deities Slope. Who is it? This place is the forbidden ground of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. A loud shout rang out, and an aura shot up into the sky like smoke. It was extremely terrifying. A tall middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Lu Ming. King Tier, this was definitely a King Tier, and he was extremely powerful. The 100 Deities Slope was the sacred ground of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was normal for there to be powerful existences guarding it. Lu Ming was certain that there was more than one expert around the 100 Deities Slope. There were probably many experts. Senior, I'm a new Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This is my Divine Guard token. Lu Ming cupped his fists, took out the Divine Guard token, and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it and looked at it. His expression softened, and he revealed a faint smile. You are indeed the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. You have one chance to enter the 100 Deities slope. Go on in, but you can only stay in there for 3 months at most. After 3 months, you must come out, or you will be in danger. He then returned the Divine Guard token to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. I'll definitely come out in 3 months. Lu Ming took the token, and in a flash, he flew forward. Chapter 449. 449 Spring Water and Sword-Shaped Plant. When Lu Ming flew into the area filled with black fog, he suddenly felt a huge force acting on his body. Lu Ming's expression changed. He slowly descended and landed on the ground. Indeed, flying is not allowed on the 100 Deities slope. Lu Ming muttered and then looked around. It was very strange. Everything was normal outside, but once he flew into the gray fog, not only could he not fly, but even the surrounding environment had changed. As far as the eye could see, it was a gray desert. Yes, it was all desert. Not a single blade of grass could be seen. Lu Ming did not hesitate and strode forward. However, not long after, Lu Ming's expression changed again. That was because he felt that his cultivation level was being suppressed and kept dropping. It had not been long since his cultivation was suppressed to the middle stage of Martial Ancestor 9 Dan. It's one thing to hear the rumors, but it's another to feel it for myself. It's not a good feeling to watch your cultivation level drop continuously. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Then, he couldn't be bothered and continued to run forward. According to the experience of his predecessors, the deeper he went into the 100 Deities slope, the more opportunities he would be able to obtain. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's cultivation had been completely suppressed. He could not circulate his essential qi at all. He was no different from an ordinary person who had not cultivated. Fortunately, Lu Ming's physical strength was extremely strong. He had already achieved the 6th-stage physical body, so he could still retain some combat power. Furthermore, his use of force and intent wasn't suppressed. However, since he could not use his essential qi, Lu Ming's speed had been reduced by many times. He could only travel like an ordinary person. Lu Ming's muscles bulged, and he ran across the desert like an agile monkey. All of a sudden, Lu Ming stopped. He felt a strange wave of fluctuation spreading toward him. A ray of blue light was floating in the air. This is the domain of the heaven and earth, the domain of water. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On the 100 Deities slope, one of the fortuitous encounters was to encounter this kind of heaven and earth intent realm floating in the air. According to the speculations of the experts, this essence realm of heaven and earth should have been left behind by the corpses that had fallen here. Those powerful existences had comprehended the intent of heaven and earth to an incredible level and merged it with their own will. After death, the intent of heaven and earth didn't dissipate and would wander around the world. If one could encounter it and comprehend it, they would have great gains. This was because the intent realms of heaven and earth seemed to have been tamed by someone, and it was much easier to comprehend them. One wisp was worth at least several intent crystals. Unfortunately, it's the water concept. I can't use it now. Lu Ming sighed and left the place reluctantly. He continued to move forward and walked around. Lu Ming did not encounter anything for the next 2 days. He did not even encounter a wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth, let alone any treasure. On the 3rd day, Lu Ming encountered a wisp of the creation of earth, which made him sigh with misfortune. However, on the 7th day, Lu Ming's luck came and he encountered a wisp of fire concept. Immediately, Lu Ming used his own power to entangle this wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth and began to comprehend it. Following Lu Ming's comprehension, this wisp of intent realm of heaven and earth began to dissipate slowly like an intent crystal. It was no wonder that the quota to enter the 100 deities slope was so precious. That was because the intent realm of heaven and earth that wandered within the 100 deities slope would decrease. Perhaps after a few years, the 100 deities slope would no longer be so attractive. A day later, the intent completely dissipated and Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire force had greatly deepened. He was getting closer and closer to comprehending a trace of fire concept. After that, Lu Ming continued to spin. On the 11th day of Lu Ming's entry to the 100 deities slope, he once again encountered a wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth that was useful to him. Thunder concept. Lu Ming was overjoyed and began to comprehend. The force of lightning had advanced by leaps and bounds. With this wisp of heaven-earth intent, the force of lightning had reached major completion. Lu Ming had cultivated 3 types of forces. This was one of his advantages at the 100 deities slope. He could easily encounter the concepts of heaven and earth that were useful to him. If one had only comprehended one type of force, it would be much more difficult to encounter the corresponding force. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to encounter it more than a few times in 3 months. However, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out after that. For 7 consecutive days, he did not encounter a single trace of Sure. I'm really unlucky. I've been spinning around all day and can't even cultivate my true qi. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He could smell the faint scent of medicine coming from the front. What's going on? There's desert everywhere, not a drop of water, not even a blade of grass. So how could there be a medicinal fragrance? Lu Ming was very curious and followed the scent of the medicine. Not long after, Lu Ming saw some rocks standing in the desert. This was the first time Lu Ming saw rocks in the 100 deities slope. The 100 deities slope was filled with desert and sand. There's water and a spiritual herb. Lu Ming walked into the pile of rocks and was surprised to find that there was a small pool in the middle of the pile of rocks. It was less than 1 meter in length and width. There was a clear spring in the pond, which emitted an astonishing amount of spiritual qi and life essence. In the spring, there was a blade of grass. The grass's leaves were thin and long. It had 8 leaves, each of which was like a sword. The leaves were green and luscious. There's actually a plant growing on the 100 deities slope. It is really amazing. Furthermore, I can feel that this sword-shaped plant is actually emitting an extremely powerful sword intent. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Perhaps there was a supreme being's corpse that fell here. Its essence turned into this spring, and its intent turned into this sword-shaped plant. Amazing, these 2 things are both amazing. This clear spring contains a strong life force and can be used to cultivate top-tier spirit herbs. And this sword-shaped plant, if a sword cultivator touched it, he would definitely treat it as a treasure and learn the sword way from it. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and he was extremely excited. Then, Lu Ming took out a jade box and carefully placed a stream of clear spring water and the sword-shaped plant into it. Not even a drop of spring water was left in the small pool. Wait, I wonder if it's useful for the 2 branches to cultivate spiritual herbs? Lu Ming had an idea. He suddenly thought of the 2 withered branches that spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. With a thought, 2 dried branches appeared in his hands. He then placed the 2 dried branches into the clear spring in the jade box and soaked them in. Let's wait for a while and see if it's useful. Lu Ming smiled and kept the jade box in the supreme shrine. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been at the 100 deities slope for 1.5 months. During this period of time, Lu Ming had encountered a wisp of wind concept and a wisp of fire concept. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind had advanced another step. As for the force of fire, it had even achieved a qualitative leap, comprehending a trace of the concept of fire in one go. Lu Ming's power of fire had finally advanced to an intent realm. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin after he had comprehended a trace of the wind and fire forces. At the same time, he could begin to cultivate the third stage of the Dragon God's three absolutes. Chapter 450. 450 Chapter 450 Towering Anger. Lu Ming spent the rest of his time searching for intent realms while comprehending the third stage of the Dragon God's three absolutes. Although he couldn't use true Qi on the 100 deities slope and couldn't use the three absolutes of the Dragon God, it didn't hinder his comprehension. As long as he comprehended it thoroughly, he would be able to successfully cultivate it when he left the 100 deities slope. 2 days later. What? As Lu Ming was running, he suddenly realized that there was another young man running in front of him. The young man looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His body looked very strong. It was obvious that he had also seen Lu Ming. His eyes flashed as he continued to run and disappeared in front of him. Looking at his age, he's most likely a D10 Divine Guard from the previous batch. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This was the first time he had met anyone else after entering the 100 deities slope. Those who could enter the 100 deities slope were definitely not simple. They were either geniuses or had a powerful backer. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and did not think too much about it. He continued to search while comprehending the three absolutes of the Dragon God. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The next day, Lu Ming came to a desert with strong winds. In this desert, the wind was strong and fierce. It whistled endlessly, bringing up sand and dust. Lu Ming did not have essential qi to protect his body. He could only channel the force of the wind to resist the strong wind around him. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard the chirping of birds coming from the front. Bird chirping? Lu Ming was stunned. The 100 Gods slope could be said to be barren and deathly silent. So how could there be birds? Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the sound and searched. That's the qi. Not long after, Lu Ming stopped and looked at the sky in shock. 100 meters up in the sky, there was a round bead. The bead was green and crystal clear, as if it was made of the most beautiful green jade. On the surface of the pearl, there was a small green bird. It flew around the pearl and let out chirps. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the green bird was not a real bird, but an illusion of the bead. Could this sun be the spirit of a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon giving birth to a weapon spirit. What grade was this spirit weapon? Moreover, the wind concept on it is so dense. This is definitely a supreme weapon. Haha, I'm rich. I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If he could obtain this kind of spirit weapon, it would have endless uses. Lu Ming approached it carefully. He released the concept of wind from his body, trying to attract the bead. Buzz! Buzz! When Lu Ming got closer, the green bird noticed him. It let out a crisp chirping and sized him up with its big eyes. Lu Ming activated the concept of wind and approached the round pearl. When the little bird came into contact with Lu Ming's concept of wind, it had a friendly look in its eyes. He seemed to enjoy the aura that Lu Ming exuded. Haha, there's a chance. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He exerted more effort to cast the concept of wind. Brat, get lost. This bead is mine. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A burly and tall young man strode over. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This young man was the one he had met yesterday. The burly young man's eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the bead. Immediately after, a concept of wind burst out from his body. The level of mastery was even higher than Lu Ming's. Kid, disperse your wind concept and let me do it. The burly young man rebuked with a commanding tone. Idiot, Lu Ming said indifferently. He could not be bothered with the other party and focused on controlling the concept of wind. At that moment, the bird was basking in Lu Ming's creation of wind. It seemed to be enjoying it. It flapped its wings and flew toward Lu Ming with the bead. I've succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The little bird flew towards him, which meant that it had acknowledged him. Damn it! Seeing this, the burly young man shouted angrily, This bead is mine. You want it? In your dreams. Boom! A powerful wind concept rushed toward the bead. Boom! The burly teenager's concept of wind collided with Lu Ming's, creating a violent boom. Lu Ming's concept of wind trembled and dissipated with a bang. The green bird seemed to be frightened. It shrieked, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky with the bead. "Where do you think you're going?" The burly young man roared and bent his legs. The muscles in his body burst out, and his burly figure soared into the sky and grabbed the bead. Damn it! At this moment, Lu Ming roared madly. He stomped on the ground, and his figure soared into the sky, rushing towards the round pearl. Buzz! Buzz! The little bird shrieked and flapped its wings rapidly. Gusts of strong wind emerged. The little bird and the bead turned into a green light and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming and the burly teenager fell rapidly and landed on the desert, blasting two big pits in the desert. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. The bead that was about to be in his hand was destroyed by the burly young man, just like that. Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. That bead was definitely not a trivial matter. It was a weapon used by an unparalleled expert who had cultivated the wind concept. If Lu Ming could get it and comprehend the wind concept on it, his wind concept would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It was not impossible for him to condense an intent rune in a short time. But now it was all gone. His killing intent towards the burly young man was obvious. "Kid, what are you shouting for? I haven't even questioned you yet. Kid, I told you to disperse your wind concept and let me do it. Why didn't you do as I said? Now that you've caused me to lose this supreme treasure, tell me, how do you intend to compensate me for my loss?" The burly young man glared at Lu Ming with an extremely gloomy expression, his killing intent flickering. "Compensate you? Ha ha ha!" Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He was the one who had discovered it and was about to get it, but it was destroyed by the burly young man. Now, the burly young man actually wanted him to compensate. It was simply laughable. "I'll pay for your head, you idiot. Today you must die." Lu Ming's gaze was menacing as he strode toward the burly teenager. "Ha, you want to kill me? What a joke. This is the 100 Deities slope, where cultivation is suppressed and physical body is superior. My physical body has already reached the upper tier of level 5, surpassing some kings. You want to kill me with just your abilities? You're the one who's going to die." The burly teenager laughed wildly. His muscles bulged as he took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming also threw a punch, aiming at the other party's fist. "You still dare to compete with me? You're looking for death. Shatter." The burly young man revealed a ferocious smile. He wanted to shatter Lu Ming's fist with one punch and let him lie on the ground and wail. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. Gotcha! As the burly youth wished, the sound of bones breaking rang out. However, the burly young man's face no longer had any ferocity or excitement, only fear and disbelief. Then, the burly young man let out a shrill scream. Chapter 451. For 51 Thunder, Cauldron Tribulation. The burly young man's face was completely scrunched up, and it was twisted with endless pain. Bang! Lu Ming's fist was filled with a terrifying amount of energy, and it exploded. The burly young man's fist exploded like tofu. The burly young man's body retreated crazily, and he let out a hysterical scream. The two of them exchanged a punch. The fist did not shatter Lu Ming, but he himself. "Now go to hell." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode toward the burly young man. "Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing?" The burly young man shouted like a frightened little girl, without any of his previous arrogance. At that moment, there was only fear in his heart. The strength of Lu Ming's physical body had exceeded his imagination. It was definitely above rank 6. His physical body had reached the 6th grade even before he reached the Martial King realm. How did he cultivate? What are you doing? Did you not hear that? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's killing intent was like the snow in winter, bone-chilling. "No, you can't kill me. I'm the son of the Wind Palace's guardian. If you kill me, my father will definitely not let you off." The burly young man roared. "Hee hee, there's only the two of us here. How would your father know if I kill you? From a moment you try to seize the bead, your fate has already been decided. Die." Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The physical body of an upper-tier rank 6 was extremely powerful. With a punch, the air trembled like a falling meteorite, bringing with it a terrifying force as it headed toward the burly young man. "No, no!" The burly teenager roared, but it was impossible for him to avoid it. He could only wave his other fist in an attempt to block Lu Ming. Gotcha! When the two fists collided, the burly young man's other fist also exploded like tofu. "Ah, my hand, my hand!" The burly young man let out an extremely shrill scream. His facial features were completely twisted together, and tears and snot were flowing down his face. His entire body was trembling, his legs were trembling, and his crotch was wet. He had peed himself out of fear. Regret, extreme regret. If he had known this would be the result, he would not have taken the bead. Initially, he thought that he could suppress Lu Ming with his 5th stage physical body. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. "Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, I know my mistake, I know my mistake." The burly young man staggered backward and begged. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying fist force hit his chest. The violent fist force directly penetrated his body and shattered his heart. The burly young man's eyes instantly popped out, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. His face was full of regret, and the next moment he died. Lu Ming swiped his hand and removed the burly teenager's storage ring. "What bad luck! I've run into this guy and let a peerless treasure escape. No, I have to continue chasing. Maybe I can catch up." At the thought of this, Lu Ming took a step that covered dozens of meters and chased in the direction that the round bead had flown in at top speed. This chase went on for thousands of miles. However, there was still no trace of the bead. "Hey, my precious pearl!" Lu Ming wanted to roar. Then, Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to chase. However, this time, Lu Ming stopped before he was 100 miles away. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening rumbles sounded in front of them. Endless lightning flashed as if it wanted to destroy the world. There was an ocean of thunder and lightning. The endless thunder and lightning flashed everywhere like lightning snakes. It was extremely terrifying. There was an ancient cauldron floating in the air. It was as large as a mountain, and it was the source of the boundless lightning. In the sky, dark clouds filled the air. Between the dark clouds, there was actually a pool. In the pool, water was constantly flowing down. The strange thing was that the water was blood red in color. Like the water of the ocean, it flowed towards the huge cauldron. The huge cauldron kept sending out lightning bolts, bombarding the blood-red water flow. However, it was useless. The blood-red water flow kept hitting the huge cauldron, causing it to rumble and shake. The lightning on the cauldron's body was decreasing, and its light was dimming. Tribulation transcendence. It's tribulation transcendence. This huge cauldron is actually tribulation transcendence. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming did not know what kind of tribulation the pool in the sky was, he was sure that it was a kind of heavenly tribulation. There were many types of heavenly tribulations. Lu Ming only knew a few common ones. Lu Ming found it unbelievable that a huge cauldron was actually undergoing a tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The pool in the sky tilted slightly, and endless blood-colored water poured down like a vast ocean. The sky rumbled as it pressed down on the giant cauldron. Clang! The giant cauldron shook, and a bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket burst out from its body, trying to repel the blood-colored water flow. Unfortunately, although the power of the lightning was extremely terrifying, the blood-colored water flow seemed to restrain it. The lightning had no effect on the blood-colored water flow. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-colored water stream kept hitting the cauldron, and the huge cauldron kept shaking as if it couldn't take it anymore. This huge cauldron is definitely a supreme treasure, just like that bead. If I can get it, I'll be rich. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I go in, I'll probably be washed away by the blood-red water, and not even a residue will be left. Lu Ming pondered secretly. He could only stare and feel anxious. At this moment, the cauldron began to shake even more violently, and the lightning it was emitting was getting lesser and lesser. It seemed like it could no longer hold on. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The stone egg that had been hanging on Lu Ming's hair suddenly flew out. It emitted a bright light and rushed towards the pool in the sky. In the process of flying, the stone egg actually became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became bigger than a mountain. A crack actually appeared on the eggshell. It was like a big mouth that bit towards the pool. Boom, boom, boom. The pool seemed to have been disturbed. It shook slightly, and the world rumbled. An infinite amount of blood rushed out of the pool and rushed toward the stone egg. However, the stone egg glowed, and it was completely fearless. It rushed over and appeared above the pool. The next moment, the stone egg bit down. Gotcha! Half of the pond was directly bitten off. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth shook violently, as if the heavens were angry and were about to face the end of the world. However, the next moment, gotcha! The stone egg opened its mouth and bit, swallowing the remaining half of the pool. The world suddenly became calm. Buzz! The stone egg glowed and shrunk rapidly. It flew back to Lu Ming's hair and hung on it as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and only reacted after a long while. What the hell was this? It even swallowed the pool of water where the heavenly tribulation manifested. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Lu Ming widened his eyes and muttered to himself. Although he knew that Dandan was extraordinary, this was indeed shocking. Clang! At this moment, the huge cauldron made a sound, and its body shrank rapidly. After a while, it became the size of a fist and flew toward Lu Ming. Chapter 452. 452, Comprehending the Thunder Concept. Buzz! The huge cauldron became the size of a fist and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. The body of the cauldron seemed to be made of bronze, and there were some strange patterns carved on it. The body of the cauldron was densely covered with thunder and lightning, making a clattering sound. It was a lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron hovered in front of Lu Ming as if it was sizing him up. Then, it flew a few round around him. Instinctively, Lu Ming's body exuded the force of lightning. Clang! The lightning cauldron trembled slightly and suddenly crashed into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated instinctively, but it was too late. The lightning cauldron crashed into his forehead and disappeared in the next moment. Boom! Lu Ming felt the world shaking and his vision turned black. The next moment, he found himself in a hazy place. The fog was surging all around him and it was boundless. A giant cauldron that was taller than a mountain floated in front of him, and a thunder concept that was as vast as the ocean spread. Is he trying to break into my sea of consciousness? Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the lightning cauldron to rush into his sea of consciousness. Let's talk after we get out. Lu Ming focused his mind. The next moment, his mind left his sea of consciousness and returned to his physical body. As far as the eye could see, it was a desert, and peace had been restored here. Haha, that lightning cauldron actually ran into my spiritual sea. Does that mean it's going to follow me? Also, let's go and take a look at that terrifying thunder concept. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He then focused and returned to the mist-filled area. This place was his sea of consciousness. The lightning cauldron hovered in the air, unmoving. However, the boundless lightning intent continued to surge forth in an extremely dense manner. This thunder mentality is too terrifying. Haha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed heartily in his heart. He then called out to the lightning cauldron a few times, but it did not respond at all. Although he did not see the weapon spirit of the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming was certain that it had a spirit. However, it did not have any reaction at all. It might have been injured by the heavenly tribulation and needed to recover. I don't care anymore. I'll first comprehend the thunder concept. Lu Ming walked to the lightning cauldron and sat down cross-legged, trying to comprehend the vast concept of lightning. The thunder wolf from the lightning cauldron was too strong. It was dozens of times stronger than the thunder will in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It was also clearer and easier to comprehend. It was as if there was an unparalleled existence teaching Lu Ming the concept of thunder at all times. Lu Ming felt that he was bathing in the ocean of the thunder concept. The power of the thunder was advancing by leaps and bounds. Cool, this is too cool. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He was fascinated by the carefreeness of the rapid improvement. He was even more focused on comprehending it. As time passed, Lu Ming's lightning force was increasing at a terrifying speed. Early, middle, and late stages of mastery of lightning force. In just 5 days, Lu Ming's lightning force had reached the perfect stage. However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. The thunder mentality around him was too advanced. It was definitely not a level 1 thunder mentality. It was many times more advanced than the level 1 thunder mentality that a martial king had comprehended. Comprehending in such an environment, for someone who was still in the form of an aura, the speed of improvement was terrifying. It was like a person making money. When you had no capital, it was difficult to even earn tens of thousands of yuan. But when you have millions or tens of millions, is it difficult to earn tens of thousands? It was not difficult. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, trying to break through the concept. After completing the thunder mentality, the speed of improvement started to slow down. However, it was only compared to before. Compared to others, it was still many times faster. This feels great. I wonder what kind of expert the owner of this lightning cauldron is. It's said that even a martial emperor will die here. Could he be in existence beyond the martial emperor realm? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Surpass a martial emperor? Lu Ming simply did not dare to imagine. In the divine wilderness continent, a martial emperor was the strongest expert. They ruled over a region. Their might shook the world, and no one was their match. Was there really an existence beyond the martial emperor realm in the world? Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. No wonder. It said that someone once obtained an inheritance at the 100 Deities slope and later became an expert that dominated the divine wilderness continent. It's really possible. Lu Ming pondered and continued to comprehend. Just half a month later, the lightning force had undergone a qualitative change. It broke the shackles in one fell swoop and transformed from momentum to intent. The thunder mentality. Lu Ming had comprehended the thunder mentality in one go. I didn't expect to comprehend the thunder mentality so quickly. Now I've comprehended the thunder mentality of wind, fire, and thunder. What I need to do now is to merge the thunder mentality with the wind and fire mentality. Once the 3 mentalities are completely merged, the 3 absolutes of Dragon God will immediately transform into a heaven-grade upper-level martial technique. Then, my combat power will reach a terrifying level. At that time, how many battles will I be able to fight? 9? Lu Ming's eyes were bright. Legend had it that 9 was the limit. No matter how peerless the divine wilderness continent's geniuses were, they could at most reach the 9th battle. It was impossible to break through. It was like a rule. He was a genius who had fought 9 battles, and, according to the legends, he had the potential to become a martial emperor. Lu Ming was really looking forward to it. For the time being, Lu Ming put aside the comprehension of the thunder concept and began to focus on fusing the 3 concepts. Unfortunately, the fusion of 3 intents was too difficult. The difficulty of the fusion of intents would increase greatly with each additional intent. It was even more difficult for him to merge the 3 intents now than it was for him to merge the wind and fire intents. Fortunately, Lu Ming already had experience in the fusion of intents. He could avoid many detours, but he could still fuse them in a short time. As Lu Ming was trying his best to merge the three concepts, a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly burst out in a courtyard in the Thunder Palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lightning shot into the sky, and dark clouds instantly covered the sky. This time, countless people were alarmed. Heavenly tribulation. That's heavenly tribulation. Someone's going through the heavenly tribulation and is about to break through to the martial king realm. Who is it? It should be Xianxia. I heard that he went into closed-door cultivation in order to break through to the martial king realm. Amazing. I wonder if he can succeed. Boom, boom, boom. After that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly fire descended, and the punishment descended. Half an hour later, the dark clouds dispersed, and a long howl shook the heavens and earth. Then, a purple figure shot into the sky from the Thunder Palace. He stood in the air, lightning flashing around him, and he was full of a disdainful aura. It's really Xianxia. He has broken through to the martial king realm. There's another martial king under the Thunder Palace master. I'm so envious. After becoming a martial king, you'll be able to transcend the mortal world and have a lifespan of 1,000 years. I'll have to work hard. A series of discussions broke out in the surroundings. Most of them were filled with envy. Buzz. Xianxia's figure appeared beside the young man in purple. He had a flattering smile on his face. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, you've entered the king's tier. From now on, you'll have 1,000 years of lifespan and enjoy the glory of life. Chapter 453. 453 Tempering True Origin. Haha, junior brother Chio. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to step into the king's realm within 10 years. The purple-clothed youth, Xianxia, laughed heartily and was extremely proud. In the future, I'll still need senior brother's guidance. Xianxia replied. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and said, "Oh right, where's that Lu Ming? I've already broken through to the martial king realm. Killing him will be as easy as killing an ant. I'll definitely find a chance to get rid of him." Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back, looking as if he was looking down on the world. Lu Ming seems to have gone out some time ago. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh, he went out? He's lucky. Let him live for a while longer. Junior brother Chio, get someone to keep an eye on him. Inform me as soon as Lu Ming returns. Xianxia said. Many thanks, senior brother. Xianxia was overjoyed. At the 100 Deities slope, Lu Ming was trying his best to merge the three types of forces. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Although he had made great progress in the fusion of the three wills, he was still a little bit away from being able to completely fuse them. And at this time, the 3-month deadline of the 100 Deities slope was about to arrive. Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and rushed out at full speed. If he were to travel at full speed, his speed would be much faster. 2 days later, Lu Ming had left the 100 Deities slope. The moment he left the 100 Deities slope, the essential qi in Lu Ming's entire body instantly recovered. It was like the water of a large river, surging and mighty, reaching the peak of its history. I didn't expect that after being suppressed for 3 months, I would still improve. I've already reached the limit of the 9th tier of the martial ancestor realm. I've also comprehended the will of my wind, fire, and thunder. When I return, I can start to refine my true yuan. Buzz! Lu Ming rose into the air and headed for the Myriad Star City. 2 hours later, Lu Ming entered the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming, that guy is finally back. A low voice came from the clouds, not far away. Then, a figure flashed and disappeared. East Heaven Courtyard. Now, I'll start refining my true yuan with the 3 intents. Lu Ming sat cross-legged. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful concepts burst forth but disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming controlled the 3 concepts and fused them into his dantian. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the 3 intents struck the vortex as if they were forging iron. The cyclone trembled, and something that looked like sparks flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming continued to control the 3 concepts of heaven and earth, bombarding the vortex continuously. There were constantly sparks flying out. They were the impurities in his true qi. Refining true essence was like tempering steel. True qi was like mixed iron, and true essence was like steel. If it was not for the essence realm of heaven and earth, there was no other way to achieve this. At the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, one's true qi was already extremely condensed. It was easier said than done to temper it. This was especially true for Lu Ming, who was at the 9th stage of the True War Dragon technique. His true qi had been condensed to the extreme, and the difficulty of tempering was extremely shocking. Fortunately, Lu Ming cultivated 3 types of heaven and earth concepts at the same time. The tempering effect was many times stronger than that of one concept alone. It was not as simple as multiplying by 3. Bang, bang. The 3 types of heaven and earth intent realms continued to bombard, causing sparks to fly in all directions and rumbling sounds to ring out. At the same time, a series of dragon roars could be heard. Half an hour later, the vortex suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, a crystal-clear, liquid-like substance floated out. True origin energy. Haha, I've finally refined a strand of true origin energy. After that, Lu Ming put in even more effort in tempering. After the first wisp of true essence was born, the rest was much easier as more true essence was refined. 2 hours later, the true qi in the qi cyclone and meridians had all been refined into crystal-clear true essence. However, Lu Ming discovered a fact. The amount of essential core was too little. It was less than 1% of the essential qi. From true qi to true essence, it was like momentum to intent. It was a qualitative improvement. True essence was tens or even hundreds of times more condensed than true qi. Of course, it was also many times more powerful. Once true qi was refined into true essence, he could probably only refine 1 portion out of 100 portions. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that his dantian and meridians were empty. Top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a total of 10,000 to 5,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted. Bang! 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 All 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed. The surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth gushed into the 9-dragon bloodline's mouth like a tidal wave. Then, it turned into essential qi and surged into Lu Ming's body. It replenished the essential qi in Lu Ming's body. Very soon, Lu Ming's body was filled with surging essential qi again. I'll continue the tempering. Then, Lu Ming started the tempering process again. After the genuine qi was transformed into genuine vitality, there was a constant surge of genuine qi from the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The vital essence in Lu Ming's body was increasing. 1%, 2%, 3%. Very soon, the 5,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were all used up. Lu Ming took out another 5,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. The process of tempering one's quintessential essence consumed a lot of top-grade spirit crystals. Therefore, Lu Ming had already exchanged for them. The tempering was going on madly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had used up all the best-grade spirit crystals he had. At this time, Lu Ming's vital essence had only reached 50%. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Lu Ming had a total of 45,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The amount of energy required for the true war dragon technique is too terrifying. An ordinary person would need 700 to 800 pieces, or at most 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals to complete the task. But I need so much energy. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that I need to get a batch of top-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sighed. In fact, it was also possible to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish and slowly temper it. However, that would take too long, and Lu Ming could not afford to waste it. Top-grade spiritual crystals. How can I get enough of them? Lu Ming thought hard. He had already sold everything he could and exchanged them for supreme spiritual crystals. Now, he really didn't have much left to sell. I obtained some dragon's saliva from the dragon's cave. I was planning to keep it to cultivate the true war dragon technique, but now that I've cultivated it to the 9th stage, I can't use it anymore. I can sell it. Also, I can sell the sword-shaped plant I got at the 100 Gods slope. I'm sure I can get a good price for it. Lu Ming was deep in thought. All right, there's also that guy's storage ring. He thought of the storage ring of the burly young man he had killed at the 100 Deities slope. He immediately opened it and read it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There were 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and a few other random items that were probably worth more than 1,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. That burly young man was the son of a guardian of the Wind Palace. It was normal for him to have so many top-grade spirit crystals. He was most likely saving them up to refine his vital essence. Now, Lu Ming had taken all of them. Let's go to Qijin Lu. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the mystical treasure hall. Chapter 454. 454 Challenging the King. Lu Ming left the Eastern Sky courtyard and soared into the sky, heading towards the mystical treasure house. Lu Ming has finally come out of the Eastern Sky courtyard. Judging from the direction he's headed, he should be heading towards the house of mystical treasures. Hurry up and send a message to Senior Brother Shui. When Lu Ming left the Eastern Sky courtyard, a young man appeared in the clouds in the distance. He took out a 10,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman and sent a message. Lu Ming did not go at a very fast speed. There were many people in the air. If he went too fast, he was afraid that something might happen. After a long while, the mystical treasure hall came into sight. Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold shout reverberated across the world. Lu Ming frowned and turned around. Behind him, 2 young men were walking in the air. Lu Ming frowned at the sight of the 2 of them. Qiu Changkong, and it's him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. One of them was Qiu Changkong. As for the other young man in purple, Lu Ming recognized him with a single glance. He was the young man who had come to the Mystic Essence Sword to distribute the invitation letter for the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao arrived before Lu Ming in an instant. What business do you have with me? Lu Ming asked indifferently. What business do you have? Haha, Lu Ming, you've forgotten so quickly. 3 months ago, you talked back to the master of the Lightning Palace in front of everyone. That was outrageous. There's no harm in telling you that I am the 3rd disciple of the Thunder Palace Master, Shui Chao. Today, I will seek justice for my master. Shui Chao's face was gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming and berated him loudly. The sound was very loud and spread far and wide. Even the people in the mystical treasure hall were alarmed. That's Shui Chao and Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming disrespected the Thunder Palace Master 3 months ago. It seems like Shui Chao is going to find trouble with Lu Ming. Yeah, Lu Ming is arrogant. He's finished this time. Hee, there's a good show to watch. The sound of air being torn rang out continuously, and hundreds of people surrounded the crowd. Seek justice? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He laughed and said, what a joke. That day, I went to the Thunder Palace according to the normal procedure to listen to the lesson. The Thunder Palace Master wanted to chase me away for no reason. How could I not talk back to such an act? There's a saying that if the emperor breaks the law, he should be punished with the common people. So what if he's the palace master of Thunder Palace? He's at fault. Why can't I say anything? Impudent, arrogant, Xueqiao shouted, his gaze pressing. How dare you, Lu Ming? My master is the master of the Thunder Palace. He has made great contributions to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and has a respected status. How can an ant like you talk back to him? You still dare to be so arrogant and show disrespect to my master? My master is a broad-minded person. He won't lower himself to your level. However, as his disciple, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Boom! After saying that, Xueqiao's body exploded with an incomparably terrifying aura. The aura was so powerful that it caused the space to tremble. At the side, some people couldn't withstand this aura and retreated frantically. This was the aura of a king, the might of a king. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Back at the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Xueqiao was only a half-step king. He didn't think that after not seeing him for a while, Xueqiao would have already broken through to the king realm. To be able to break through to the king's realm at this age was already very rare. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of a king pressed down on Lu Ming like an ancient divine mountain. Lu Ming's body moved slightly to resist the pressure. Xueqiao is about to make his move. Lu Ming is finished. He deserves it. Lu Ming is so arrogant and self-righteous. I've long expected that I would be at a disadvantage. Now that Xueqiao is teaching Lu Ming a lesson in the name of being a substitute teacher, it's only reasonable. As expected, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. If he wasn't so full of himself and didn't delude himself to cultivate several kinds of intent realms at the same time, he would have already taken the Wind Palace Master as his master. If he had taken the Wind Palace Master as his master, Xueqiao wouldn't have dared to make things difficult for him. You only have yourself to blame. Many people who could not stand Lu Ming gloated and spoke coldly. Lu Ming, kneel down and admit your mistake. I'll spare you. Xueqiao shouted as he took a step forward. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and the space rumbled. Xueqiao's kick seemed to have a tremendous force of 1 billion jin, which was extremely terrifying. With his step, the aura on his body became even stronger. Lu Ming, hurry up and kneel down to admit your mistake. Beg my senior brother to spare you. Qiu Changkong shouted from the side. Qiu Changkong, do you want to die? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong instantly felt a chill run down his spine and his scalp went numb. He subconsciously took a few steps back. He coward. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you're fucking courting death. Qiu Changkong came back to his senses. His face was flushed red as he pointed at Lu Ming and screamed madly. A rabid dog. Lu Ming glanced at Qiu Changkong indifferently, then at Xueqiao. With a wave of his hand, a spear appeared in his hand. Buzz, pointing the tip of the spear at Xueqiao, he said, enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Haha, you want to fight with me? Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Xueqiao laughed heartily. Thunder and lightning surged around his body, and countless lightning bolts revolvered around him, making him look like a thunder god. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Boom! A tall figure suddenly appeared in the sky, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This aura was so oppressive that everyone almost couldn't breathe. How can we allow you to fight in the vicinity of the mystical treasure hall? If you want to fight, then go to the Divine Guard platform. The tall figure let out a rolling roar. Protector! Seeing this figure, Xueqiao's expression was incomparably grave. There were only 3 protectors in each of the 9 great halls of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and each of them was an extremely powerful existence. Although Xueqiao had broken through to the Martial King realm, he still had to be obedient in front of the Guardians. I'll leave my words here. If you still fight here, I won't be polite. Let's go, the protector said coldly. Then he disappeared. Damn it, Lu Ming. You're lucky today. I'll let you off for the time being. However, you'll have to leave the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace one day. I'll teach you a lesson then. Xueqiao's expression was unsightly as he coldly snorted. I'm lucky. Xueqiao. If you want to find trouble with me, you can find trouble with me. Now you want to leave? How can there be such a good thing? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me you still want to fight me? Xueqiao sneered. That's right. Xueqiao, I'm now officially challenging you. Do you dare to fight against me on the Divine Guard's battle platform? Lu Ming held the long spear and pointed it at Xueqiao as he shouted. His voice swept out in all directions like a storm. The scene instantly exploded. What? Lu Ming actually took the initiative to challenge Xueqiao. Did I hear him wrong? Crazy. Lu Ming is crazy. Is he blind? Can't he see that Xueqiao is already at the Martial King realm? You still dare to challenge me? I think he's too arrogant. He's so young, but he's already gotten carried away with a little bit of achievement. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. He actually dares to challenge a king tier? Chapter 455. 455, a sensation. Someone below the king tier dared to challenge a king tier. If he wasn't crazy, he must have eaten a flood dragon's gall. Since ancient times, it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn for anyone below a king to challenge a king. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming must have been blinded by his own arrogance. Even Xueqiao himself was stunned. Only after quite a while did he react. He said in a daze, What did you just say? You want to challenge me? That's right. Could it be that you don't dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said. You don't dare to accept the challenge? Ha ha ha. Okay, I accept your challenge. I accept it 10,000 times. Xueqiao was practically shouting. He was too excited. He never expected that Lu Ming would challenge him. Was his head stuck between the door? Originally, the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace had a rule that king tiers were not allowed to challenge martial artists below king tiers. This was because the gap between them was too great. There was no suspense at all, and it would be a complete torture. Even if a king tier took the initiative to challenge him, any martial artist below the king tier could refuse. Therefore, when the Guardian stopped him, he felt helpless and did not take the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. In his opinion, even if he challenged Lu Ming would reject him. He would never have dreamed that Lu Ming would actually challenge him. This was exactly what he wanted. Beside them, Qiu Changkong was so excited that he was trembling. Are you looking for death? Ha! Lu Ming is looking for death. Since that's the case, let's fight on the Divine Guard platform. With that, Lu Ming took the lead and flew towards the Divine Guard platform. Xueqiao and Qiu Changkong hurriedly followed after him, as if they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. This is going to be a good show. Hurry up and send a message to Junior Brother. It's rare to see someone below the king tier challenge a king tier. Quick, I'll also send a voice transmission. The hundreds of people at the scene sent voice transmissions to those they were familiar with, asking them to come and take a look. Then, they followed Lu Ming and the rest as they flew toward the Divine Guard platform. Buzz! The space trembled and a tall figure appeared. It was none other than the protector from before. Interesting, let's go and take a look. The next moment, the figure disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight as he flew. The reason why he challenged Xueqiao wasn't because he was hot-headed, but because he had thought it through. In his heart, he had a crazy plan. He intended to borrow Xueqiao's power to fuse the wind, fire, and lightning intents. Yes, he needed external help. In the past, he had experienced the same thing. The reason why he was able to successfully merge his wind and fire forces was because he had borrowed the pressure from Qiu Changlai during his battle with him. He was going to repeat the same old trick. And Xueqiao, without a doubt, was a very good target. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill a bunch of ordinary half-step kings with one move. It was not challenging at all, and he had no confidence in challenging those old king tiers. As for Xueqiao, It was obvious that he had just broken through to the king's realm. His strength wasn't considered strong among kings, so he was just enough to fight him. Soon, they arrived at the Divine Guard platform. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared on the Divine Guard's platform. Xueqiao also followed him down the Divine Guard's platform. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. At this moment, the space suddenly trembled. Then, a few figures appeared in the sky. Hall Master, the Hall Master has arrived. Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, Thunder Palace Master, and Gold Palace Master. 4 Palace Masters have come all at once. It's too rare for a king below king to challenge a king. It's normal for the Palace Master to be attracted here. The arrival of the Palace Masters in the sky immediately caused a series of exclamations. "Ah, you guys are fast." A loud laugh was heard, and another figure appeared in the sky. This figure was tall and sturdy. Although he had a head full of white hair, he was still in high spirits. The Palace Master of Earth has also arrived. Someone shouted. 5 of the 9 Palace Masters had arrived, which was more than half of the total number. Disciple greets Master. Seeing the arrival of the Thunder Palace Master, Xueqiao revealed a happy expression. He flew into the sky and saluted the Thunder Palace Master. "Yes, I already know the whole story. Since Lu Ming is so arrogant, you should teach him a good lesson and let him remember." The Lightning Palace Master said indifferently. "Yes, Master." Xueqiao's face revealed a look of great joy. Then, he left the fighting ring. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out as figures rushed over from all directions of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace like ants. After a while, more than 10,000 people appeared near the Divine Guard's fighting stage. From this, it could be seen how much of a stir this challenge had caused. "Haha, Lu Ming, you should feel honored that so many people have come to see you being abused." Xueqiao laughed. "We haven't fought yet. I advise you not to be happy too early. If you lose to me, it'll be a big embarrassment." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "You defeated me? Haha, Lu Ming, you really came up with this idea. There must be something wrong with your brain. There's no such possibility." Xueqiao laughed wildly. "Is that so?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. He shifted his gaze and suddenly smiled. "Xueqiao, how about this? Since you're so confident, why don't we have a little wager?" "A wager? What do you want to bet on?" Xueqiao's eyes lit up. Lu Ming still wanted to bet on the auspicious item. Wasn't that giving him money? Happy not agree. "I'll use this to bet with you." Lu Ming waved his hand, and a sword-shaped plant appeared in the air, floating in front of him. As soon as the sword-shaped plant appeared, it released a terrifying sword intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword-shaped plant's 9 leaves were like a godly sword. They made a clanging sound, and 9 sword lights shot up into the sky. Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. Previously, when the sword-shaped plant was on the 100 deities slope, there was no such phenomenon. He did not expect that it would emit such a terrifying phenomenon when it came out. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Around them, the others were also dumbfounded and tongue-tied. What kind of spiritual herb is this? It actually has such a strange phenomenon. What a powerful sword intent. It's too powerful and mysterious. One of the sword techniques I'm practicing is actually showing signs of a breakthrough. Treasure. This is a real treasure. Some people in the surroundings let out excited roars. Boom, boom. At this moment, the 5 Palace Masters released even more terrifying energy waves. They all stared at the sword-shaped plant with wide eyes. After the death of a supreme expert, the sword intent did not dissipate. After countless years, and by chance, this spiritual herb was born, and it contains a trace of the supreme expert's sword Tao. The Wind Palace Master said in a trembling voice. Treasure, supreme treasure. The Palace Master of Fire said in a trembling voice. How did this kid get such a treasure? I'm definitely going to get it. The eyes of the Thunder Palace Master flickered with intense greed. Lu Ming, how about selling this sword-shaped plant to me? I'll pay 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The Gold Palace Master was the first to speak. 60,000 crystals? I'll pay 80,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. The Palace Master of Fire shouted. Lu Ming, I'll buy your sword-shaped plant for 100,000 top-grade spirit crystals. The Wind Palace Master also spoke. Chapter 456. 456, 80,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. The surrounding people were once again dumbfounded. The battle had not even started, but the Hall Masters had already started fighting for the spiritual herb that Lu Ming had taken out. The price was a terrifying 100,000 spiritual crystals, which made many people's souls tremble. 100,000 spiritual crystals of the highest quality. What kind of concept was that? Many people would not be able to see that many spiritual crystals in their entire lives. Thunder Palace Master stood at the side with a gloomy face. He also wanted to bid, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, he was very eager to get the sword-shaped plant. However, if Lu Ming sold it to one of the Hall Masters, he would have no hope. Seniors. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly cupped his fists at the Hall Masters in the sky and said in a clear voice, Seniors, I will keep my word. I said that I will use this sword-shaped plant as a wager, and I will keep my word. It won't be too late to sell it to you after I win. As soon as he said that, the Hall Masters all shook their heads and sighed. In the surroundings, most of the people were secretly scolding Lu Ming for being a fool. The Hall Masters had offered such a high price, and he actually did not want to sell it. He actually wanted to sell it after he won? Was that even possible? Isn't Xue Chao's luck too good? This Lu Ming is just a hothead and arrogant. He actually wants to win against Xue Chao. There's no such possibility. Lu Ming hadn't reached half-step King Realm when he was in the Detian Divine Guard exam. Even if he broke through to half-step King Realm during this period of time, he still wouldn't be Xue Chao's match. The gap between half-step King Realm and King Realm is too big. Even the most powerful genius would find it hard to cross that gap. That's right. Since ancient times, there have been very few half-step King warriors who could go against the heaven and fight against King warriors. Those kinds of people, as long as they grow up, they will become great figures. In the past 1,000 years, there has only been one person in the eastern region of the Xianxia region who has defied the heavens and defeated a king with the cultivation base of a half-step king. That is the peerless genius from 100 years ago. You mean Yin Kuang too? Of course, who else could it be? He is the only half-step king who could defeat a king in the eastern region of the Tianxian region in the last 1,000 years. He is also the disciple of the Nine Sons Supreme Master. He is now one of the top experts in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. How can Lu Ming be compared to Yin Kuang Tu? The difference is too great. However, there was one exception, and that was the Thunder Palace Master. At this moment, he was simply smiling in his heart. Lu Ming actually wanted to use the sword-shaped plant as a prize. Wasn't this clearly giving it to him for free? Thunder Palace Master tried his best to hold it in and almost burst out laughing. Xue Chao, tell me, do you dare bet? My sword-shaped plant will bet with you for 80,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. Do you dare? If you don't dare, just say it. I will change to another one. Lu Ming shouted. 80,000? Xue Chao was a bit dazed and stuttered. He did not have 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He had just broken through to the Martial King realm, and he had already used up all his best-grade spirit crystals to refine his vital essence. Moreover, even if he had not used all of them, he would not have 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. He was very willing to bet with Lu Ming, but he really could not afford to fork out this sum of spiritual crystals. Chower, make a bet with him. I'll pay for the spiritual crystals. Thunder Palace Master spoke. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Xue Chao. Xue Chao was ecstatic. He took the storage ring and said, "Thank you, Master." And Thunder Palace Master nodded his head lightly, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This old man is so cunning. The other palace masters cursed in their hearts. Lu Ming, please be my witness. If I win, I'm afraid that someone won't admit it. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the few hall masters. Everyone was speechless again. Did he really think he would win? Lu Ming, you don't have to worry about this. Since the few of us are here, none of you can go back on your word. The Wind Palace Master said firmly. The other hall masters nodded. Then I'll have to thank the hall masters, Lu Ming said. Then he looked around, and his gaze landed on a young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. This person was the leader of the 4 divine guards, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang, since you're here, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming looked at Sheng Wushuang and said, You still want to bet with me? What are we betting on? Sheng Wushuang's eyes were also fixed on the sword-shaped plant. He looked away unwillingly and looked at Lu Ming. Of course it's on who will win, me or Xue Chao. I'll bet top-quality spiritual crystals on myself. I'll bet less on you, just 30,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. Do you dare? Lu Ming said with a smile. Why not? I'll bet 30,000 crystals on brother Xue's victory. Sheng Wushuang waved his hand and a huge jade box appeared. After opening it, supreme-grade spirit crystals were arranged neatly inside, emitting dense heaven and earth spirit qi. Whoa, this Sheng Wushuang actually has 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He's really rich. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, where are your top-grade spirit crystals? Take them out. Sheng Wushuang said. What's wrong? Sheng Wushuang, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Lu Ming said with a smile. How could he have 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals? There were only 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals, which he had obtained from the burly young man's storage ring. He didn't have it. He was just trying to gain something without anything. I don't think you'll dare to renege on your debt. Sheng Wushuang snorted. Lu Ming, are you done? Xue Chao said coldly. I'm done. You can start now. Lu Ming looked at Xue Chao and smiled faintly. This attitude made Xue Chao furious. Wait, I'll make you cry. Xue Chao's eyes revealed killing intent. A powerful aura burst out from his body. His entire body flashed with lightning as a powerful thunder concept exploded out. Lu Ming, I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Xue Chao let out a long hiss. His imposing manner was wild. He clenched his fist in the air, and bolts of lightning gathered in his hand, forming a sword of lightning. Thunder slash. Qila. Xue Chao took a step forward, and his lightning sword slashed down at Lu Ming. The might of a martial king was exuded in full force. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom! Lu Ming moved and kicked forward. A terrifying power spread out. The 2 forces collided, and Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. But Xue Chao didn't move at all. He's defeated. Lu Ming is going to be defeated. The difference is too great. That's right. Xue Chao should not have used his real power, but Lu Ming was completely outmatched and was sent flying with 1 move. You're so arrogant with this little combat power. I'm really speechless. A wave of discussion immediately broke out in the surroundings. Lose! Xue Chao roared, his eyes incomparably cold. He pounced on Lu Ming like lightning. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom! Boom! This time he took 2 steps. The space shook violently. The 2 terrifying forces overlapped, becoming several times stronger as they surged towards Xue Chao. Boom! A powerful force spread in all directions, and lightning flashed. Lu Ming and Xue Chao were both sent flying backward. They were evenly matched. Chapter 457. 457 Face Slapping. CSI. This time, gasps could be heard from all around. Lu Ming could actually block Xue Chao's attack. How is this possible? Lu Ming was too powerful. This was heaven-defying. Damn it, Xueqiao bellowed in anger. He felt that he had lost all face after Lu Ming blocked his attack. A martial king expert would usually crush anyone below the rank of a martial king, regardless of whether they were a genius or not. This was because those who could break through to the martial king realm were peerless geniuses. Those who were not talented would find it difficult to break through to the martial king realm. Moreover, those who could break through to the martial king realm usually had to go through at least 3 battles. In other words, even the weakest of the martial kings could only win 3 battles when they were still martial grandmasters. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also World War II geniuses who had broken through to the martial king realm, but there were too few of them. He was already a genius, and on top of that, there was the natural chasm of a martial king. It was too difficult to cross it. Now, Lu Ming had actually blocked one of his moves. It was unbelievable. A heaven-level martial arts technique. The power of Lu Ming's move is already equivalent to a heaven-level martial arts technique. The Palace Master of Fire said with bright eyes. Not bad. I didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to cultivate a heaven-rank martial art technique even before he reached the martial king realm. He's indeed very talented. Although it's barely the first stage of a heaven-rank lower-level martial art technique, it's already very rare. The Wind Palace Master also nodded. Of course, the words of the Hall Masters were not concealed and spread far and wide. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Lu Ming had cultivated a heaven-level martial arts technique. No wonder he could block Xueqiao's attack. Even among the lower-level martial kings, there were many who had not cultivated a heaven-level martial skill. Xueqiao, didn't you say that you would defeat me in 3 moves? Now that you've made 2 moves, there's still 1 more move left. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're looking for death, Xueqiao bellowed. Boom! An even more powerful aura suddenly rushed out of Xueqiao's body. True essence filled his body like a tsunami. True origin and intent realm made Xueqiao's aura reach the peak. This was the true strength of a martial king. However, this was not the end. A lightning sword flew out, extremely bright. 6 Esilavier chakras were circling the combat sword. Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. Xueqiao was going to unleash his full power. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. If you can't withstand this move, you'll die. You've brought this upon yourself. Purple electric sword of destruction. Xueqiao let out a long howl and charged towards Lu Ming like a thunder god, slashing out a terrifying sword light. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian, which had already been converted into 50% essential core, and started to circulate it crazily. Then, the wind and fire intent soared into the sky. True Dragon Strike. A 2-colored true dragon flew out with a roar. The roars of the dragon shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom! The 2-colored true dragon and Xueqiao's thunderbolt battle sword heavily collided. The Divine Guard's fighting stage let out a violent roar and kept shaking. The terrifying force and intent realm exploded in all directions. Everyone was shocked and wanted to dodge. The Hall Masters waved their hands, and a light curtain formed, blocking the force. Boom! The light on the Divine Guard's platform dissipated. A figure took 9 steps back, each step causing the platform to rumble. It was Lu Ming. As for Xueqiao, he was also forced to take 3 steps back. Heavens! Everyone was staring at the 2 figures on the fighting ring in a daze. It was obvious that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, everyone was not shocked by Xueqiao's power. On the contrary, they were shocked by Lu Ming. Xueqiao had already used all his strength, yet Lu Ming was still able to withstand it. He was only at a slight disadvantage, and even forced Xueqiao to retreat a few steps. How is this possible? Many people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. Nest, what did I just see? I'm going to witness a miracle. A half-step king can actually block the attack of a king and even push him back. This is crazy, crazy. In that case, doesn't that mean that Lu Ming already has the combat strength of a king? My god, this is too shocking. In the surroundings, many Tian divine guards were so excited that their faces were flushed red as they shouted. Even the palace masters were shocked. Wind and fire intense. This is the fusion of the wind and fire intense. Lu Ming clearly had not comprehended the intense before this. Now, he has comprehended both intense. This speed is too fast. The Wind Palace Master said in an extremely shocked manner. Cultivating two elements at the same time and being able to comprehend two types of force to the level of intent in such a short time. This kind of talent is really too shocking. The Palace Master of Fire also sighed. This was especially so for the Wind Palace Master. He recalled that he had previously advised Lu Ming to give up on the fire concept. After being rejected by Lu Ming, he was filled with displeasure and thought that Lu Ming was arrogant and stubborn. Now that he thought about it, his face was a little hot. Lu Ming used the results to tell everyone that he was not arrogant or stubborn. He had the talent to cultivate two concepts at the same time. On the side, Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy. In the crowd, Sheng Wushuang's face turned even uglier. He was the first person to berate Lu Ming like an elder. He said that Lu Ming's future was limited and he could not be compared to him in the future. However, the truth was that Lu Ming cultivated two concepts at the same time and his speed was still terrifying. He was much faster than many people who cultivated one concept. In such a short period of time, both of them had comprehended intent. This was simply a slap to his face. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Sheng Wushuang, what do you think of my wind and fire will? Lu Ming looked at Sheng Wushuang with a smile, as if he had sensed his gaze. I was just lucky. Besides, so what if I've comprehended the wind and fire essence? He's still going to be defeated. Sheng Wushuang sneered. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Lu Ming, go to hell. On the fighting ring, Xianxia roared. He felt like he was going crazy. He was a martial king, but he had been forced back by a half-step king. This was a great humiliation. From now on, he would become a laughingstock among the king tiers. Since ancient times, how many kings have been forced back by half-step kings? He would be recorded in history. Therefore, he was furious and hateful. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming, how can you stop me with your wind and fire mentality? Purple lightning, sword of destruction, kill, kill, kill. Xianxia roared, his killing intent surging like the tide. True essence gushed out, lightning flashed, and sword chi tore through the air. It was sharp and terrifying. With such a powerful battle power, normal half-step kings will be able to kill a large number of them with one sword. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary half-step king. If the wind and fire essences aren't enough, then I'll add another one. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom! Then, another essence realm of heaven and earth rushed out of Lu Ming's body. Bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. Thunder concept. As soon as the thunder concept was released, the world in all directions became silent. Space and time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at Lu Ming. Even the 5 palace masters and the 12 guardians were unable to control their emotions and widen their eyes. Chapter 458. For 58, just this bit of strength. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Then, gasps were heard. Ah, what's that? Thunder concept? Oh my god, oh my earth. Lu Ming has actually cultivated the thunder mentality, and he has successfully comprehended it. 3 intents? How is that possible? I've never seen him use the thunder mentality before. This is too heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. He's cultivating 3 wills at the same time, and he's improving so fast. How are others supposed to live? In the past, who said that Lu Ming was arrogant, conceited, and stubborn? He must have been blind. Lu Ming clearly knows his own limitations, and his talent. That's why he cultivated 3 concepts. If he only cultivated 1 concept, that would be a real stubborn and waste of talent. 2. Lower your voice. That was said by the Wind Palace Master and the Lightning Palace Master. The Lightning Palace Master even asked Lu Ming to get out of the Lightning Palace and not let him listen to the class. Oh no, he couldn't have been heard, right? But I'm telling the truth. Cough, cough. In the sky, the Palace Master of Wind coughed dryly, embarrassed. Haha, it seems like I was wrong. The Wind Palace Master laughed and did not get angry. However, Thunder Palace Master was different. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. That day, he berated Lu Ming and asked him to get out of the Thunder Summit, saying that he was not qualified to listen to his lessons and that he would not have any achievements in his life. He even used his aura to suppress Lu Ming. But how long had it been? Not only had Lu Ming cultivated the wind and fire concept, but he had also cultivated the thunder concept. This was equivalent to Lu Ming giving him a tight slap across his face. Damn it, little bastard, this old man said you're a good-for-nothing, so you should be a good-for-nothing for the rest of your life. You actually dare to cultivate to this level? You're clearly going against this old man and embarrassing me. You deserve death. You deserve death. Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely sinister. The moment Lu Ming's concept of thunder was unleashed, it shook the entire place and set off a monstrous uproar. Even Xianxia himself was incomparably shocked. He retreated a few steps and even forgot to attack. Lu Ming's aura was wild. The 3 concepts were entangled together. He held the spear in one hand and walked towards Xianxia step by step. Xianxia, bring out your full strength. I'm really disappointed that you only have this little bit of battle strength. Lu Ming berated. Lu Ming, do you think you can fight me just because you've unleashed 3 intents? Naive die. Xianxia managed to calm himself down, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill, he must kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too strong, and it made him tremble with fear. As for Qiu Changkong, his face had long since turned pale. 1,000 purple lightning sword slash. Xianxia bellowed and raised his strength to the peak. He slashed out with his combat sword, sending countless thunderbolt sword chi towards Lu Ming. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming cast the second move of the 3 wonders of the dragon god. Wind, fire, and lightning, the 3 intents, merged together and pierced out with the spear. Dragon roars were heard as countless small, 2-colored true dragons flew out and attacked the sword chi. That's right, it was only 2 colors because the thunder mentality hadn't completely merged with the wind and fire mentality. Although he did not merge them, the addition of the thunder concept still greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. Boom, boom. The lightning sword chi collided with the 2-colored true dragon and exploded like fireworks. In just a few breaths, thousands of explosions were heard. Kill, kill. With 2 loud shouts, Lu Ming and Xianxia shuttled through the surging energy tide and collided heavily. Boom, boom. The 2 of them kept clashing. The sword chi and the spear radiance shot up tens of thousands of meters into the sky, stirring the clouds. At the scene, everyone held their breath and watched the battle between the 2 in a daze. It's not enough. The pressure is not enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Although Xianxia was slightly stronger than him, it was very limited. It was very difficult for him to give him enough pressure to fuse the wind and fire forces. Xianxia, is this all you've got? Martial King? I think you're the trashiest Martial King, aren't you? If I were you, I'd just destroy my own cultivation. Lu Ming shouted, his voice filled with disdain. Everyone was speechless. Although Xianxia had just broken through to Martial King not long ago, he was definitely not the worst Martial King. One had to know that Xianxia himself was a terrifying genius. During the martial arts Grandmaster era, he was a 4-battle genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Thunder Palace Master as a disciple. Even if he was a four-time warrior of the martial arts grandmaster stage, he would not be the worst after breaking through to the martial king stage. His combat strength would not be too weak either. However, in Lu Ming's words, he was the worst martial king. Thunder Palace Master's lips trembled in anger. As for Xueqiao, he was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. From the start of the battle until now, Xueqiao knew that he was destined to become a laughingstock. However, he still had a chance. As long as he defeated Lu Ming, he could at least save some face. He gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Lu Ming, you're the one who forced me to do this. You forced me to do this." Xueqiao roared. Soon after, his finger glowed and a medicinal pill appeared. He swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! After Xueqiao swallowed this pill, the true essence in his body went berserk as if it had gone mad. It became turbulent and surged, becoming twice as strong as before. Kill! Xueqiao's eyes were bloodshot and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He held the thunder sword in his hand and charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. The strength of his primeval essence had doubled, greatly increasing Xueqiao's battle strength. Clang! Lu Ming and Xueqiao exchanged a blow. He felt a surge of violent energy surging towards him, and his body could not help but retreat. What a powerful force! Haha, this is just right. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. However, the scene was in chaos. That's an explosive yuan pill. Xueqiao actually consumed an explosive yuan pill. How despicable. Explosive yuan pill. Once consumed, one's Xianxia will go berserk and double its previous strength. However, the side effect is also very strong. After the medicinal effect wears off, one's Zhen Yuan will become impure and even become dispirited. There will be a long period of weakness, and one will need to pay a considerable price to recover. Especially for someone like Xueqiao, who has just broken through. The explosive yuan pill is equivalent to a poison pill. If it's not handled properly, the path of martial arts in the future can be considered to be cut off. He's been forced into a corner. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Thunder Palace Master, Xueqiao has already broken the rules. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master looked at the Thunder Palace Master and said with an ugly expression, "Violation? How is it against the rules?" Before the competition, there was no rule that forbade the use of external forces. Thunder Palace Master said with a cold face, You're really despicable." The Palace Master of Wind was furious, but he was also helpless. Indeed, before the competition, who would have thought of this? Who would have thought that Xueqiao would use external forces? Everyone thought that Xueqiao would win for sure. They were not worried that Lu Ming would use external forces, which was considered good. "Die, you little bastard, die." In the crowd, Sheng Wuxuan growled. This battle was not only related to his reputation, but also to 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He naturally paid special attention to it. Boom! At that moment, the battle on the fighting ring continued. With the help of the explosive yuan pill's medicinal power, Xueqiao frantically attacked Lu Ming. "Die, die!" Xueqiao bellowed. His hatred for Lu Ming seeped deep into his bones. Chapter 459. For 59, Lu Ming cheated. Of course, he was very clear about the side effects of the explosive yuan pill. He had never thought of taking it. The explosive yuan pill was meant to be used to save his life at a critical moment. However, he had no other choice because of Lu Ming. Today, he had to win. He had no way out. If he was defeated, not only would he lose all his face, but he would also lose 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. For him, 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure that he could not afford. Therefore, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. He could not wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Boom! Xueqiao wielded the thunderbolt sword in his hand and charged towards Lu Ming in an extremely violent manner. Lu Ming blocked with his long spear. Three concepts intertwined as he engaged in a great battle with Xianxia. Boom, boom. The fighting ring kept shaking as intent spread and true Yuan shot out. Lu Ming cultivated the true war dragon technique and had already reached the 9th level. He had 10 times the essential qi, although he had only converted 50% of it, and the other half was still his true qi. It was still a bit obscure to circulate, so he couldn't use his full strength. However, it was still not inferior to Xiao's true yuan. In terms of intent, the 3 types of intent combined still could not compare to one that had been condensed into an intent rune. However, with the dragon god's 3 absolutes, the difference in power would not be too great. That was why Lu Ming was able to fight Xiao. However, after Xiao swallowed the explosive yuan pill, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming was even more excited. Yes, this is the feeling. This is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He exerted the 3 concepts to the extreme. The 3 concepts intertwined together and kept clashing with Xiao. He could feel that the thunder mentality was merging with the wind and fire mentality. Although it was slow, it was indeed merging. Haha, fight, fight, fight. Lu Ming howled madly, unleashing all the strength in his body to resist Xiao with all his might. However, he was still at a complete disadvantage and was suppressed by Xiao's violent attacks, his figure constantly retreating. In the eyes of others, this was not the case. They did not know Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming is going to lose. He's completely suppressed. That's right. Right now, he's only putting up a last-ditch struggle, but he won't be able to resist for long. Once he's defeated, he'll have to face Xiao's storm-like attacks. At that time, I'm afraid he'll be defeated and killed. If I were Lu Ming, I would admit defeat right now. It's already an honor to be able to fight a king tier to this extent. In the past 1,000 years, only Yin Kuangtu from 100 years ago was able to do this. That's right. If Lu Ming can maintain this momentum, his future will be limitless. It would be a pity if he were to die in the hands of Xiao. By now, there were more and more onlookers. There were already more than 20,000 people. Even one of the 9 palace masters had come. Some were gloating, while others were worried for Lu Ming. I'm certain that Lu Ming will be defeated and killed within 20 moves. Someone said with certainty. Very soon, 20 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on, although the situation did not look good. Cough, cough. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so tough. His will to live is supporting him, but it's useless. This time, he will be defeated after another 30 moves. The person who had said that Lu Ming would be defeated and killed within 20 moves coughed a few times and made his comments. Very soon, another 30 moves had passed, and Lu Ming was still standing strong. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Lu Ming will definitely be defeated and killed within 50 moves. The man kept coughing awkwardly, but his mouth was sharp and he came to a conclusion. The people around him looked at him with disdain and kept their distance. Lu Ming did not know anything and would not pay attention to it. Now, all his thoughts were on the 3 concepts. Almost, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Boom! All of a sudden, the 3 intents let out a loud boom. Then, with a loud boom, they actually merged into one. The fusion was a success. The wind, fire, and thunder intents had finally fused together. When the 3 intents were successfully combined, the power of the dragon god's 3 absolutes would automatically evolve from heaven-grade low rank to heaven-grade high rank. In other words, Lu Ming now had the power of the 3rd stage of the heaven-level superior martial arts technique. Roar! A 3-colored true dragon flew out with a deafening dragon roar. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it was several times stronger than before. How could this be? What's going on? Xiao was shocked. Bang! Bang! The lightning sword radiance that he had unleashed with all his might crumbled like trash in front of the 3-colored true dragon. The three-colored true dragon pounced over and clawed at Xueqiao's body. Xueqiao let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew far away. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook and his body rushed out. The long spear lashed out and hit Xueqiao's body. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and Xueqiao's body was sent flying along the fighting ring. After flying for over 1,000 meters, he lay on the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched nonstop, and he was already half dead. In the audience, everyone's eyes were about to explode. They were tongue-tied and looked on in a daze. Hey, was I hallucinating because I was staring at you? I actually saw Lu Ming suddenly explode and beat Xueqiao half to death. Don't you think it's funny? No way. You saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. It can't be true, right? One was seeing things, two were seeing things, but not all three. I fucking saw it too. Nest, no way. Is this real? Are we dreaming? Lu Ming suddenly exploded and won? How is this possible? How is this possible? That's right. He was clearly being suppressed earlier. How did he suddenly win? Could he be cheating? Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. It was simply incomprehensible. In the end, he could only think that Lu Ming had cheated. Cheating? Lu Ming, you bastard. You're despicable. How dare you cheat in the middle of a great battle? Xiao Changkong flew out and shouted hysterically. Lu Ming had actually defeated Xueqiao, a king. Xiao Changkong could finally accept this. Idiot! Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Xiao Changkong. What did you just say? You cheated, but you don't allow others to talk about it? Preposterous? Tell me, what method did you use to cheat? Tell me the truth. There are so many people here, including the various palace masters. How can you be so presumptuous? Xiao Changkong roared. Xiao Changkong, don't go too far. Even Xueqiao was able to use the explosive yuan pill, so it wouldn't be too much even if Brother Lu used some tricks. Jian Fengyun flew out from the crowd and shouted. In his heart, he was inclined to believe that Lu Ming had used some means. However, if Xueqiao could use the explosive yuan pill, why couldn't Lu Ming use some means? He's definitely not using any ordinary means. It's a despicable and shameless method. Xiao Changkong refused to let go of Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming, this battle doesn't count. Our bet is off. Sheng Wushuang also shouted. Cancel it. Sheng Wushuang, you want to renege on your debt after losing? Do you think you can deny it? Hand over the best spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked at Sheng Wushuang coldly. Chapter 460. 460 fainting from anger, vomiting blood. Sheng Wushuang's face changed as he shouted. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You were the one who used improper means first. Nonsense. Die. Lu Ming shouted. He moved and clawed at Sheng Wushuang. Today I have to hand it over even if I don't want to. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. You? Lu Ming, don't think that I'm afraid of you. It's just a cheating method. Kill. Sheng Wushuang roared as a shocking aura exploded from his body. Sheng Wushuang was very close to the martial king realm. Whether it was the refinement of his vital essence or the comprehension of his will, he was very close to the martial king realm. In particular, his combat strength was also very terrifying. He had actually reached the level of a 5-battle genius. The sword-shaped mark between his brows glowed, and an iron sword flew out into Sheng Wushuang's hand. With a slash of the sword, a vast sword gleam filled the world and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. 3 types of concepts were entwined around Lu Ming's claws. The power was terrifying. The sword gleam that Sheng Wushuang had slashed out was like a bubble in Lu Ming's hands. He crushed it with a pinch. Lu Ming's claw did not stop moving. He grabbed Sheng Wushuang's neck. With a squeeze, majestic vital essence and the wind, fire, and thunder concepts gushed into Sheng Wushuang. He could not resist at all. Lu Ming grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up like a chick. Bang! Lu Ming threw Sheng Wushuang's body onto the fighting ring like a toad. Boom! It was as if the fighting ring had been hit by a meteorite, causing a violent roar and shaking. Kacha! Kacha! An ear-piercing sound was heard. It was the sound of Sheng Wushuang's bones breaking. Sheng Wushuang's body hit the fighting ring and bounced up high. Then, he fell down again. He bounced a few times like a rubber ball before he stopped. Blood spurted out of Sheng Wushuang's mouth like it was free. The people around them felt their teeth ache and their backs turn cold. Lu Ming was too violent. He started a fight just because of a disagreement. Most importantly, Sheng Wushuang, the so-called #1 genius of the Four Heavens Divine Guards, could not even last one move against Lu Ming. He was like a real chick that could not put up any resistance. But the two of them were clearly at the half-step king realm. This was too shocking. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. Not far away, Qiu Changkong was trembling in fear. His face was drained of blood, and he almost peed his pants. Even Sheng Wushuang could not withstand a single move from Lu Ming. If they were to deal with him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. What #1 genius of the Four Heavens Divine Guards? He's just a piece of trash. How could such a trash be on par with me? Lu Ming glanced at Sheng Wushuang indifferently and said in disdain, "Puchi." This infuriated Sheng Wushuang so much that he spat out more blood. Hall Masters, Lu Ming has gone too far. He used despicable methods to defeat Xue Chao. He must be severely punished. Sheng Wushuang shouted in pain. Enough! The Wind Palace Master shouted coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but it silenced the entire place. Lu Ming, he did not cheat. The Wind Palace Master continued. Everyone was stunned. He didn't cheat? How is that possible? He was clearly at a disadvantage earlier and was about to lose. If he didn't cheat, how could he burst out with such a powerful force and defeat Xue Chao in one move? How is this possible? Sheng Wushuang shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming did not cheat, which meant that he had to lose 30,000 best-grade spiritual crystals. Are you doubting my words? The Wind Palace Master's eyes turned cold as he looked at Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang felt cold all over and shouted, "No, I don't dare to question the Hall Master. It's just that this matter is too strange. Lu Ming must give a reasonable explanation." Reasonable explanation? The logical explanation is that Lu Ming had a breakthrough during the battle. The Wind Palace Master said coldly. With that said, he looked at Lu Ming again, a gentle smile immediately appearing on his face. He was deeply amazed as he said, "Lu Ming, in the battle just now, you've successfully fused the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning, right?" The Hall Master's eyes are really sharp, Lu Ming said with a smile. He knew that he would not be able to hide this from the Hall Masters. Recently, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Then, I met this Xue Chao who wanted to find trouble with me. It just so happens that I'll use him to practice my skills. I didn't expect that I would really break through in an instant. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Xue Chao. At this moment, Xue Chao had already sobered up a bit. He struggled to get up, but after hearing these words, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, screamed, and fell to the ground unconscious. That was anger. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. It turned out that the reason why Lu Ming challenged Xue Chao was to use him for cultivation. Most importantly, it was one thing to use him for cultivation, but to make such a huge bet with him was too unkind. But at the same time, they were also shocked by Lu Ming's talent. Different intents couldn't be fused together just by a casual battle. If it were that simple, everyone would have gone to cultivate. This was all because of Lu Ming's abnormal talent. On the fighting ring, Sheng Wushuang opened his mouth but could not squeeze out a word. What about me? Where are the spirit crystals? Take them out quickly. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Lu Ming walked to Sheng Wushuang's side and looked down at him. Sheng Wushuang was on the verge of tears as his lips trembled. 30,000 spiritual crystals was almost all of his wealth. He had saved it to refine his vital essence and break through to the martial king realm. How could he bear to do that? Previously, he agreed to bet with Lu Ming because he thought that he would definitely win. He could earn 30,000 spirit crystals for free. Why not? If he had known that he would lose, he would not have gambled. He looked at the various palace masters in the sky with a pleading look. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Give it. The Wind Palace Master said coldly. Sheng Wushuang's body trembled even more. He took out the jade box unwillingly and stared at it with a reluctant look. Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand and took the jade box away. He scanned it with his mind and found exactly 30,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, not a single piece missing. It's only 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. It's not a big deal. Do you have to put on such an expression? Lu Ming said casually and kept the jade box in the supreme shrine happily. He felt extremely comfortable. Sheng Wushuang was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and his body trembled. Lu Ming's words were too infuriating. What did he mean by what a big deal? That was 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals, not 30,000 lower spiritual crystals. Sheng Wushuang's face was pale, and he was in a state of extreme sadness. In the past, he was so high and mighty. He looked as if he was giving advice to the world, and gave Lu Ming advice like an elder giving advice to a junior. He said that Lu Ming was not worthy to be his opponent in the future, and that his achievements would be limited if he cultivated several concepts at the same time. But how long had it been? In front of Lu Ming, he was like a pug that could be toyed with at will. Now that he thought about it, his expression back then was simply comical. Chapter 461. 461, Chapter 461, Everyone wants to take a disciple. Now that he thought about it, his expression back then was simply comical. Lu Ming was not someone he could guide. How could he be compared to her? Back then, he said that the gap between him and Lu Ming would grow wider and wider. He was right. It was just that Lu Ming was far ahead of him. Everyone looked at Sheng Wushuang and shook their heads. Sheng Wushuang was just born at the wrong time. It was not that he was not strong, but Lu Ming was too strong. Lu Ming glanced at Sheng Wushuang indifferently and then turned away. He moved and appeared in front of Xue Chao. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Xue Chao has already been defeated. Do you dare to make another move? In the sky, Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Who said I'm going to continue? I just want to get the prize for my win. Lu Ming smiled. Then with a flick of his finger, a stream of quintessential essence entered Xue Chao's body. Xue Chao cried out and woke up. When he saw Lu Ming in front of him, he screamed in fear, Lu Ming, you, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming was speechless. He pursed his lips and said, Xue Chao, you've lost. Hand over 80,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. Hurry up. 8, 1, I. At this moment, he even wanted to die. Previously, he had the same thoughts as Sheng Wushuang. He had agreed to bet 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals because he thought that he would definitely win. He had never expected that he would actually lose. 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. Xue Chao had never had so many supreme spiritual crystals in his entire life. This was what his master had lent him, so he definitely had to return it. His heart trembled, and he cast a pleading look at Thunder Palace Master. Thunder Palace Master's eyes flickered a few times, and he turned his head. At the scene, there were 5 Palace Masters, not just him. If he was alone, it would be easy to handle. However, with so many Palace Masters present, he did not dare to overstep his boundaries. Xue Chao, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Seeing that your master is useless, just give me the spirit crystals. The Wind Palace Master's indifferent voice sounded. Xue Chao's body started to shiver. His face was deathly pale as he took out a storage ring. It was the one that the Thunder Palace Master had given him. Lu Ming received it with a smile. He scanned it with his mind, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he kept it. Thanks, I've been lacking crystals recently. Lu Ming smiled and added. He was overjoyed. It had only been a short while, but he had already obtained 110,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. It was so easy to earn these spiritual crystals. It was even faster than robbery. Now, Lu Ming had enough spirit crystals to temper his essential core. And Xueqiao was so angry that he almost fainted. Lu Ming, are you willing to be my disciple? I won't ask you to only practice one kind of mentality. You can practice as many as you want, and I'll only be responsible for teaching you the Wind mentality. How about it? The Wind Palace Master suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect the Wind Palace Master to suddenly ask him to be his disciple here. Lu Ming, I'm willing to take you in as my disciple. Are you willing to be my disciple? My conditions are the same as Old Man Feng's. I won't restrict you from cultivating any other intent. I'll only teach you the intent of fire. At this moment, the Palace Master of Fire also spoke. The others were shocked. They all looked at Lu Ming in a daze, their faces filled with envy. The Wind Palace Master and the Fire Palace Master had actually spoken at the same time, wanting to take Lu Ming as their disciple. Furthermore, they would not interfere with his cultivation of other intents. In other words, Lu Ming could have a few people as his masters at the same time. In this way, Lu Ming would be able to acknowledge the Wind and Fire Palace Masters as his masters at the same time. How could they not be envious? It was extremely difficult for ordinary geniuses to acknowledge a Hall Master as their master. However, there were actually a few Hall Masters who wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple. However, on second thought, it was normal. The talent that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. His future was limitless. If they could take him in as their disciple, their line would definitely flourish in the future. Besides, the Palace Master of Gold and the Palace Master of Earth were also very tempted. Unfortunately, the concepts that they cultivated were not in line with Lu Ming's. Naturally, they could not take Lu Ming as their disciple. They could only look at the Wind and Fire Palace Masters with envy. Look, even Lu Ming is stunned. He must be so happy that he is stunned, right? So people said sourly. At this moment, Lu Ming was not in a daze. He was thinking and hesitating. Yes, Lu Ming was hesitating. The benefits of being able to acknowledge the two Hall Masters as his masters were self-evident. Not only did he have two more powerful backers, but if he could get guidance from the two Hall Masters on the Wind and Fire concepts, he would definitely be able to avoid many detours. Lu Ming was very tempted by these 2 points. However, Lu Ming had some concerns. Lu Ming had too many secrets. Not only did he cultivate God-level cultivation techniques, but he also had God-level martial techniques, the bloodline of the 9 dragons, and even the Supreme Shrine. There were some secrets that couldn't be seen through, but if he were to acknowledge them as his master and spend time with them, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters wouldn't notice if they were too close. At that time, these secrets would be exposed, and he would be in danger. As long as he exposed even one of them, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters would not have evil intentions and kill him to take his treasures. Lu Ming had to consider this. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Wind Fire Palace Master. Thank you, Hall Masters, for your kindness. However, I once had a master and I swore that I would never take anyone else as my master. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lu Ming made up a reason at the last minute. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and clamored. What? Lu Ming actually rejected it. He actually rejected it? Nest, I didn't hear wrong, did I? The 2 Hall Masters want to take him as a disciple at the same time and don't interfere with his other intent realms. Isn't this too infuriating? Heavens, he doesn't want this opportunity. Give it to me, just give me half of it. Many people shouted. However, no one said that Lu Ming was arrogant now. If it had been before today, If Lu Ming had rejected the two Hall Masters' kind intentions, there would definitely be a bunch of people who would stand up to scold him, saying that he was overestimating his own ability, arrogant, and did not respect the Hall Masters. But now, even if there were people who thought so, they did not dare to come out and criticize him. They were afraid that after a period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation would improve greatly, and their faces would be smack swollen. The Wind and Fire Palace Masters were stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to reject them. Lu Ming, why don't you reconsider? The Palace Master of Wind said. I'm very grateful for Palace Master Feng's favor. However, I have made an oath and I cannot go against it. Otherwise, I will become an ungrateful person who disrespects my master. Lu Ming cupped his fists again. Seeing this, the Wind Palace Master knew that Lu Ming had made up his mind and sighed. It would be a pity to miss out on such a good material. Beside him, Thunder Palace Master's eyes flashed with joy. Good. Lu Ming, if you've acknowledged Old Freak Feng and Old Freak Hoa as your masters, then things will be difficult. But now, you've actually rejected them. Haha, you're the one who's looking for death. Thunder Palace Master laughed in his heart, but his eyes were extremely sinister. Chapter 462. 462, Selling the Sword-Shaped Plant. But, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke, and everyone was in high spirits. Was Lu Ming going to change his mind? Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and the sword-shaped plant reappeared in the air. Its 9 leaves, which looked like divine swords, burst with dazzling sword intent, stirring the wind and clouds. The Wind, Fire, and Gold Palace Masters' eyes lit up as they stared at the sword-shaped plant. I'm willing to sell this sword-shaped plant to you, seniors, Lu Ming said. All right, haha. Lu Ming, I'll offer 120,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The Wind Palace Master immediately said. It was 20,000 more than the 100,000 he had offered previously. I'll give you 150,000 top-quality spirit crystals. This sword-shaped plant is mine, so don't fight with me. The Palace Master of Gold Palace said. Don't fight with you? Old man Jean, you wish. Let me tell you, this sword-shaped plant is mine too. The Wind Palace Master said coldly, not giving in at all. Damn it. Lu Ming, that little bastard, he wants to sell this sword-shaped plant. Damn it, this sword-shaped plant is mine. Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart, and his eyes were burning with fire. He was initially planning on how to get his hands on Lu Ming's sword-shaped plant. However, if Lu Ming were to sell it to other Hall Masters, his hopes would be dashed. He was also very interested in the sword-shaped plant. He wanted to bid for it, but he could not bring himself to do so. Even if he did, Lu Ming would definitely not sell it to him. His killing intent toward Lu Ming grew stronger. The Palace Masters were in a heated argument. Among the 5 Palace Masters, except for the Earth Palace Master, the others were all sword practitioners, and they all wanted the sword-shaped plant. Seniors, please listen to this, Junior. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke again. His clear voice could be heard from afar. The few Hall Masters quietened down and looked at Lu Ming. Hall Masters, this Junior has a suggestion. Is it possible? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, tell me. The Wind Palace Master said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Hall Masters, I don't want to sell this sword-shaped plant for so many supreme spiritual crystals. Just like the wager just now, I'll only sell it for 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. However, I'm not selling it to one person. I'll sell it to all of you at the same time. In this way, all of you can study it together in the future. Isn't that better? How many people will comprehend it together? The Palace Masters were stunned for a moment. After some thought, they nodded. I have no objections. The Palace Master of Fire said. I don't have any intent either. Old Jean, what about you? The Wind Palace Master looked at the Gold Palace Master. Since you all have no objections, I naturally have no objections as well. The Gold Palace Master also said. All right, then I'll sell it to the Wind, Fire, and Metal Temple Masters at the same time. The 3 Temple Masters only need to pay a total of 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming smiled. He had directly ignored Thunder Palace Master, which made him grit his teeth even more. Lu Ming, 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals is too little. This sword-shaped plant can easily be sold for more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the market. How about this? The three of us will each offer 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals. That's a total of 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals to buy this sword-shaped plant. Palace Master Feng said, "All right, let's do that." The two hall masters, Fire and Gold, nodded. Then, the three of them each took out 40,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, totaling 120,000 pieces, and handed them to Lu Ming. Many thanks to all the seniors. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He handed the sword-shaped plant to the three hall masters. "Haha, Lu Ming, even if you didn't acknowledge me as your master, if you have any questions regarding the creation of wind in the future, you can come to me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." The Wind Palace Master was obviously in a good mood after getting the sword-shaped plant. "Lu Ming, if there's anything you don't understand about the fire concept, you can come to me." The Palace Master of Fire laughed. The others were so envious that they were about to go crazy. Lu Ming's treatment was too good, right? Ahem, Lu Ming, if you're suddenly interested in the creation of metal in the future, you can come to me. I'll definitely teach you with all my heart. The Gold Palace Master let out a few dry coughs and said, "Hey, old Monster Gene, don't mislead the disciples." The Wind Palace Master glared at the Gold Palace Master and shouted. However, at the next moment, he thought of Lu Ming's abnormal talent and immediately shut his mouth. Who could guarantee that Lu Ming would not be interested in the creation of gold in the future? "Thank you, Palace Master of Gold. If Lu Ming wants to comprehend the creation of gold, I'll have to trouble you, Palace Master Gene." However, Lu Ming still answered with a serious look. This made many people speechless. Could it be that Lu Ming really had his eyes on the creation of gold? "Please, you've already comprehended 3 types of intent realms, all right?" Many people were already too tired to complain. Then let's go." The Wind, Fire, and Gold Hall Masters chuckled. They couldn't wait to go back and study the sword-shaped plants. With a move, the 3 Hall Masters disappeared. "Take your senior brother and come back with me." The Thunder Palace Master looked at Xianxia and snorted coldly. He stepped into the air and disappeared. Xianxia hurriedly brought Shui Chao along and left. Then, the Palace Master of Earth and the other guardians left one by one. A soul-stirring challenge rarely seen since ancient times had come to an end. "Lu, Brother Lu, it's been a while since we last met, but your achievements have been unforgettable." Jian Fengyan sighed as he flew toward Lu Ming. "Brother Jian, you're too kind." Lu Ming was just lucky. "If you're free, why don't you come to the Eastern Sky Courtyard?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming acknowledged that Jian Fengyan was a man who valued relationships and loyalty. He had also spoken up for justice just now. "Good. I have some questions about martial arts that I'd like to ask Brother Lu." Jian Fengyan's eyes flickered as he said. Then, the two of them rose into the air and flew toward the Eastern Sky Courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming left, the others also quickly dispersed. The news of this battle spread like a whirlwind. When Lu Ming and Jian Fengyan returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, they sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming took out a pot of wine, and the two of them chatted as they drank. During this period, Jian Fengyan consulted Lu Ming in detail about the problems from force to the comprehension of intent. Lu Ming had comprehended 3 kinds of concepts at the same time. He had a very deep understanding of the problem of advancing from force to concept. He told her everything he knew and his experience. After hearing this, Jian Fengyan's eyes lit up and his face lit up. He had obviously gained a lot. 2 hours later, Jian Fengyan finally bade farewell and left. "Continue to refine your true yuan." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with excitement. This time, he had obtained a total of 230,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In addition to the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals he had obtained earlier, he had a total of 240,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He was simply getting rich. Bang! Bang! Immediately, Lu Ming took out 5,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and exploded them all. He then began to refine his vital essence. As the days passed, Lu Ming's essential core percentage increased. Chapter 463. 463 The Scheme of Thunder Palace Master. 3 days later, in a large hall in the Thunder Palace. Master, it's all because I'm useless. I deserve to die. Please punish me, Master. Xueqiao knelt on the ground, his body trembling. The recovery ability of a king was extremely terrifying. In 3 days, Xueqiao's injuries were almost completely healed. However, the side effects of the explosive yuan pill weren't so easy to heal. His face was still pale, and his breathing was unstable. Beside Xueqiao stood Xianxia, who was as silent as a cicada in winter. The master of Thunder Palace sat at the very top. His face was extremely gloomy, and his body emitted waves of killing intent. You are indeed a piece of trash. You are a king, yet you lost to a half-step king. You have lost all face for your master. Thunder Palace Master's cold voice resounded. The killing intent from his body became even more intense, causing Xueqiao's body to tremble even more. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. After a while, Thunder Palace Master's voice sounded again. However, you can't be blamed entirely. Lu Ming, that little bastard's talent is indeed rare in the world. He far surpasses the average genius. I was also shocked. Master, are we just going to let that bastard Lu Ming off and let him continue to be so arrogant? Xianxia said unwillingly. Of course not. Lu Ming, that little bastard, won't live for long. Thunder Palace Master laughed eerily. Xianxia and Xueqiao's eyes lit up. Xianxia hurriedly said, Master, are you going to kill that bastard Lu Ming personally? Foolish. The palace master of the Thunder Palace berated, causing Xianxia's face to turn pale. Lu Ming, that little bastard, is very smart. A few days ago, he sold the sword-shaped plant to Old Man Feng and the others at a low price. It looked like he suffered a loss, but in fact he made a big profit. At the same time, he won the favor of the 3 palace masters. Now, those 3 old men are very fond of Lu Ming. If I do it myself, not only will I be a laughing stock, but the 3 old men will also make trouble for me. Why would I do such an unwise thing? Thunder Palace Master said. Master, how do you plan to deal with Lu Ming? Xueqiao asked carefully. It's been some time since Lu Ming joined the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. Everyone who has joined the Empyrean Sky Divine Guard for a period of time must complete a mission for the Empyrean Sky Divine Palace. This is the responsibility of every Empyrean Sky Divine Guard. Thunder Palace Master slowly said. Xianxia and Xueqiao's eyes lit up. Master, are you planning to tamper with the mission this time? Xueqiao asked. That's right. When the time comes, I will arrange a special mission for Lu Ming. As long as he dies during this mission, no one will suspect him. Even if they suspect him, they have no reason to find trouble with me. Thunder Palace Master laughed coldly. Master is wise. Xianxia and Xueqiao were overjoyed. They bowed deeply to the Thunder Palace Master. Yes, Xianxia, I know that you have an old grudge with Lu Ming. The matter in your hometown, the Blazing Sun Empire, has yet to be completely reso-levered. After Lu Ming has accepted the mission, you should return to the Blazing Sun Empire and settle the matter there. Chao, go with Xianxia and assist him. Thunder Palace Master ordered. Many thanks, Master. Xianxia was naturally overjoyed, and he bowed to the Thunder Palace Master to express his gratitude. However, in the next moment, he revealed a worried expression and said, Master, Lu Ming is a lucky guy. He can always turn danger into safety. I'm just worried that if he's lucky enough to survive and finds out that I've returned to the Blazing Sun Empire to deal with his friends and family, He'll go straight to the blazing Sun Empire to kill. Now, Qiu Changkong was terrified of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming did not die, and he knew that he had gone back to deal with his family, he would really be finished. A look of disappointment flashed across the palace master of Thunder Palace's eyes when he saw Qiu Changkong's cowardly appearance. He snorted coldly. "Are you doubting your master's arrangements?" Qiu Changkong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Your disciple doesn't dare. Your disciple doesn't dare. All right, let me tell you. I've already arranged everything perfectly. While Lu Ming is carrying out his mission, I'll think of a way to let him know that you've returned to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family. If he's lucky enough to survive and return to the Burning Sun Empire, he'll be dead for sure." Thunder Palace Master laughed complacently. It turns out that Master had already made arrangements. This disciple was overthinking. Master's strategic planning, this disciple admires. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed, and he immediately began to flatter the man. "Haha, all right, just wait for the news. As long as Lu Ming accepts the mission and sets off, you can set off too." Thunder Palace Master laughed complacently. Lu Ming was still continuously tempering his essential core. It had already been 7 days. This time, Lu Ming had been tempering for 7 days. In 7 days, Lu Ming had used up a total of 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. After spending 50,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming had finally converted his vital essence to 99%. In his body, 99% was vital essence, and only 1% was essential qi. However, no matter how much Lu Ming tempered the last 1%, there was no effect at all. As expected, I need to break through to the Martial King realm before my Zhenyuan can reach 100% completion. Lu Ming sighed. Those below the Martial King realm could not even temper their true yuan to 100%. Although it was only a difference of 1%, the difference in power was huge. 100% represented perfection. It was as smooth as 1, and there was no obstruction in its operation. 99% meant that there were impurities, and the circulation and explosion of true yuan would not be smooth. There would be obstacles. Now, as long as I can condense an intent rune from one intent, I can break through to the Martial King realm. Lu Ming pondered. As long as he could break through one of the 3 concepts, Lu Ming would be able to step into the Martial King realm. After reaching the Martial King realm, it would be easier to cultivate the other 2 intents. Let's start with the thunder concept first. Ever since the lightning cauldron flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, he felt as if he was bathing in the ocean of the lightning concept. He was constantly gaining new understanding of the lightning concept. The thunder concept had simply advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, among the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder, the thunder concept had become the concept that Lu Ming had the deepest understanding of. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and his consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the huge lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron had not been moving at all during this period of time. It was only constantly emitting a powerful lightning concept. Lu Ming immediately began to comprehend. His comprehension of the thunder concept continued to deepen, and he was getting closer and closer to being able to form concept runes. As long as one comprehended a certain intent to a certain extent, one could materialize this intent and condense it into an intent rune. In the blink of an eye, another 8 days passed. Half a month had already passed since he challenged Xue Chao. On this day, a deacon came to the eastern sky courtyard. The inscriptions in the courtyard responded. Lu Ming opened his eyes from his cultivation. Then, he walked out of the eastern heaven courtyard. Lu Ming, I'm the deacon of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's mission hall. You've been in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace for some time now. You must complete a mission for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The deacon of the Hall of Missions said. Chapter 464. 464 Contempt. So it's time for a mission. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was naturally aware of the rule that he had to complete a mission after entering for a period of time. I wonder what the mission is. Lu Ming asked. That's good. After cultivating for so long, he also wanted to go out for a walk. Lu Ming, given your ability, the mission this time is a 2-star mission. Of course, if you feel that it is too difficult, you can withdraw from the mission. However, once you complete the 2-star mission, the reward will be unusually generous. The emissary from the Hall of Missions said. Emissary, can you let me see what the mission is? Lu Ming asked. All right, the contents of the mission are in this jade token. Take a look. The emissary from the Hall of Mission waved his hand, and a jade token appeared. It flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took the jade card. With a thought, the contents of the jade card appeared in his mind. After a long while, Lu Ming nodded and said, I'll take on this 2-star mission. And NBSB. The emissary from the Hall of Mission smiled and said, Well, you're not the only one who's taking this task. There's several others. Tomorrow morning, you go to the mission reception hall in the Myriad Star City and meet them. Let's set off together. With that, the emissary from the Hall of Mission turned and left. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and thought about the contents of the mission. The so-called 2-star missions were usually completed by the 2nd-rank Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. The 2nd-rank Empyrean Sky Divine Guards were basically Martial King realm experts. Originally, Lu Ming was a level 1 Empyrean Heavens Divine Guard and should not have taken on 2-star missions. However, considering the combat strength he had displayed previously, it was normal for him to take on 2-star missions. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to take on a challenging mission. To Lu Ming, a 1-star mission was not challenging at all. Furthermore, the reward after completion was very low. It was a pure waste of time. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the thunder concept in his sea of consciousness. A day passed by quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Ming left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, he went directly to the mission reception hall. When Lu Ming walked into the mission reception hall, he saw 3 people gathered together. Of the 3 people, one was a young woman of about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite good-looking, with graceful curves, and was very beautiful. In addition, there was a skinny man in his 50s, and the last man was a burly man in his 30s. All 3 of them held a task jade card. Lu Ming took out the task jade card and channeled essential chi. Buzz! The task jade plates trembled slightly and glowed on their own. At the same time, the task jade plates in the hands of the 3 people also trembled slightly and emitted light, resonating with Lu Ming's jade plate. It's them. Lu Ming smiled and walked up to him. He cupped his fists and said, The 3 of you, are you also going to the northern Liang Mountain to investigate the extermination of the 2 sects? Not bad. The burly man in his 30s stood up and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He frowned when he sized Lu Ming up. What? The 4th person is you. You're just a half-step king. How could you receive a 2-star mission? Suddenly, the woman called out. Her tone was filled with contempt. Lu Ming frowned slightly and asked, What's wrong? I'm indeed a half-step king, so I can't take on 2-star missions? Ah, what a joke. Kid, do you know what a 2-star mission represents? A 2-star mission is a mission that can only be accepted by a martial king. The 3 of us are all 1st-level martial kings and 2nd-level Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. Moreover, a 2-star mission is dangerous even for martial king realm martial artists. You're just a half-step king realm, and you dare to take a 2-star mission? Are you looking for death? I really don't know what the Hall of Mission is thinking. Why would they assign a piece of trash to do this mission? The young woman looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and said loudly, He is the 1st level of the martial king realm very impressive? Lu Ming's face darkened and he sneered. Level 1 martial king realm is nothing, but I can kill you with 1 move. Kid, I advise you to get lost. The young woman said. All right, Huang Jing, stop talking. The burly man shouted at this time. The young woman seemed to be quite afraid of the burly man. She snorted coldly and closed her mouth, no longer saying anything. The burly man revealed a smile and said, "Little brother, I'm sorry. Huang Jing's temper is a bit short. Please don't take offense." Lu Ming sneered and did not say anything. The burly man continued, "But little brother, to be honest, this mission is really not something you can accept. Did the Hall of Missions make a mistake? I advise you to go back to the Hall of Mission and apply for a new mission." "No need. I've already confirmed this mission. It's suitable for me," Lu Ming said. "Suitable for you? Let me tell you, if you're not a king, then you're just an ant. Kid, you can shamelessly follow us, but let me tell you, when we encounter danger, we won't help you. Don't even think about dragging us down." The young woman sneered. "Hee, don't worry. I'm afraid you'll be a burden to me." Lu Ming was at loggerheads. "What's the use of sharp tongue?" The young woman snorted coldly and walked to the side, not saying anything. "All right, if that's the case, then let's set off together. But little brother, if you really do encounter danger, you'd better run away quickly. We really won't be able to take care of you then," the burly man said. "Don't worry," Lu Ming said. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's quintessential essence had been converted to 99%. His thunder mentality was also constantly improving. The strength of his combat strength had increased by another level compared to the battle with Shui Chao more than half a month ago. Lu Ming was confident that he was not weaker than some of the veteran kings. The burly man laughed bitterly and helplessly. He really did not know where Lu Ming got his confidence from. Then, the burly man began to introduce, "I'm Su Zhong." Then, he pointed at the skinny man in his 50s who had not spoken a word and said, "This is Song Ku." Lu Ming cupped his fists and nodded at Song Ku. "You know the name of the last person. Little brother, how should I address you?" Su Zhong asked. "Oh, M." When Lu Ming was about to introduce himself, he was interrupted by Huang Jing. "You don't need to introduce yourself. You won't live long anyway." Huang Hing coldly, Huang Jing said. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to introduce them and just stood aside. "All right, let's go." Su Zhong came out to smooth things over. Then, the four of them left the mission reception hall, rose into the air, and headed north of the Myriad Star City. Their mission this time was to head to the northern Liang Mountain and investigate the murder of a sect higher up. During this period of time, there were a total of 2 sects in the northern Liang Mountain. The higher-ups of the martial arts grandmaster and above were innocently slaughtered. The strange thing was that after the incident, their corpses all disappeared. Moreover, both sects had a level 1 martial king realm expert in charge. Chapter 465. 465 Chapter 465 Strange. Even with a martial king realm expert on guard, he was still slaughtered. The culprit must be a martial king realm expert. Their mission was to find the person who did it and take him down or kill him. The northern Liang Mountain was located in the northern part of the eastern part of the Tianxin region. It was a total of 13 million miles away from the Myriad Star City. However, with their speed, they arrived in just 3 days. First, they had to go to the largest city in the Bailiang Mountain area, the Bailiang City. There was a base of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in Bailiang City. There were already 2 second-rank Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards here to investigate. Their first priority was to meet up with these 2 second-rank Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards and understand the situation. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, not all of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were young geniuses like Lu Ming and the others. There were also many older members of the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. It could be said that there were people of all ages. The purpose of the selection of the DTN Divine Guards that was held every 5 years was to recruit geniuses with talent and potential and nurture them. Without a doubt, these young DTN Divine Guards were treated much better. However, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would also recruit some Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards through other methods every year. As long as one's identity was clear and one's strength was sufficient, one could join the Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guards. There were no requirements in terms of talent. On the other hand, These DTN Divine Guards were not treated as well as Lu Ming and the others. They also had lessons from the Hallmaster. They had to rely on them Slaviers to complete various missions for the DTN Divine Guards in order to obtain various rewards. Su Zhong and Song Ku were both Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Lu Ming speculated that Huang Jing should be the same as him, a genius who had participated in the DTN Divine Guard selection. Looking at her age, she should have been from the previous batch. Soon, a desolate ancient city appeared in front of them. The ancient city was very majestic and filled with the aura of time. The four of them flew in and arrived at the base of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. They also successfully met the other two Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The other two people were a white-haired old man and a bald man in his 40s. The two of them exuded a powerful aura. One could tell that they were martial kings with one look. This bald man should be at the same level as Su Zhong, a peak level 1 martial king realm. He's the strongest among us. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Brother Su, you've finally come. When the bald man saw Su Zhong, he laughed and cupped his hands. Brother Wang. Su Zhong also cupped his fists. The bald man's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest, and his expression changed. Brother Su, what happened? Why is there a half-step king realm kid following you? The bald man said. Su Zhong laughed bitterly. I'm not happy with you, Brother Wang. This little brother is also here to complete the mission. What? He's also here to complete the mission? Are you kidding me? A mere half-step king is here to seek death. Don't drag us down. The bald man shouted. Brother Wang is right. I told him to get the hell back to the Hall of Missions and cancel the mission, but he was so stubborn and insisted on following us. He's the one who's looking for death. We'll just ignore him when the time comes, said Huang Jing coldly from the side. Forget it. If he wants to follow us, then let him. Anyway, we won't have the energy to take care of him when the time comes. The bald man said and did not look at Lu Ming again. They really look down on us. Lu Ming touched his nose. However, he also knew that it was normal for kings to look down on martial artists below kings. He could not be bothered with them and sat down on a stone bench at the side. Brother Wang, how's the situation? Su Zhong asked the bald man about the situation. This time, the Sky Cloud sect and the Illusionary Sword sect were attacked. All the warriors above the martial Grandmaster realm from the two sects have disappeared. Not even their bodies were left behind. I'll take you to the two sects to take a look first, and then I'll tell you in detail. The bald man said. All right, then we'll set off immediately. Su Zhong nodded. The group of 6 headed towards Sky Cloud sect. Sky Cloud sect was built on a cluster of peaks. The clouds were misty, and the peaks were surrounded by cranes. It was a magnificent scene like a fairyland. Many palaces and pavilions were built on the peaks, and people were coming and going. Lu Ming felt that Sky Cloud sect was at least 10 times stronger than the Mystical Sword sect. Thinking about it, with a martial king in charge, it was already equivalent to a medium-sized empire. How could it not be strong? But now, Lu Ming could not sense any powerful aura in this sect. Buzz and MBSB whoosh. A few beams of light flew out from Sky Cloud sect. These were few martial arts Grandmaster realm warriors. These martial arts Grandmasters were not in the sect on the day of Sky Cloud sect's incident. That's why they managed to escape. The bald man explained. Soon, they appeared in front of the crowd. Junior greets Senior Wang and Senior Liu. The Sky Cloud sect Grandmasters quickly saluted the bald man and the white-haired elder. These 3 are also king tiers from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The bald man pointed at Su Zhong and the other 2, ignoring Lu Ming. Greetings, 3 seniors. The Grandmasters from Sky Cloud sect saluted him respectfully, their hearts trembling. To think that so many king tiers had come all of a sudden, this caused them to be extremely shocked. All right, we're going in to check it out now. You lead the way, the bald man ordered. All right, seniors, please. The leader of the Sky Cloud sect Grandmasters was a refined middle-aged man. He greeted them respectfully. and NBSB. The group followed the middle-aged man and the rest as they flew into Sky Cloud Sect. This time, our sect was unlucky. We were suddenly attacked. All the powerhouses above the martial Grandmaster realm disappeared. The elegant middle-aged man said with a sad expression. Moreover, the strangest thing is that according to the situation at the scene and the reactions of the disciples below the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the martial arts Grandmasters did not make a single sound and just disappeared. Only the patriarch of our sect, where the martial king realm experts were in seclusion, made a shocking sound and left some traces at the scene. The refined middle-aged man continued his introduction and led them to the place where the Sky Cloud Sect's patriarch was in seclusion. It was a mountain peak full of spiritual chi. However, at this time, the mountain peak almost collapsed. A deep crack appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. It was a blade mark that almost split the mountain peak in half. Everyone flew down and observed carefully. They also found some marks that looked like they were whipped by iron chains. Traces of chains, what weapon is this? Su Zhong frowned deeply. Based on this, the attacker must be a warrior king. Therefore, a warrior ascendant can't put up any resistance. However, the attacker can't be too strong either. Otherwise, the Sky Cloud Sect's patriarch wouldn't have had such a fierce fight with him. Huang Jing analyzed. But according to our disciples, the battle only took place for a very short period of time. It ended in less than a minute. After that, the old ancestor disappeared. The elegant middle-aged man added, "Yes, it's very likely that the other side has more than one king." Su Zhong frowned and pondered. Lu Ming also looked around in detail. What can a half-step king see? He's just putting on an act. Huang Jing coldly snorted. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was sick. She was always targeting him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with this woman. He was busy observing. Chapter 466. 466 The Heavenly Corpse Sect. The group observed for a while before leaving Sky Cloud Sect for Illusionary Sword Sect. The Illusionary Sword Sect strength was similar to Sky Cloud Sect's. It also had a Lever 1 Martial King Realm Old Ancestor, so its situation was similar to Sky Cloud Sect. Everyone in the sect, Martial Grandmaster and above, including the Martial King Realm Patriarch, had disappeared. Even their bodies had not been found. The traces left at the scene were similar to Sky Cloud Sect's. Su Zhong and the others frowned. This situation was really strange. There might be 2 or more martial kings on the other side. We have to be careful, Su Zhong said in a deep voice. He then looked at the bald man and asked, Brother Wang, have you found anything after a few days of investigation? Of course we have. We have already predicted their next target. The bald man smiled proudly. What? This is great. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others were overjoyed. Based on my estimation, the enemy's next target will be the Black Lion Hall in a few days. The Black Lion Hall is a sect that's about as powerful as the Sky Cloud Sect and the Illusionary Sword Sect. They only have 1 Lever 1 Martial King Realm Expert. We just have to wait for them to make their move. Once they've succeeded, we'll follow them to their lair and wipe them out. The bald man said, Brother Wang, that's a good idea. Let's do it this way. We can't delay any further. We'll set off immediately and set up an ambush around the Black Lion Hall, waiting for them to take the bait. Su Zhong said. The group of 6 headed toward the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall was located in a huge mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked like a ferocious lion. From the mountain range, the roars of lions could be heard, shaking the surrounding area. The 6 of them found a hidden valley in the Black Lion Mountain range to hide in and waited quietly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the crown of a huge tree. He hid himself with the help of the branches and leaves. At the same time, he restrained his aura, making him look like a piece of deadwood. Lu Ming left a trace of his attention to observe his surroundings. Most of his attention was immersed in his sea of consciousness to comprehend the concept of thunder. He didn't dare to get too close to the thunder cauldron. The closer he got, the stronger the thunder intent would be, but the more pressure he would feel. It would be very dangerous. If he didn't handle it well, his mind and soul might be destroyed. Just like that, a day passed without any movement. The next day, there was no movement. The next day, late at night, woo-woo. Suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew in the world, and it was bone-chilling. "They're here." The bald man pointed to the sky and said excitedly. Of course, his voice was very low, so that only the few of them could hear it. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the distance, a mass of dark clouds floated over. In the dark clouds, there was a black shadow that was faintly visible. "What is in the dark clouds? It doesn't look like a human figure," Huang Jing said. The dark cloud was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was above the Black Lion Mountains. It was soundless, and if it weren't for their high cultivation, they wouldn't have noticed it. When they arrived above the Black Lion Mountain range, the dark clouds finally dispersed, revealing the object inside. "What is this?" Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. In the dark clouds, 3 coffins appeared. 3 incomparably huge coffins, each of which was at least 100 meters long. They were pitch black and suspended in the air, looking very horrifying. Buzz! The 3 coffins hummed and rushed towards the depths of the Black Lion Mountain range. Not long later, "Who is it?" A furious roar came from the Black Lion Mountain range. Then, a black lion as large as a mountain range appeared in the sky. However, in the next moment, a few black chains flew out and pierced through the void, coiling around the black lion. A few black shadows appeared, but disappeared in the next moment. Boom! Boom! Deep in the mountain range, a loud roar was heard. The entire mountain range was shaking as if there were peerless experts fighting. However, not long after, the commotion disappeared. The entire mountain range was silent, and even the roars of the demonic beasts had disappeared. Buzz! Buzz! The next moment, 3 huge coffins broke through the air and flew out of the Black Lion Mountain range, flying towards the north. At this time, the Black Lion Mountain range was filled with noise. "Grandmaster! Grandmaster has disappeared! Master! My master has also disappeared. The ancestor had a great battle with someone and disappeared." Wails could be heard from the Black Lion Mountain range. "Let's go, we'll follow them." Su Zhong's eyes flickered as he softly said. Everyone nodded and rushed into the sky. They rushed into a cloud of mist and covered their bodies with it as they chased after the 3 coffins. After flying north for about 200,000 miles, they entered a desolate mountain range. This mountain range was boundless and had no signs of life. There weren't even many demonic beasts. Moreover, the further in they went, the more desolate it became. It was even deathly silent. On the ground, some white bones were gradually exposed. Some broken weapons and armors could even be seen. This place should have been a battlefield hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It's filled with Xianxia and killing intent, the bald man said with a frown. A wasteland appeared in front of them. On the wasteland, a dark red mist filled the air. A strong wind blew, making it extremely horrifying. Who? The 3 coffins flew into the wilderness and disappeared. Everyone muttered to themselves for a moment, then immediately chased after him. As soon as they entered, everyone shivered because the wind in the wilderness was too cold. Even with their cultivation, they could not withstand it for a while. Everyone held their breath and focused. They flew in the wilderness without taking up any space and looked around. "Guys, look, there are so many coffins." Huang Jing suddenly cried out in a low voice. Her voice was slightly trembling. Lu Ming looked around and saw rows of coffins in the wilderness. These coffins were about the same size as normal coffins. They were dark and eerie. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Everyone's expression was grave as they continued forward. Very quickly, they had traveled a few dozen miles. Along the way, the crowd saw at least a few thousand coffins. What the hell is this place? Is it a burial ground? Huang Jing's face had turned slightly pale. After all, she was a woman. Although she was powerful, she was still a little afraid of these things. I guess it's a force that practices evil martial arts and is entrenched here, the bald man said. Those martial artists above the martial ancestor realm have all disappeared, dead or alive. It's extremely strange. I've never heard of any force in the eastern part of the Xianxia region that would need so many coffins to cultivate. Su Zhong said. Could it be? At this moment, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. Brother Zhong, what did you think of? Su Zhong hurriedly asked. The Heavenly Corpse sect. The white-haired old man pondered for a while and said in a very serious tone. What? The Heavenly Corpse sect? Su Zhong, the bald man, Huang Jing, and the others cried out in alarm as their expressions changed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Chapter 467. 467 Refining the Corpse. Lu Ming had never heard of the Heavenly Corpse sect before, but after entering the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it was like thunder to his ears. The Heavenly Corpse sect was an extremely terrifying and powerful faction. Like the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, it was one of the most powerful factions in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were mortal enemies. They fought endlessly and would fight to the death whenever they met. The most terrifying thing was that the Heavenly Corpse sect had suddenly risen in the past 300 years. They were expanding at a terrifying speed, continuously encroaching on the original territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had fought against it for hundreds of years, but not only did they not destroy it, but the Heavenly Corpse sect's power had also become stronger and stronger. At this point, although the Heavenly Corpse sect was still weaker than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were not far behind. However, wasn't the Heavenly Corpse sect always fighting against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in some large regions in the depths of the Eastern Barren Territory? When did it appear in the eastern part of the Tianxian region? The Tianxian region was located in the extreme east of the Divine Wilderness continent. To put it bluntly, it was on the border, but the Heavenly Corpse sect had actually infiltrated this place. Could Buck and be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Huang Jing's voice trembled a little. Her face was pale. Hee, your guess is correct. We are the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and we are the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Suddenly, a few cold and ear-piercing laughter rang out. The sound was extremely unpleasant, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. Who? Whoosh! 3 huge coffins, each 100 meters long, flew through the air. In an instant, the 3 coffins stopped in 3 different directions, surrounding everyone in a triangular formation. They're actually really from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and they're corpse guards. The faces of Su Zhong and the others were extremely grave. The Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards had the same meaning. They were the elites of their respective forces. I understand now. So you captured those powerhouses who were above the martial ancestor realm to refine them into refined corpses. Su Zhong said. Hee. Nonsense, those guys' corpses are of course used to refine into refined corpses. A cold laugh came from a coffin in the east. CAW, the use of a martial arts grandmaster's corpse is limited after all. Now that I've sent a few martial king realm corpses, I can refine a few more powerful refined corpses. A voice came from the coffin in the west. You've already discovered us. Su Zhong said. Kaka, nonsense. Detian Divine Guards. You've been investigating us. Do you think we don't know? The reason we went to the Black Lion Mountain Range was to lure you here. Hee, obediently accept your death. A cold sound came from the coffin on the east side. At the same time, the lid of the coffin opened with a click. 7 or 8 black shadows flew out from it. They were black chains. Bastards of the Heavenly Corpse sect, this is the Tianxian region, the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Since you've come here, you can all stay here. The bald man roared and pounced toward the coffin in the east. A dazzling saber radiance that was 1,000 meters long slashed out. It was as if it could split the entire heaven and earth. But dash, buzz, buzz. The black chains seemed to have a mind of their own as they pierced through the air. The 8 chains intertwined together and attacked the blade energy. Boom! With a violent vibration, the saber ray was destroyed by the iron chain, but the iron chain also flew back. You have some skill. Good, good. The stronger you are, the better. The stronger you are, the stronger the refined corpse will be. A cold and sinister laugh came from the coffin. Then, the coffin made a cracking sound, and the lid was completely opened. Buzz! A burly figure flew out from inside. This figure was more than 2 meters tall. Its face was pale and bloodless, but there was a hint of black iron in the paleness. His eyes widened in anger, but there was no emotion in them. There were black chains wrapped around its body. This is a refined corpse, not the original person, Su Zhong said in a deep voice. Hee, I didn't expect that a country bumpkin from a remote place like the eastern part of the Xianxia region would have some knowledge. The ear-piercing sound continued to ring out from the coffin. Then, a black shadow emerged. This black figure looked very thin. His body was wrapped in a black robe, revealing a pale face. His face was as pale as a corpse, but his eyes were cold. This meant that he was alive. It was said that the heavenly corpse sect warriors mainly controlled corpses. Each of them would refine at least one refined corpse, or even more refined corpses, and bring them with them. The stronger the refined corpse was, the stronger they were. He die kill. The Sky Corpse Sect's corpse guard shouted with a murderous aura. Buzz! Buzz! The refined corpse waved its arms, and the 8 chains danced wildly toward the bald man. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The bald man roared and charged at the refined corpse. Clang! Clang! Instantly, the 2 of them began to fight. The refined corpse was extremely powerful. Its strength was equivalent to that of a peak level 1 Martial King realm martial artist, and it was evenly matched with the bald man. Hee, do you think that's all I have? Come out. The corpse guard suddenly shouted in a low voice. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, 2 tall figures flew out of the huge coffin. Just like the previous one, it was also wrapped in black chains. Its face was pale, and within the paleness, there was a layer of black iron. Refined corpses. These 2 were also refined corpses. Moreover, their bodies exuded a strong corpse chi. Their aura was so strong that they had all reached the early stage of level 1 Martial King realm. Terrifying. A mere corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse Sect could actually control 3 refined corpses of the Martial King realm. His strength was too terrifying. As soon as the 2 refined corpses appeared, they pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. I'll kill them, Huang Jing coldly shouted. Her body moved and pounced towards the 2 refined corpses. The aura of the middle level 1 Martial King realm erupted from his body. Moreover, Huang Jing was not an ordinary Detian Divine Guard. She was the same as Lu Ming, a genius who had passed the previous election. Her combat strength was a level higher than ordinary Martial Kings. His combat strength was close to the later stage of the level 1 Martial King realm. Buzz! Buzz! Huang Jing's sword was like lightning. In an instant, she had struck out several hundred times. However, when the sword light hit the refined corpses, it was as if it had hit metal. There were sounds of metal clashing and sparks flying. In the end, it only left a few shallow marks on the corpses. This kind of refined corpse is similar to the golden-eyed blood corpse. They both have copper skin and iron bones, and are invulnerable. Lu Ming had an idea. Huang Jing continued to shout as she engaged in an intense battle with the 2 refined corpses. Kill the corpse guards first. Su Zhong suddenly shouted in anger and pounced towards the corpse guard, his speed as fast as lightning. Kaka, you want to kill me? In your dreams. Heavenly Corpse Claw. The Sky Corpse Sect's corpse guard sneered and pounced towards Su Zhong, stretching out a pair of thin claws and grabbing forward. Immediately, corpse chi filled the air, and the claw light slashed out like a blade. Die! Su Zhong roared in anger as he slashed out a sharp sword ray. Chapter 468. 468 Chapter 468 Surrounded. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out as the Sky Corpse Sect's corpse guard blocked Su Zhong's attack. Although it was at a disadvantage, it had indeed blocked it. The crowd was shocked. The combat strength of the Heavenly Corpse Sect was simply terrifying. Not only did they have several refined corpses with them, but even their own combat strength was extremely powerful. With the same number of people, ordinary warriors were no match for the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Fortunately, Lu Ming had heard that the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse Sect were extremely difficult to refine. Not only did they require the corpses of martial arts powerhouses, but the conditions for refining them were also extremely harsh and required all kinds of precious materials. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of refined corpses each person could control. It was said that this was determined by the strength of one's mind. If it were not for these restrictions, the Heavenly Corpse Sect would be invincible, and no other force would be able to compete with it. Buzz! The corpse guard blocked Su Zhong's attack, and its figure rapidly retreated as it let out a sinister laugh. Just as Su Zhong was about to give chase, a creaking sound came from another huge coffin. The lid of the coffin opened, and a black chain shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Su Zhong. The power of the aura was extremely shocking. Su Zhong's expression changed, and he couldn't be bothered to chase after that corpse guard. He turned around to block the chains. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive booms, Su Zhong's body trembled slightly, and the chains flew back. Roar! However, in the next moment, a low roar came from the huge coffin. A figure pounced out, chains dancing around him, and he charged towards Su Zhong. It was another refined corpse at the peak Lever 1 Martial King realm. Su Zhong's expression was grave as he engaged in a great battle with the other party. Kiki! An ear-piercing and unpleasant sneer was heard. From his second coffin, a figure wrapped in a black robe walked out. This was an old man, and with a single look, one could tell that he was very old. His face was full of wrinkles, but his face was extremely pale, just like the corpse guard from before. It was very obvious that this was also a corpse guard. Beside him was a refined corpse that was tall and sturdy. Only the white-haired elder, a skinny man in his 50s, and Lu Ming were left in the arena. Let's attack together and get rid of these people. The old corpse guard looked at the third coffin. All right, a sound came from the third coffin. Then, the lid of the coffin opened, and 3 figures walked out. One of them was clearly a corpse guard and looked slightly younger, around 30 years old. Beside him stood 2 refined corpses. The 2 refined corpses exuded the aura of the late Lever 1 Martial King realm. Hee, we'll each take 2 of their bodies. How about it? The corpse guard from before appeared beside the old corpse guard and said coldly, 2 bodies per person, sure. However, that Brad is only a half-step king. I don't want him. The old corpse guard immediately said, I don't want that kid's body either. The first corpse guard shook his head and looked at the third corpse guard. You two don't go too far. You're throwing the most trashy thing to me again. This time, I don't want this kid's body. The last corpse guard said in a deep voice. Lu Ming was speechless. They had not even started fighting, and they were already discussing how to distribute their corpses. Did they think that they were fish on the chopping board? Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were a few loud explosions. Then, 2 figures flashed. Su Zhong and the bald man retreated quickly and stood together with Lu Ming and the rest. Huang Jing, don't linger in battle. Let's gather together and charge out together. Don't let them break us apart one by one. Su Zhong said loudly. Huang Jing gritted her teeth. Her sword light burst out, and she slashed out 2 times in a row, forcing the 2 refined corpses to retreat a little. Then, she quickly retreated. Buzz! As Huang Jing was retreating rapidly, a metal chain pierced through the void and almost pierced through her. Although she managed to avoid it, she was still swept by the force. Huang Jing gave a muffled groan, and her figure retreated rapidly to the side of Lu Ming and the others. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 refined corpses at the peak of the first level of the martial ancestor realm stood in 2 directions, blocking their escape. Kaka, do you think that you can rush out by gathering together? You're really naive. The corpse guard at the front let out an ear-piercing cold laugh. With our strength, even if we can't fight them head-on, you won't be able to stop us if we want to charge out. Huang Jing snorted coldly. She was injured just now and was in an extremely bad mood. With that, he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, "Kid, no one can take care of you right now. Don't expect us to help you. You're on your own now. When did I say I need your help?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "You're at death's door, yet you're still so stubborn." Huang Jing coldly snorted. "He, who said that there are only the few of us here?" The old corpse guard suddenly sneered. "What?" Su Zhong and the others were stunned. "Who?" All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In front of them, another huge coffin flew out and flew towards them at high speed. In an instant, it was above Lu Ming and the others. "There's still more." The expressions of Su Zhong and the others changed drastically. "There's a deep pit there," the bald man shouted. Everyone looked forward carefully. In the mist, they saw a huge pit in front of them. The coffin had just flown out of that deep pit. Kacha! The 4th coffin opened, and 3 figures walked out. It was a young man in his 20s with a pale face. Beside him were 2 refined corpses. However, the 2 refined corpses had extremely powerful auras. One of them had reached the peak of Lever 1 Martial King realm, while the other was in the late stage. In an instant, the faces of Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others turned pale. This time, the other party had 9 refined corpses. Among them, there were 3 at the peak of the Lever 1 Martial King realm, 2 at the late stage, 2 at the middle stage, and 2 at the early stage. With the addition of 4 corpse guards, this force was already far above Su Zhong and the others. What do we do? I can only hold back a peak Lever 1 Martial King refined corpse. If there's another Lever 1 Martial King refined corpse in the late stage, I won't be able to break out of this encirclement. The bald, burly man said anxiously, "I'm about the same. At most, I can only withstand a peak Lever 1 Martial King refined corpse and a late Lever 1 Martial King refined corpse. Any more, and I'll be in danger." Su Zhong also said. The hearts of Huang Jing and the others sank. As for the remaining 5 refined corpses, Huang Jing could only withstand 2 at the early stage of the Lever 1 Martial King realm. The white-haired elder and the skinny man were at the middle stage of the Lever 1 Martial King realm and could withstand 1 refined corpse each. There was only 1 peak Lever 1 Martial King realm refined corpse left. Who could resist it? What to do? Moreover, this was only resistance. It was basically impossible to break through. Moreover, there were still 4 corpse guards eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Today, he was most likely doomed. Everyone couldn't help but think this. No, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Huang Jing was roaring madly in her heart. Moreover, after his death, his corpse would be refined into a refined corpse by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. This was even more difficult for her to accept. Chapter 469. For 69, I will kill. The refined corpse is completely controlled by the corpse guards. As long as we kill those corpse guards, the refined corpse is nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Nonsense. Who doesn't know this logic? But there are so many refined corpses here. How can they kill the corpse guards? It's really laughable. If you have the ability, go and kill them. Huang Jing looked at Lu Ming angrily and said contemptuously, "All right, I'll go kill them." Lu Ming took a step forward, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others were dumbstruck. "Why did you go and kill them? Are you crazy? Even if you want to die, you don't have to drag us down." Huang Jing sneered. She did not believe Lu Ming's words at all. "Everyone, I'll leave the rest of the refined corpses to you. I'll take care of the peak lever 1 Martial King refined corpse and the corpse guards." Lu Ming pointed at the corpse guard and the refined corpse, which were the last to appear. Su Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. "This fuck." Su Zhong and the others hesitated. "Just let him go. In any case, he can't help much by staying here. Since he wants to die, why don't we fulfill his wish?" Huang Jing sneered. "Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, be careful that I will cut you down first." Lu Ming's eyes glared and a cold, murderous intent flashed past. Huang Jing's face paled. For some unknown reason, her heart trembled. "Ha! Did you guys hear that? That half-step king trash is actually trying to kill us. Funny, this is too funny. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life." "Me too." The corpse guards revealed mocking smiles. "Don't waste your breath on them. Kill them and use their corpses to refine corpses. It's just right. Kill." The last corpse guard shouted. Next to him, 2 refined corpses flew out, and a strong corpse chi soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. One of the 2 refined corpses was at the peak of the first level of the Martial King realm, while the other was at the later stage. More than a dozen chains lashed out from the bodies of the 2 refined corpses and flew towards Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura completely exploded. His blood meridian burst out. At the same time, the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder rose, and a long spear appeared in his hand. True Dragon Strike. He thrust his spear forward, and a 3-colored true dragon roared as it pounced toward the 2 refined corpses. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded out as the chains were knocked back. The 3-colored true dragon didn't stop and continued to attack the 2 refined corpses. Bang! Bang! The 2 refined corpses trembled violently and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. The eyes of Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest were madly staring, almost bursting. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with dumbfoundedness. With just one move, Lu Ming had repelled 2 refined corpses. One of them was even a refined corpse at the peak of the first-level Martial King realm. How could Lu Ming have such powerful combat abilities? More importantly, Lu Ming was only a demi-king warrior. How could a demi-king warrior defeat 2 such powerful refined corpses with one move? They thought they were dreaming. Especially Huang Jing. Her face that could be considered pretty was filled with disbelief. Previously, she had been ridiculing Lu Ming and was extremely contemptuous of him. But now, Lu Ming's ability was beyond her knowledge. At such a young age, half-step king, spear in hand, and comprehended 3 intents. "I think I already know who he is," Su Zhong murmured, but his face was filled with ecstasy. "Who is it? Who is it?" Huang Jing asked in a daze. In the entire eastern region of the Xianxia region, who else has such combat strength other than the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Lu Ming? The bald man said. Lu Ming? Lu Ming. So it's him. So it's him. No wonder. Huang Jing was stunned at first. Soon after, she cried out in surprise. Lu Ming's name had spread to all the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards in the eastern part of the Xianxia region. There were not many Emperor Heaven Divine Guards who had not heard of him. The few people present had heard of Lu Ming's name. "You came here together, but you didn't know that the other party is Lu Ming." The bald man was speechless. "Ahem, I was going to ask, but I was interrupted." Su Zhong coughed a few times. Huang Jing's face turned pale. She was the one who interrupted Lu Ming's self-introduction earlier. At that time, She had thought that there was no need to introduce him to a mere half-step king. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little panicked. Lu Ming, the other party, was actually Lu Ming. He was a rare genius from the eastern region's Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, a genius who had defeated a true king while only at the half-step king realm. If she had known that the other party was Lu Ming, she would not have mocked him in that way. Now, she was filled with regret. How was that possible? How was that possible? A mere half-step king. A corpse guard let out a shout of disbelief. The other corpse guards also had similar expressions. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, and his aura was like a dragon. He waved the long spear, and a mighty spear radiance burst out. Kill this brat. The last corpse guard shouted in anger. Clang! Clang! The two refined corpses waved their chains and charged at Lu Ming. Those chains were extremely terrifying and could crush mountains. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. 10,000 dragon kill. With a shake of the long spear, hundreds of small, three-colored true dragons flew out. The two refined corpses were hit and retreated, even enveloping a few corpse guards. Damn it, let's kill him together. The old corpse guard roared and wanted to control the corpse guards to attack Lu Ming. Block those corpse guards. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to block them and buy time for Lu Ming. Su Zhong roared and pounced on a peak lever 1 Martial King Realm refined corpse. He even enveloped a lever 1 Martial King Realm refined corpse and pinned it down. The bald, burly man, Huang Jing, and the others all shouted and charged towards the refined corpses. Lu Ming's outburst had given them hope. At that moment, they naturally gave it their all. For a time, this region was completely immersed in a great battle. Lu Ming's essential core burst forth, and his long spear was like a dragon. The huge spear's radiance was like a mountain, completely suppressing the two refined corpses. When Lu Ming fought Xue Chao back then, before the three intents of wind, fire, and thunder had completely fused, Lu Ming's combat strength was already on par with Xue Chao's. After that, the three types of intents were completely fused, and the power of the three intents increased by several times. Furthermore, the three absolutes of the Dragon God had evo-levered from a heaven-level low-grade martial arts technique to a heaven-level high-grade martial arts technique, and its power had increased greatly. Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased greatly, and he easily crushed Xue Chao. During this period of time, Lu Ming's vital essence had been converted to 99%. At the same time, his comprehension of the Dragon God's three absolutes had deepened day by day. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had completely surpassed an ordinary peak first-tier Martial King realm. That was why Lu Ming could suppress the two refined corpses. Not good. Let's kill that brat together. That old corpse guard roared, extremely shocked. Kill! Kill! The four corpse guards exploded with corpse chi, and four claw lights clawed at Lu Ming. Devour! Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and the 9-dragon bloodline flew out. He opened his mouth and roared, and a terrifying, devouring power burst out. My bloodline power! My blood essence! Instantly, the four corpse guards cried out in alarm. The power of his bloodline and blood essence trembled as they were devoured by the 9-dragon bloodline. Chapter 470. For 70 Igakudo strike. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 2 consecutive steps. Boom! The violent power crushed towards the 4 corpse guards. The 4 corpse guards' bodies trembled and retreated. Gakudo Path 1 attack. At this moment, Lu Ming's body arched slightly and his spine twisted like a huge dragon. Endless power and concept gushed toward the spear. Whoosh! At the next moment, Lu Ming and the long spear seemed to have become one. They turned into a sharp spear ray and stabbed forward. Buzz! The space seemed to have been pierced by the spear tip as it began to fluctuate violently. From a distance, the space looked like a wave that had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Ripples appeared on both sides, and a clear mark appeared in the middle. This was the strongest move of the Dragon God's 3 absolutes, the Extreme Strike. It could only be used after one comprehended the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning and completely fused them together. This move had the speed of the thunder concept, the penetrating power of the wind concept, and the explosive power of the fire concept. It was known to be indestructible, able to pierce through everything. It was the strongest offensive killer move. This move was aimed at the last corpse guard that appeared. This move was too fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of that corpse guard. That corpse guard cried out in fear and wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. He could only stretch out that deathly white claw and block in front of him. Pucci. His steel-like claws were pierced through like tofu. Then, the spear went through the man's forehead. Buzz! Then, with a shake of the long spear, the force exploded and the opponent's body was torn into pieces. He was dead. A powerful corpse guard had died, just like that, killed by Lu Ming with one shot. This corpse guard's combat strength was definitely not weaker than a late-stage Lever 1 Martial King realm. However, it was killed by Lu Ming just like that. If not for the fact that they were in the middle of a huge battle, Su Zhong and the rest would have been stunned. Even so, they were tongue-tied and shocked. This was especially so for Huang Jing. She was almost scared out of her wits. At the thought of how she had ridiculed Lu Ming previously, she would be done for if Lu Ming shot her in the same manner. As soon as the corpse guard died, the 2 refined corpses that were fighting Lu Ming stopped in the air like 2 puppets, not moving at all. Not good. Gather the refined corpses to defend. The remaining 3 corpse guards were simply scared out of their wits as they frantically shouted, desperately trying to recall their own refined corpses to defend. Stop them! Stop these refined corpses! Su Zhong roared as he used all his strength to hold the 2 refined corpses back. The others were the same. They fought with all their might to hold back the refined corpses so that they couldn't go back to defend. Damn it, damn it! The 3 corpse guards roared and retreated frantically. Gakudo Path Attack. At this moment, Lu Ming cast another extreme blow. Buzz! The man and spear became one, piercing through the air and stabbing towards the back of a corpse guard. Arg! No help! The corpse guard was scared out of his wits and roared desperately. With a wave of his hand, an ancient bronze coffin actually appeared in front of him, blocking him. However, it was still useless. Lu Ming's spear ray pierced through the ancient bronze coffin and the other party's heart. The corpse guard let out an unwilling roar and then stopped breathing. The second corpse guard dead. Once this corpse guard died, the 3 corpse guards he controlled directly stopped in the air like puppets. Among them was a refined corpse at the peak of the Lever 1 Martial King realm. It had been fighting with the bald man, but now it had all stopped. You from the Heavenly Corpse sect, go to hell. The bald man didn't have an opponent, so he immediately roared and charged towards the last 2 corpse guards. In addition, there was also that skinny man in his 50s. He also had no opponents and also charged toward the 2 corpse guards. The situation had been reversed. Buzz! The demon subduing spear in Lu Ming's hands trembled slightly, as if it could not bear the burden. Lu Ming also took a few deep breaths to calm the surging essential core in his body. It's still a bit difficult to perform a Gakudo Path Attack now. It consumes a lot of genuine vitality and physical strength. Lu Ming pondered. Although the extreme blow was powerful, with Lu Ming's current cultivation base, he could only cast it a few times. Moreover, he could not unleash much of the power of this move. If Lu Ming wanted to unleash the strongest power of this move, he would have to break through to the Martial King realm and condense intent runes for all 3 intents. Also, this demon subduing spear is no longer of much use. Lu Ming looked at the demon subduing spear in his hand and thought to himself. The explosive power of a Gakudo Path Attack was too great, and it was a huge burden on the spear. Let's kill these 2 corpse guards first. Lu Ming's mind whirred. His long spear shook, and he continued to attack the two corpse guards. The enormous spear ray pressed down, and with the cooperation of the bald man and the skinny man, in just 2 moves, the two corpse guards coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and were heavily injured. "Save me, young Master Kuei, save me." The two corpse guards shouted crazily and ran towards the deep pit with all their might. "There's still people over there. Kill these two as soon as possible," Lu Ming shouted. From the meaning of the two corpse guards, there was still someone in that deep pit, and it seemed to be even stronger. For some unknown reason, he still hadn't appeared, but no matter what, he had killed 2 corpse guards first. "You want to leave? Die!" The bald man roared as he charged towards the 2 corpse guards. In addition to Lu Ming and the thin man, the 2 corpse guards could not resist at all. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear was as large as a mountain. It combined 3 concepts and pressed down. The old corpse guard screamed in pain. His body made cracking sounds as he was blasted into the soil by Lu Ming. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. On the other side, the bald, brawny man slashed out with his saber, splitting that corpse guard in half. At this point, the 4 corpse guards had all been killed. Once the 4 corpse guards died, those refined corpses all stood there like wood. Ahaha! The heavenly corpse sex disciple is finally dead. The bald man laughed. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest also heaved a long sigh of relief, as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired elder walked towards Lu Ming. However, the expressions on their faces were extremely complicated. "Lu Ming, I really failed to recognize you previously. I'm so ashamed." Su Zhong cupped his fists at Lu Ming, his face filled with shame. "You're welcome," Lu Ming said casually. Huang Jing bit her lips tightly. Her face was red from embarrassment. She looked at Lu Ming and wanted to say something, but stopped herself. She wanted to apologize to Lu Ming. However, at the thought of her previous attitude, she could not bring herself to do so. She had mocked Lu Ming for being a burden to them previously. But what was the truth? It was Lu Ming who had saved them. If not for Lu Ming, they would have been in danger. "Little brother Lu, you're much more powerful than the rumors say. Please forgive me for my previous offense." The bald man also walked over and said with a forthright smile. Previously, he had also looked down on Lu Ming and thought that he would be a burden to them. However, they now realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than what was rumored. Chapter 471. 471, Chapter 471, Shocking Change. Everyone, according to what those corpse guards just said, there must still be people from the heavenly corpse sect in that deep pit. What are your plans next? Lu Ming changed the topic. "I think we should leave this place immediately and report the situation to the higher-ups, so that they can send more powerful experts." Su Zhong's expression was somewhat grave as he spoke. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was high, he was still a half-step king. If the other party sent out a second-level martial king, they would all be in danger. The gap between each level of the martial king realm was huge. A level 2 martial king realm expert could easily kill a level 1 martial king realm expert. "I also think we should leave this place," Huang Jing said. "I don't think so." The bald man looked at the deep pit and said while licking his lips. "Oh." Su Zhong and the rest looked at the bald man in surprise. Everyone, the powerhouses of the Sky Cloud sect, Illusionary Sword sect, and Black Lion Hall, who were martial grandmasters and above, have all disappeared. They must have been killed by the Sky Corpse sect and brought their corpses here. They must be using the corpses to cultivate some kind of technique or to refine some kind of powerful refined corpse. And now we've killed all 4 corpse guards. The other party definitely heard the commotion, but still hasn't appeared. I speculate that the other party is definitely at a critical moment in cultivation. If we enter now, we might be able to kill the other party in one fell swoop, which would be a great contribution. The bald man's eyes were bright and full of fire. The Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were mortal enemies. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already infiltrated into the eastern part of the Xianxia region. If they could kill some corpse guards with high cultivation bases, the Empyrean Divine Palace would definitely reward them handsomely. Instantly, Su Zhong and the others were tempted. But I still think it's too risky. Su Zhong frowned and muttered, "Brother Liu, what do you think?" The bald, burly man's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Immediately after, Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest also looked at Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was the strongest here. Imperceptibly, his weight in everyone's hearts had also increased greatly. "I'm fine with anything." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was indeed fine with it. He had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. If he really encountered an invincible expert, he was confident that he could still escape. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes lit up and he said, "How about this? Let's go to the deep pit first and explore it. If there's no danger, we'll decide what to do next. What do you think?" "This way, it's feasible," said Su Zhong after pondering for a moment. Huang Jing and the white-haired old man also nodded. This was the safest way. Since they had already made a decision, everyone immediately restrained their auras and headed towards the deep pit. He was slowly approaching the deep pit. The pit was huge and circular, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. It was pitch black below, and there was a strong corpse chi spreading out. It was impossible to see what was down there. "What do we do now?" The first to speak was Huang Jing. "I think it's better to withdraw first." Su Zhong spoke. Clang! At this moment, the sound of iron chains clanking came from the deep pit. "Not good. The other party seems to be able to make a move." Su Zhong's expression changed. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the sound of the chains colliding in the deep pit became even more intense. It was as if there were countless iron chains flying up crazily. "Retreat! We'll retreat first." Su Zhong cried out in shock. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he planned to retreat. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold, killing intent coming from his left. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light was stabbing toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that it was like a spark, instantly approaching Lu Ming. This did not come from the deep pit, but from his side. It was one of his own. "You're looking for death," Lu Ming shouted coldly, as if he had eyes. He swept the demon, subduing spear in his hand. Boom! The sword chi collapsed, and a figure screamed in pain. He was hit by Lu Ming's spear radiance and flew far away, sliding on the ground for more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Lu Ming turned his head, his eyes cold and emotionless. It was the skinny man in his 50s, Song Ke. The one who sneaked an attack on Lu Ming was actually Song Ke. At this moment, Song Ke's body was almost blown apart by Lu Ming's spear. It was in tatters, and he was severely injured. "What's going on? What's going on?" Only now did Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others react and cry out in alarm. They were all dumbfounded. They did not understand why Song Ke would suddenly attack Lu Ming. "Why would you be on guard against me?" Song Ke shouted unwillingly as he coughed up blood. "It's very simple. From the moment you saw me, you were too calm. The others looked down on me, but you were too calm, as if you already knew who I was. Also, halfway through, you looked at me once or twice with killing intent. I'm just pretending not to know." Lu Ming sneered and looked at Song Ke coldly. "You?" A trace of fear flashed through Song Ke's eyes. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be so meticulous at such a young age. Lu Ming had noticed that tiny flaw. "Speak. Who sent you to kill me?" Lu Ming shouted coldly, his cold, killing intent enveloping Song Ke. "Haha, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." Song Ke laughed. "Damn it, Song Ke, you're so despicable. Let me kill you." The bald man was furious. He took a step forward and was about to hit Song Ke with his palm. However, the moment the bald man's palm blasted out, his body suddenly twisted and his figure turned half a circle. The surging palm force blasted wildly towards Lu Ming's chest. This was too sudden. Even Lu Ming did not have time to react. Subconsciously, the bloodline of the 9 dragons burst out, forming a powerful devouring power that enveloped him. The next moment, the bald, burly man's terrifying palm force blasted toward Lu Ming's body. The devouring power of the 9 dragon bloodline burst forth and devoured nearly 5 layers of the bald man's palm force. However, the remaining 5 layers still slammed into Lu Ming's body. Boom! It was as if Lu Ming had been hit by an archaic divine mountain. His body was directly sent flying backward, and behind him was the deep pit. Ew, what are you guys doing? Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired elder were completely stunned. They did not understand why the bald, burly man had suddenly attacked Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, go to hell. The bald man laughed crazily. At the same time, the bald man condensed his chi and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, who told you to offend the master of the Thunder Palace? You're courting death. Also, Xiao Changkong and Xue Chao are heading to the Burning Sun Empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Your friends and family must all die. Boom! The bald, burly man's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes turned red immediately. Thunder Palace Master, Xiao Changkong, Xue Chao. Damn it! Kill! Kill! Lu Ming roared in his heart. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, dozens of black chains flew out of the deep pit and wrapped around Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 472. 472, 10,000 corpse array. Dozens of black chains, each as thick as a wrist, pierced through the void like black vipers with terrifying power. Each of them was hit by 4 or 5 chains. Get lost! The bald, burly man roared as he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber radiance split the iron chains apart. Buzz! Buzz! There were also 5 chains that wrapped around Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand and formed many long spears. They flew in all directions to block the chains. At the same time, his true energy burst forth, and his body was about to soar into the sky. However, the moment his body moved, a piercing pain came from his chest. The bald man's sudden attack had caught him off guard. The bald, burly man had sneered at Lu Ming the moment they met. This made Lu Ming let his guard down. Now that he thought about it, he did it on purpose. Rise! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and forced his way up. Get down! The bald, burly man bellowed. He held the saber with both hands, and a blazing saber gleam slashed violently at Lu Ming's head. Clang! Lu Ming blocked the attack with his long spear, but his body could not help but fall. Buzz! Buzz! More than 10 iron chains danced in the air and wrapped around the bald man and Lu Ming. At the same time, a dozen more iron chains rushed out of the deep pit. Lu Ming resisted with all his might, but in the end, he was still entangled by a metal chain. Ha ha, Lu Ming, just die obediently. The bald man laughed. Let's come down together. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 to 8 spear lights shot toward the bald man. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed an iron chain. With a sudden swing, the iron chain fused with 3 wheels and shot toward the bald man. The bald, burly man roared and tried his best to resist the chains around him. He also had to deal with Lu Ming's dozens of long spears. He was in a flurry. At this moment, the iron chain that Lu Ming waved broke through the bald man's defense and firmly entangled him. Damn it! The bald, burly man was incomparably shocked and furious as he roared repeatedly. What are you shouting for? Let's go down together. Lu Ming sneered. Break! The bald man was so anxious that his bald head was covered in cold sweat. The saber in his hand slashed at the iron chain crazily. However, the iron chain was made of an unknown material that was extremely hard. The bald man couldn't cut it for a while. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, more iron chains wrapped around Lu Ming and the bald burly man and dragged them into the deep pit. Outside the deep pit, Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man had used all their strength to escape from the range of the iron chains. They had fled far away. Ho-ho! The iron chain dragged Lu Ming and the bald burly man and kept falling. No, no, I can't die here. The bald man struggled with all his might and roared repeatedly. However, he could not break free from the restraints of the iron chains. On the other hand, Lu Ming was very calm as he scanned his surroundings. Along the way, Lu Ming had encountered countless dangerous situations. He knew very well that the more dangerous it was, the more he could not panic. Only then could he find a way to solver it. The true war dragon technique in his body was circulating at full force, healing his injuries. The pit was really deep. The iron chain dragged the two of them down more than 2,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. Bang! Bang! The iron chains pulled the two of them, and they fell to the ground. Then, the chain loosened and Lu Ming and the bald man regained their freedom. As soon as he regained his freedom, the bald man quickly stepped aside and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming swept a glance at him and started to size up his surroundings. The pit was very dark, and the distance one could see was very limited. He could vaguely make out several figures sitting cross-legged on the ground in the surroundings. On each figure, there were a few iron chains that were dancing and swaying like poisonous snakes. At a glance, there were at least 100 figures. You've all fallen into my 10,000 corpse array and become my refined corpses. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. How dare you, Heavenly Corpse Sex Disciple? I'm a second-grade Emperor Sky, Divine Guard of the Emperor Sky, Divine Palace. I advise you to let me go now. Otherwise, when the experts of my Emperor Sky Divine Palace arrive, it will be the day of your death. The bald man roared. So what if you're from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? There were indeed a few people who escaped just now, but even if they reported to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace sent experts here, it would still take at least 3 days. 3 days is enough for me to complete my task and refine you all into refined corpses. The cold voice sounded again. You want to refine me into a refined corpse? Dream on. The bald, burly man roared and his body shot up into the sky, wanting to rush out. However, iron chains were flying in all directions and appeared above his head. Clang! Clang! The bald man continued to attack the iron chain, but it was completely useless. In my 10,000 corpse array, even a Lever 3 Martial King Realm Warrior can't get out, let alone a peak Lever 1 Martial King like you. Just become my refined corpse. The voice sneered. Ho-ho. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind seemed to blow in the deep pit. At the same time, a gray mist filled the air. Not good, it's corpse chi. The bald man's expression changed drastically. Don't put up any useless resistance. Turn into a refined corpse under my corpse chi. The voice laughed. The thick corpse chi immediately enveloped the bald man and Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He circulated his essential core and covered his entire body to resist the corpse chi around him. But dash! Whoa! As soon as the corpse chi came into contact with the Zhen Yuan, it began to corrode it quickly. On the other side, the bald man roared. He was facing the same result. I told you it's useless. This is the chi of 10,000 corpses condensed by the 10,000 corpse array. It can corrode one's Zhen Yuan. You can't resist it at all, haha. The voice rang out again. Damn it. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. The bald man roared again and again. He was so scared that he wanted to die. If Lu Ming had not pulled him down, why would he be in such a desperate situation? Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He circulated his essential core with all his might and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline at the same time to burst out with the devouring power. An NBSB whoosh. The corpse chi around Lu Ming had indeed been devoured by the devouring power of the Nine Dragons bloodline. It had no effect on Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming had used it very secretively and no one else had noticed. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to channel his energy to heal his injuries. However, in the eyes of others, he was channeling his energy to resist the corpse chi. Damn it, damn it! The bald, burly man continued to roar as he sat down cross-legged, channeling his energy to resist the attack. Kachachi. Lu Ming's body emitted a soft sound and was moving to recover. Given Lu Ming's current physical strength, his recovery ability was simply terrifying. In addition to the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming's recovery energy had already reached an abnormal level. 1 hour. In just 1 hour, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. Buzz. Lu Ming opened his eyes, stood up, and strode toward the bald man. Just now, he had only wanted to heal his injuries and had never thought of letting the bald man go. As if sensing Lu Ming's movement, the bald man opened his eyes and stood up in a hurry, shouting, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Chapter 473. 473 Crazy. What are you doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kill me? You're still thinking of killing me at this time? Now, we should work together and think of a way to kill our way out. The bald man shouted. In just an hour, the bald man's aura had weakened a lot, and a layer of gray corpse chi appeared on his face. No need. After I kill you, I will find a way to get out myself. Lu Ming sneered and strode toward the bald man. Cold sweat broke out on the bald man's face as he retreated. Hee hee. The cold voice came from all around, as if he was waiting for a good show. Lu Ming, you've been corroded by the corpse chi as well. I don't believe that you can kill me. If you fight me now, you'll only speed up the corrosion and bring about your own destruction. The bald man roared. You don't need to worry about this. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his fist, and a long spear appeared. Buzz! The long spear shook, and the 3 wheels burst out. The terrifying spear light was aimed at the bald man. The bald, burly man bellowed. His saber appeared, and he began to fight Lu Ming. However, he had been corroded by the corpse chi and was much weaker. He was no match for Lu Ming. With just a few moves, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. Fuck, how are you fine? The bald man let out a roar of disbelief. He realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was still at his peak. He was completely fine. Roar. Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out and collided with the bald man. The bald man screamed and spat out blood. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald man. No, don't kill me. I beg you to spare me. The bald, burly man shouted in fear. At this time, he was already seriously injured and could not resist. Just now, when you attacked me, did you ever think of letting me off? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes sharp like lightning. The bald man was stunned, and his expression kept changing. He could not wait to kill Lu Ming just now. Why would he spare Lu Ming? Now, I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming said. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. I've cultivated to the martial king realm with great difficulty. I don't want to die like this. The bald man shouted. A martial king could live up to 1,000 years, and he did not want to die like this. However, Lu Ming's gaze was cold and he was unmoved. Also, I'm a subordinate of the Thunder Palace Master. If you kill me, the Thunder Palace Master will definitely not let you off. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the bald man decided to use the hard approach. That old fogey, Thunder Palace Master. I will take his dog head sooner or later. Lu Ming said coldly. You still want to kill the Lightning Palace Master? You're delusional. I don't mind telling you that the Thunder Palace Master's backer is the Sheng family, one of the 2 great families in the Xianxia region. The bald man roared. You talk too much nonsense. Boom! Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. This step contained the power of the 9 dragons, heaven stomping steps. Pilipala. A loud sound came from the bald man's body. All the bones in his body were broken, and he lay on the ground like a pool of mud. I won't kill you. I'll just let you slowly feel yourself turning into a refined corpse. Lu Ming sneered. No, Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. If I become a refined corpse, you won't be able to escape. You won't be able to escape either. You'll become a refined corpse sooner or later. Ha. Seeing that there was no hope, the bald man laughed wildly. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He raised his head and looked upwards. Buzz! His body suddenly shot up into the sky, and he stabbed his spear towards the top of his head. A 3-colored true dragon flew out. Buzz! Buzz! Immediately, iron chains covered the sky and the sun from all directions. The chains lashed down on the 3-colored true dragon's body. There were hundreds of chains, and in just 2 breaths, the 3-colored true dragon collapsed and turned into nothingness. He could not rush out at all, and Lu Ming landed on the ground. Ha, it's useless. Lu Ming, you're dead too. The bald man laughed. Hee, turn into my refined corpses. The cold and sinister laughter rang out again. Lu Ming frowned and sat down cross-legged to think of a solution. I can't break out of this 10,000 corpse array with my current strength. What should I do? What should we do? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety. He was not anxious because of his own comfort. The corpse chi in the surroundings couldn't do anything to him. He just had to wait a few days, and the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace might come to save him. However, he couldn't afford to wait for these few days. Xiao Changkong and Xue Chao were already on their way to the Blazing Sun Empire. With Xue Chao's Martial King realm strength, the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would be no match for him. They would only be destroyed. Calculating the time, Xiao Changkong and Xue Chao should have arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire long ago. He was probably mobilizing his troops to surround and kill the Mystical Sword Sect. There was not much time left for Lu Ming. Hence, he was anxious. If the Mystical Sword Sect was annihilated and something happened to his parents, he would live in regret for the rest of his life. How do I break through this 10,000 corpse array? If I can break through to the Martial King realm now, I might be able to break through. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Martial King. It was easier said than done to break through to the Martial King realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming's thunder concept had progressed the fastest. However, there was still a long way to go before he could form an intent rune. It would be difficult to form an intent rune in a short time. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and a hint of madness flashed in them. Now, we can only take the risk. Immediately, Lu Ming focused his mind. In the next moment, his mind appeared in his sea of consciousness. The madness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified as he looked at the huge lightning cauldron in front of him. Previously, he didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron for fear that the lightning would destroy his mind and soul. But now, Lu Ming decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the power of thunder on the thunder cauldron to speed up his comprehension of the thunder mentality and break through to the Martial King realm. Lu Ming strode toward the thunder cauldron. Step by step, Lu Ming walked faster and faster, quickly approaching the lightning cauldron. Lightning flickered on the lightning cauldron, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's mind that was manifested was trembling rapidly. However, the closer he got to the lightning cauldron, the clearer the lightning concept became. Lu Ming could feel that his comprehension of the lightning concept was accelerating. Not enough. It's still not enough. It's still far from enough. Lu Ming's mind was getting closer to the lightning cauldron. In the end, Lu Ming was only a few meters away from the lightning cauldron. At this point, Lu Ming's mind trembled violently, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Let's go all out. Success or failure depends on this one move. Lu Ming's eyes were flickering with madness and ruthlessness. The next moment, he suddenly took a step forward and rushed forward. Then, he thrust his palm at the lightning cauldron. Bang! He slapped his palm on the lightning cauldron. In an instant, an unimaginably terrifying lightning concept burst forth, completely submerging Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's mind could not put up any resistance at all, and it collapsed. Chapter 474. For 74 Crossing the Martial King Ordeal. Lu Ming's vision turned black, and he did not know anything. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he regained some consciousness. However, he did not know where he was. It was as if he was floating in the endless void. At the same time, he felt a numbing sensation all over his body, as if there was an endless electric current flowing through his body. Where is this place? Lu Ming tried his best to open his eyes, only to realize that it was pitch black in front of him. He could not see anything. However, he could feel that there was an endless intent realm rippling around him. Thunder concept. What a powerful thunder mentality. I feel like I've already become one with it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately focused on comprehending the concept of thunder. His comprehension of the thunder concept had improved by leaps and bounds, and it could only be described as terrifying. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his comprehension of the thunder concept was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he had reached his limit. The next step would be to condense an intent rune. Buzz! At this moment, the world shook and Lu Ming felt his vision blur. The next moment, he saw that he was in midair and a palm had struck the lightning cauldron. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook slightly and a powerful force gushed out. Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Lu Ming retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. What's going on? Don't tell me that everything I experienced before was just a moment. Lu Ming was shocked. That was because he was the one who had slapped the lightning cauldron. If that was the case, it was truly shocking. Let's exit and take a look. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited his sea of consciousness and looked at the bald man. The bald man was still breathing. He screamed again and again as the corpse chi corroded him. It seems that not much time has passed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that too much time had passed and he would not be able to make it back to the Burning Sun Empire in time. Amazing. That lightning cauldron is amazing. In just a moment, my lightning intent realm has increased by several times. However, this kind of thing can only happen once. It was too dangerous just now. Previously, Lu Ming had almost thought that his soul had been destroyed. Fortunately, he did not know why, but he managed to survive in the end. However, even if he could survive this time, he might not be able to do so next time. Unless he had no other choice, Lu Ming would not use this method to comprehend the thunder concept. If his soul was really destroyed, that would be an injustice. Now, can I start to form the thunder concept? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. It was the aura of the pure thunder concept. Of course, it only took an instant for the thunder concept's aura to be completely restrained. Condense. Lu Ming growled in a low voice. Buzz. Through Lu Ming's 3 divine meridians, the concept of thunder seemed to be communicating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the vast great Tao of heaven and earth, there was a great Tao of thunder that resonated with Lu Ming. Threads of intent appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, and then these intent threads actually began to gather together. Soon, these intent threads gathered together and gradually formed a rune. It was a thunder intent rune. Not far away, the bald man was dumbfounded. He shouted in disbelief, condensing an intent rune and breaking through to the Martial King realm. He's going to break through to the Martial King realm. He could not believe what he was seeing. Previously, although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely powerful, It was mostly due to the fusion of three types of concepts and an extremely powerful heaven-level martial arts technique. A single concept wasn't very strong. The strongest thunder concept was still a long way from forming a thunder concept rune. However, it had only been a few minutes, and Lu Ming's thunder concept could actually condense an intent rune. This was simply unbelievable. Cheating, you're cheating. The bald, burly man roared. In this situation, the bald, burly man could only find the word cheating to describe it. Damn it, you actually broke through to the Martial King realm at this time. Damn it. The cold voice sounded again, but this time, it was filled with panic. Go to hell, a cold voice shrieked. More than 100 chains whipped wildly at Lu Ming from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky changed. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. An unimaginably powerful pressure spread out. This pressure was the pressure of the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was a necessary step for breaking through to the Martial King realm and condensing intent runes. Come on. Lu Ming suddenly stood up, and his thunder mentality burst out. It was extremely rich, and he turned a blind eye to the 100 or so chains that were whipping at him. Boom, 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 whoosh. The next moment, the world lit up. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as an arm fell from the sky and struck Lu Ming. Along the way, the iron chains were struck by the lightning and broke apart. The cold voice screamed. Come on, Lu Ming roared. At this moment, an inch-long rune appeared above his head, shining brightly. Boom, boom. Dozens of thunderbolts struck the concept rune above Lu Ming's head one after another. The concept rune trembled continuously as if it would collapse at any moment. But fortunately, when the lightning disappeared, the intent runes didn't dissipate. Instead, they shone even more brightly and became much more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his body go numb. A portion of the power of the lightning tribulation flowed through the intent runes and circulated throughout his body, tempering his physical body and true essence. Although the lightning tribulation was dangerous when one broke through to the Martial King realm, the rewards would be great as long as one could survive it. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the dark clouds rolled and the rumbling sounds grew louder. It seemed that it was angry that Lu Ming had survived one round. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It seemed to be brewing an even stronger lightning tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He moved and rushed to the side. Around him, he could see a number of figures, most likely refined corpses. Lu Ming rushed over, and the tribulation cloud above his head followed him. The range of the dark cloud also enveloped the refined corpses. Kid, what are you doing? Get lost. Quickly get lost. The cold voice screamed in panic. Hee. I'll let you have a taste of the lightning tribulation. Lu Ming sneered. The tribulation transcendence was a very wondrous moment. All living beings that were enveloped by the lightning tribulation would be struck by it. Moreover, the stronger the living being was, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation would be. However, the lightning tribulation that was directed at the person undergoing the tribulation was the same and would not change. Therefore, when others were crossing the tribulation, it was difficult for others to interfere. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, no matter how high one's martial arts realm was, they would not dare to help others cross the tribulation, because that would only bring trouble to themselves. Therefore, he could only rely on himself to pass the tribulation. At this moment, dozens of lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The number was double that of the last time. Chapter 475. 475, Chapter 475, Burnt to Charcoal. Half of the lightning was directed at Lu Ming, while the other half was directed at the refined corpses. Lu Ming controlled the concept runes and tried his best to resist. After a few dozen explosions, Lu Ming successfully blocked this wave of lightning strikes. The Thunder concept runes became even more crystalline and dazzling. However, the refined corpses were in a much worse state. The refined corpse was originally an evil thing. It was most afraid of things of extreme yang like lightning and fire, let alone the lightning tribulation, which was its nemesis. After the first wave of lightning tribulation, at least 20 refined corpses were turned into charcoal. When the cold wind blew, they turned into dust and dissipated. Damn it, little bastard, there are only 3 waves of tribulation lightning. Once the 3 waves are over, I'll tear you to pieces. The cold voice roared, full of heartache. It was obvious that these refined corpses were the corpses of the martial ancestor realm and above experts that they had killed from the illusionary sword sect and the other 2 sections. He had set up the 10,000 corpse array to refine an extremely powerful refined corpse. But now, more than 20 refined corpses had been destroyed and the 10,000 corpse array had been broken. His heart was bleeding. Oh, really? Then let's continue. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he rushed to the other side. There was also a pile of refined corpses here. The voice roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lightning bolts struck again. This time, the power of the lightning bolts was stronger than the last. Half of it was still aimed at Lu Ming, while the other half was aimed at the refined corpses. Block it, Lu Ming growled. He did not make a move to resist the lightning. He only controlled the concept runes to resist with all his might. Boom, boom. One after another, dazzling thunderbolts continuously struck the intent runes. Every time they struck, the intent runes would tremble as if they were about to collapse. However, in the next moment, they withstood it again and became even more solid. After the lightning, the intent runes still didn't dissipate. They were crystal clear and had the color of purple jade. On the side, dozens of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. Little bastard, now that the 3 waves of lightning have passed, go to hell. The cold voice rang out. At the same time, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the refined corpses pounced towards Lu Ming. Among the refined corpses, Lu Ming saw a young man in a black robe. This young man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were long and narrow, filled with a cold light. Little bastard, I'm going to refine you into a refined corpse, my puppet, and fight for me for the rest of my life, the young man said in a cold voice. Oh, really? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the black-robed young man and the pile of refined corpses. Boom, boom, boom. Above Lu Ming's head, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A terrifying pressure spread and seemed to be stronger than before. What was going on? Why is your lightning tribulation still not over after 3 rounds? No, quickly retreat. The black-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He screamed and retreated. However, it was too late for the refined corpses to retreat. With a loud bang, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky, even more powerful than before. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and unusually determined. He still did not make a move to block it. He used the concept runes to block it. The intent runes trembled violently like a candle flame in the wind. It seemed as if it would be extinguished at any moment, but it persevered. The intent runes have actually grown longer. After the lightning, Lu Ming was surprised to find that the thunder concept rune had grown longer. At first, it was an inch, but now it had grown a little. Usually, a newly condensed intent rune would be a level 1 intent rune. Level 1 intent talismans were further divided into beginner, small success, large success, and perfection. The average Martial King realm martial artist had comprehended level 1 intent realm. The 4 levels corresponded to the 4 levels of the Martial King realm. Low-tier kings usually comprehended intent runes at the beginning of the first level, and the length of intent runes was about an inch longer. The intent runes comprehended by lower-tier kings were at the first level lower tier and 2 inches long, and so on. In order to break through to the martial king realm, one's intent must first break through before one's cultivation could. Now, Lu Ming had yet to break through to the martial king realm, but his intent rune was already more than an inch long. This was extremely rare. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but the black-robed young man was roaring in anger. The wave of lightning just now had turned a large pile of refined corpses into charcoal. At a glance, there were at least 50 of them. The main thing was that the refined corpses had been too concentrated and had been wiped out all at once. "My refined corpse!" The black-robed young man screamed as his heart was bleeding. "Don't worry, there's more. Continue." Lu Ming laughed and rushed to the other refined corpses. In the sky, another wave of lightning struck down. The 5th wave. Usually, when a martial artist broke through to the martial king realm, there would only be 3 waves of lightning punishment. However, there was actually a 5th wave of Lu Ming's lightning punishment. The black-robed youth wanted to cry. Palipala. After another round of lightning strikes, a large number of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. As for Lu Ming, he made it through in the end. The concept rune grew a little longer and was approaching 2 inches in length. "You're a pervert, a monster," the black-robed youth roared. He was extremely agitated. His cultivation had reached level 3 martial king realm, and he was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming with a single palm strike. However, he did not dare to make a move now. He was afraid that the moment he attacked, the lightning tribulation would envelop him and take him in with him. He roared in his heart. As long as Lu Ming was done with his tribulation, he would have 100 vicious ways to deal with him. "Scolding me? Then let's do it together." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly took a step forward and rushed toward the black-robed young man. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" The black-robed youth was shocked and retreated frantically. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 2 steps. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared not far away from the black-robed young man. The cloud of lightning tribulation appeared above Lu Ming's head in an instant. This time, it directly enveloped the black-robed young man. No, no, no. The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically as he screamed madly. Boom, boom, boom. What responded to him was a sky full of lightning. This time, more than 100 lightning bolts struck down. Most of them were aimed at the black-robed young man. Moreover, each bolt of lightning was more than 10 times stronger than the one that was aimed at Lu Ming. "Ah!" The black-robed young man shouted madly as he tried his best to resist. However, when the lightning bolt struck, the black-robed young man was still badly burnt and gray mist kept coming out his body. It was all corpse chi scattered by the lightning. The black-robed young man spurted out blood and wailed. "Block it!" This time, Lu Ming did not simply use the concept runes to block. Instead, he held the long spear and soared into the sky, blocking half of the lightning. Bang! Bang! Bolts of lightning fell on his body. Lu Ming felt numb all over, and his muscles kept squirming. Chapter 476. For 76, Martial King Realm. Finally, the 6th round of lightning was over. However, the dark clouds in the sky hadn't dissipated yet. They seemed to be extremely furious and were rolling crazily, as if they were going to use all their strength to destroy the 2 ants below. No, no, how could this be? Why isn't it over yet? You can't do this, you can't do this. The black-robed young man was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He let out a terrified scream. However, the next moment, boom, 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 the lightning struck. This time, The power of the lightning was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Boom! In the next moment, both of his bloodlines and the wind and fire concepts burst forth. Lu Ming held the spear and kept blasting at the lightning that was falling from the sky. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled violently with every bolt of lightning that struck him. His muscles and bones trembled as if they were about to be torn apart. Some of the thunderbolts struck the thunder concept runes, causing them to twist and shake crazily as if they would collapse at any moment. Hang in there, you must hang in there. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. True dragon strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a three-colored vacuum flew out. However, it dissipated after being struck by a few thunderbolts. Then, the thunderbolts struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was struck and fell to the ground, creating a huge pit on the ground. However, the next moment, Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and continued to resist. Boom! Boom! After a few more strikes of lightning, cracks appeared on Lu Ming's body, and beads of blood seeped out. The seventh wave of lightning was too strong. Lu Ming was miserable, but the black-robed young man was even worse. He screamed again and again, and a large amount of mist came out of his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and smoke rose from his body. His body was almost shattered, and there were charred pits all over it. His flesh was a mess. Behind him, his body was almost split into two. His bones and internal organs could even be seen. Those who cultivated evil martial arts were most afraid of lightning, and it was much more difficult for them to pass tribulations than other martial artists. At this time, they were naturally in a miserable state. However, the black-robed young man was indeed powerful. His vitality was extremely vigorous. He had managed to survive this. However, his injuries were extremely serious. He had almost died. When the lightning dissipated, he flew away with all his might. A resentful shout reverberated in the sky. "Little bastard, if I don't get my revenge, I'm not a human." The voice disappeared, and the person also left. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the world returned to peace. Ho-ho! Lu Ming let out a few long breaths. The lightning tribulation became more powerful as it went on. By the seventh round, Lu Ming was almost unable to withstand it. Everyone else has 3 rounds, but I actually have 7. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, the benefits were self-evident. Lu Ming's concept runes were bright and shining like a crystal-clear purple jade. Most importantly, his intent symbol was actually 2 inches long. This was already the initial success of a first-level intent. The cultivation of intent of ordinary lower-tier kings was only at this realm. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, and his intent realm had already reached level 1 lower tier. If others were to see this, they would be scared to death. Not far away, there was really a person, the bald man. At this moment, he was not dead yet. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and shouted in horror. How is this possible? How is this possible? He had cultivated for decades, but the concept runes were only an inch long. Compared to Lu Ming, there was a huge difference. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique at full force. At this moment, it was time for the final, crucial stone inscription. After being tempered by the lightning, the essential chi in Lu Ming's body had been completely transformed into essential core. It was a 100% transformation. At the same time, the chi cyclone in his dantian began to spin crazily. The spirit chi between heaven and earth was gathering towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. However, this amount of spiritual energy was far from enough. Lu Ming waved his hand, and piles of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared in the surroundings. Explode. Lu Ming's arm shook, and suddenly dash. Bang! Bang! At least 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and endless spiritual qi gushed out. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spirit qi was constantly being transformed into essential core. The essential core in Lu Ming's body began to increase rapidly and became more robust. Now, although Lu Ming had broken through to a higher realm, the amount of essential core in his body had not caught up. Now, he had to replenish his essential core. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the true war dragon technique to the 9th level. His essential core was extremely rich, and the amount of spirit qi he needed was simply too much. The 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were used up very quickly. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. He continued to devour and refine it. The essential core in Lu Ming's body continued to increase. The aura that he emitted was also becoming more and more powerful. This was the aura of a king. Just like that, Lu Ming finished devouring 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and took out another 20,000 pieces. He did it 8 times in total. In other words, Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 160,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. What a terrifying number this was. Not far away, the bald, burly man was almost scared to death. He looked at Lu Ming with a dazed gaze and mumbled, "Freak, this is a freak. I shouldn't have listened to Thunder Palace Master's bewitchment to deal with such a freak. Thunder Palace Master, even if I didn't kill him now, you will die sooner or later." "Huh?" The bald man laughed. After a while, his aura rapidly weakened. He had died just like that. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Martial King, is this the Martial King realm? Too strong. The gap between a half-step king and a martial king is like 100,000 miles. No wonder people say that all those below the martial king realm are ants." Lu Ming could feel the vast and endless essential core in his body and sighed. His true essence was now 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, it was 100% pure. When it was activated, there was no obscurity at all. "My physical body has also reached complete grade 6. Lu Ming realized that after going through the tempering of the lightning tribulation, his physical body had improved a step further. He had reached the perfected 6th grade physical body and was only 1 step away from the 7th grade physical body. The most important thing is the intent realm. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that a 2-inch-long concept rune was floating quietly in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and grabbed at the air. Instantly, the power of lightning between heaven and earth gathered wildly in Lu Ming's palm. In the blink of an eye, a long spear completely condensed from lightning appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The lightning flickered, and the air was filled with a burning smell. Even the air was burnt by the lightning. Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the lightning spear turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of the deep pit and above the clouds before exploding. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with lightning. First-level thunder concept, initial success. So powerful! So powerful! Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. Chapter 477. For 77 the Sun Army. The first level of Intent Realm was at the initial completion. That was the Intent Realm grasped by a king at the initial completion. Of course, it was powerful. However, Lu Ming had mastered it now. How strong is my current combat power? It shouldn't be a problem to defeat a Level 2 Martial King Realm martial artist. Lu Ming pondered. In the Martial King Realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was too difficult to fight above one's level. Moreover, those who could break through to the Martial King realm usually had to go through at least 3 battles. In other words, any random Martial King would have won 3 battles when he was a martial arts grandmaster. Even those who had reached level 4 or 5 during the martial ancestor realm could not fight above their level after breaking through to the martial king realm. At most, he would be an outstanding talent among those of the same level. Those who could still fight above their level after breaking through to the martial king realm were definitely rare monsters. Lu Ming was now at the early stage of the first level of the martial king realm. With the true war dragon technique, the fusion of 3 wills, and the 3 absolutes of the dragon god, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat or even kill a peak 2nd level martial king realm martial artist. In addition to his thunder concept of level 1 lower tier, Lu Ming's combat strength would be even more terrifying. Level 3 martial king realm. I should be able to fight him, right? Lu Ming muttered. After all, the martial king realm was too unfamiliar to Lu Ming. He had not fought before, so he could not judge. If I can condense my wind and fire intent into intent runes, then my battle power will be truly strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, it wasn't something that could be done overnight. It had to be done step by step to condense the intent of wind and fire into intent runes. Buzz! The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the bald man. With a wave of his hand, he kept the bald man's storage ring. At the same time, a powerful devouring power erupted and devoured the bald man's blood essence. Xiao Changkong, Xue Chao, just you wait. This time, if I don't kill the both of you, I'm not a human. With a low growl, Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed madly towards the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the Burning Sun Empire. He refined the bald man's blood essence as he traveled. He didn't absorb the blood essence's energy and turn it into vital essence. Instead, he used all the power of the blood essence to improve his bloodline. The blood essence of a peak level 1 martial king realm martial artist was too rich. The 9 dragon bloodlines were being refined crazily. His entire body was shimmering with a blood-red light, and the 5 Esilavura chakra were constantly flashing with the Esilavura light, which was extremely dazzling. Buzz! After a long while, another chakra appeared in the body of the 9 dragon bloodline. The 6th Esilavura chakra. King level 6th rank bloodline. The 6th meridian cycle of the 9 dragon bloodline was light Esilavura at first. Then its color gradually darkened. Finally, it turned dark Esilavura like the other 5 meridian cycles before it stopped. Only then did the bald man's blood essence run out. The bald man's blood essence had increased Lu Ming's blood meridian by an entire level. If a few more of them come, will my bloodline be able to rise to the 7th or 8th level of the king tier? Lu Ming thought excitedly and then shook his head. Bloodline, the further one advanced, the harder it was to improve. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level, there was a huge gap. There were many people with 6th level king class bloodlines, but there were very few who had 7th level king class bloodlines. Hurry, hurry! Lu Ming was on his way at full speed. However, he didn't use the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, because it consumed too much vital essence and wasn't good for long-term travel. Even so, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. The endless mountains and rivers swept past Lu Ming. He was like a bolt of lightning flying across the sky. A few martial grandmaster powerhouses were flying in the sky when they suddenly felt a flash of lightning above their heads. What followed was a series of sonic booms. After that, a violent gust of wind blew in their faces, almost blowing a few martial arts grandmasters away. It's so powerful. What is that thing? It's just flying, but it's already causing such a terrifying aura? A younger martial arts grandmaster's expression changed. A king. That's definitely a king. And it's no ordinary king. It's too powerful. A white-haired old man said in a deep voice. The few of them gasped and looked in the direction that Lu Ming flew in with some reverence. Thousands of miles of land flitted past under Lu Ming's feet as he headed toward the blazing Sun Empire at high speed. However, this place was too far away from the blazing Sun Empire. Even with Lu Ming's current speed, he would need at least 5 days to get there. In the blazing Sun Empire, in the Mystical Sword Sect's meeting hall, the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Crimson Cloud Valley, Huaqi, and the others were all seated. However, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. This was because a few days ago, the omnidirectional Sword Sect had suddenly sent out an army and launched a fierce attack on the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. For a moment, the alliance army of the Mystical Sword Sect, Huaqi, and Crimson Cloud Valley was defeated and could not resist at all. The powerhouses of the major forces had also suffered heavy casualties. They had no choice but to continuously withdraw their forces. In the past few days, the Shifang Sword Sect's army had almost reached the Mystical Sword Sect. Now, the Crimson Cloud Valley had completely abandoned their mountain gate, and all of them had come to the Mystical Sword Sect to resist the attack of the Ten Directions Sword Sect. How could this be? Why did the Ten Directions Sword School's military strength suddenly become so much stronger? Ling Patian, the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley, slammed the table and roared. Most importantly, there's an additional army in the army of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect. There are a total of 100,000 people. They're too powerful. Even the blood-red scaled wolf army can't stop them. Huaqi's eyes were extremely solemn as he spoke. It's said that the army is wearing a battle suit with a sun embroidered on it. It's confirmed that they are the Sun Army from the Great Sun Mansion of the Blood Zhao Empire. Lin Shui sighed and said. The moment he said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. It's really the Great Sun family's Sun Legion. But why would the Great Sun family send troops to help the Ten Direction Sword School? Ling Patian called out. Xiao Changkong is probably the only one who can make the Great Sun House send troops to help the Ten Direction Sword Sect. He's using his identity as an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, so the Great Sun House has no choice but to give him face. Lin Shui's brows furrowed even more. Xiao Changkong, how dare he? Aren't you afraid that Lu Ming will run away? At this point, Ling Patian stopped, and a bad premonition flashed in his eyes. The others were the same. Xiao Changkong dared to attack. Could something have happened to Lu Ming? No, Brother Lu is a genius. How can something happen to him so easily? Huaqi shook his head in disbelief. However, the atmosphere was still tense. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was a fact that Xiao Changkong had led his army to attack. No matter what, we have to defend this place. Lin Shui gritted her teeth. At this moment, a figure ran in a panic and shouted, "Not good! Sect leader!" Xiao Weiyang, the sect leader of the Shifang Sword Sect, has already arrived outside the mountain gate with a group of elite soldiers. What? So fast? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Gather everyone and defend against the enemy with me, Lin Shui shouted, and everyone headed towards the mountain gate. Chapter 478. 478, Chapter 478, Arrogant. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the Mystical Sword Sect, they saw a large army with fluttering flags outside the sect. The army was divided into two groups. The first group wore golden armor and rode golden lions, looking like small golden suns. There were at least 100,000 soldiers. The Sun Army. This was the Sun Army of the Great Sun House. On the side of the Sun Legion, there were legions in blue armor. This army was the Shifang Sword School's most elite army, and there were about 100,000 people. The two armies added up to 200,000. They were so dense that they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Their momentum was so strong that many mystical sword sect disciples broke out in cold sweat. The Ten Directions Sword Sect had used these two elite armies to break through and unexpectedly arrive in front of the mystical sword sect. Buzz! When Lin Shui and the others came out, a figure rushed out from the army of the Ten Direction Sword sect. He stood in the air with an imposing aura. It was Qiu Wuyang, the head of the Ten Direction Sword School. Lin Shui, you're already at your wit's end. Hurry up and surrender. If you surrender, I might spare your life. Qiu Wuyang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Shui with disdain. Buzz! Lin Shui took a step forward and floated in the air, facing Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang, you just borrowed some external power. It's not a big deal. Lin Shui coldly said. Haha, Lin Shui, you're really naive. The winner takes all. You still don't understand this logic. You're really a blockhead. No wonder you failed. Qiu Wuyang laughed proudly. Lin Shui did not look at him, but looked at the Sun Legion. She cupped her fists and said, Everyone from the Great Sun Mansion, the mystical sword sect has never offended the Great Sun Mansion. Why did you send an army to attack us? Ha! You didn't offend our Great Sun Mansion? What a joke. 3 figures flew out from the Sun Legion. Each of them was wearing golden armor and had an extremely strong aura. All 3 of them were half-step king warriors. The one in the middle was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was extremely burly, and he was the one who had just spoken. And NBSB. He coldly looked at Lin Shui and said, Your mystical sword sect has a long history with my Great Sun Mansion. You just don't know about it. The old grudge he was referring to was the matter between Lu Ming and Yang Liuji. Naturally, Lin Shui did not know about it. She was stunned. Humph. The burly man sneered and continued. Moreover, even if there's no old grudge between you two should be annihilated as well. Who asked you to offend the geniuses of the Ditian Divine Guards? The Ditian Divine Guards. It's really the Ditian Divine Guards. Xiu Changkong, is it you? At this moment, Ling Patian flew up to the sky and stood beside Lin Shui, shouting, Haha, that's me. At this moment, a figure flew out from the army of the omnidirectional sword sect. It was Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong's eyes turned cold as he laughed. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, the Blazing Sun Empire should be unified. You guys are so stubborn. You're just asking for your own destruction. Qiu Changkong, as an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, you actually used your personal power to mobilize the armies of other empires and start a war. You violated the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. If this matter is investigated, you won't be able to escape punishment. Lin Shui said. Investigate? Ha, what a joke, just you guys. Even if you report me to the Empyrean Heaven's Divine Palace, who will listen to you? Who will pursue me, a genius Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guard who is at the peak of his power, just because of an ant from a small empire like you? It's ridiculous. Qiu Changkong laughed loudly, showing no fear. Detestable. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others all gritted their teeth in anger. But in his heart, he felt helpless. They knew that Qiu Changkong was right. They were just half-step king warriors of a few small empires. In the eyes of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were nothing. Even if they reported them, no one would pay them any attention. Qiu Changkong, don't be so arrogant. Lu Ming is one of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. If he finds out about this, he won't let this matter rest. On the mountain peak of the mystical sword sect, Hua Qi shouted, Lu Ming, I advise you not to have high hopes for Lu Ming. He's probably already gone to see the King of Hell. Qiu Changkong coldly laughed. Impossible? Qiu Changkong, you're fucking bullshitting. How could Lu Ming be in trouble? You're not dead. How could Lu Ming be? Hua Qi shouted. Hua Qi, kill. Qiu Changkong roared as a cold, killing intent exploded from his body. His aura was like a mountain, terrifying to the extreme. Half-step king, you've actually reached the half-step king realm? Lin Shui shouted in disbelief. At this moment, Qiu Changkong's aura was indeed that of a half-step king. It seemed that Qiu Changkong's cultivation had also improved greatly during this period of time. He had reached the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9, and he had also comprehended a trace of thunder intent. He was indeed a half-step king. Ling Patian, Hua Qi, Shengwan Ming, Yin Quan, and the others all had ugly expressions. Xiao Changkong's cultivation had already reached the half-step king realm in such a short period of time. This was truly terrifying. Xiao Changkong laughed coldly and smugly. He looked at Lin Shui and the others as if he was looking down on ants. Finally, he turned to Hua Qi and coldly shouted, "Hua Qi, how dare you? I'm a Detian divine guard, and you, a prince of a fallen nation, dare to scold me? You're simply courting death. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me in public to admit your mistakes. I can consider sparing your dog life. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Xiao Changkong, if you have the ability, kill me. It's impossible for me to kneel down and admit my mistakes." Hua Qi shouted coldly, not giving Xiao Changkong any face at all. "You're looking for death." Xiao Changkong's eyes turned cold. His palm was like a sword as he slashed out. Whoosh! A sword of lightning streaked across the air and slashed at Hua Qi. Fast, so fast that it was impossible to describe. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others wanted to save him, but it was already too late. "Eighth Prince, be careful." An old figure suddenly rushed out from Hua Qi's side. A vast aura arose from his body as he slashed out a blade light. However, the saber light was shattered like tofu by Xiao Changkong's sword light. Blood gushed out as the old figure was cut in half by Xiao Changkong's sword. "Royal Grandfather!" Hua Qi let out an earth-shaking roar. The person who had stood in front of Hua Qi was the last imperial uncle of the royal family. The last 9th-level martial ancestor realm expert had died, just like that. The old imperial uncle had been standing by Hua Qi's side the entire time, so he had been able to save Hua Qi's life in time. "Ah, Xiao Changkong, I'll fight you to the death." Hua Qi's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Xiao Changkong. "You, an ant-like thing, want to fight me to the death? Die." Xiao Changkong coldly snorted as another sword light slashed out. Buzz! This time, Lin Shui was prepared. The aura on her body surged, and a sword light burst out, slashing toward Xiao Changkong's sword light. Boom! There was a shocking boom, and then a figure retreated. It was Lin Shui. At this moment, his body was trembling. Everyone could see a deep wound on Lin Shui's chest, and blood was flowing out. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Xiao Changkong in shock. Chapter 479. 479, Chapter 479, Rather Die Than Surrender. Lin Shui, the sect leader of a mystical sword sect and a half-step king, had been injured by Xiao Changkong in one move. Moreover, Xiao Changkong didn't seem to be using his full strength. Xiao Changkong's combat strength was way too terrifying. Everyone from the mystical sword sect was shocked. Don't think that you can stop me just because you're a half-step king. Let me tell you, you're just an ant in front of me. Xiao Changkong looked down at Lin Shui arrogantly. Lin Shui's expression was extremely ugly, and her figure quickly retreated. At the same time, Ling Patian also followed Lin Shui, and the two of them retreated back to the mountain gate. "Activate the sect's protective array," Lin Shui shouted. "Buzz! Buzz!" As Lin Shui's voice rang out, the 5 peaks of the mystical sword Secchilan Peak, Azure Dragon Peak, Vermilion Bird Peak, Black Tortoise Peak, and White Tiger Peak started to shake slightly. Then, a beam of extremely bright light shot out from each of them. The 5 rays of light gathered and formed a huge light screen formation, enveloping the entire mystical sword sect. Within the formation, endless sword qi swam, protecting the mystical sword sect. This formation had been destroyed by the Duanmu family from the inside during the battle at the mystical sword sect. Now it had been completely repaired, and it was even more powerful than before. If you want to stop me, dream on. Xiao Changkong coldly snorted as his bloodline power appeared. At the same time, a combat sword crackling with lightning appeared in his hand. Slash! Die! Xiao Changkong shouted as he slashed out with his combat sword. A dazzling sword chi of lightning slashed at the mystical sword sect's protective formation. Buzz! The mystical sword sect's protective formation trembled slightly. With a flash of light, it formed a sword ray as large as a mountain. It flew out and collided with Xiao Changkong's sword chi. With a loud boom, the two sword radiances disappeared. Everyone in the mystical sword sect heaved a sigh of relief. With the sect protecting formation, it would not be easy for the other party to break through it. Detestable! Xiao Changkong bellowed in rage, wanting to continue his attack. Junior brother, let me do it. At this moment, a calm voice could be heard. Following that, Xueqiao stepped forward with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Xiao Changkong. Senior brother, it's great that you're here. Xiao Changkong was overjoyed. Xueqiao nodded his head and turned to look at the mystical sword sect. His eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he said, "It's just a small formation, a child's play. Who can it stop?" After saying that, Xueqiao took another step forward and appeared in the sky above the mystical sword sect, looking down at the entire sect. Who is this person? Lin Shui and the others were worried. Boom! Right at this moment, Xueqiao's aura completely erupted without the slightest restraint. A vast and terrifying aura filled the entire mystical sword sect. When Lin Shui and the other half-step kings sensed this aura, their faces went pale. A king, this is the aura of a king, this is a king. Lin Shui shouted in shock, her eyes filled with shock. How could this be? Even the king tiers of the Empyrean Heaven's divine guards have been mobilized. Ling Patian also roared. What? This was a king tier? Heavens, such a young king tier? We're finished, we're finished. The mystical sword sect was in an uproar. Countless shocked gazes looked at Xueqiao in the air. When he saw the expressions of the people from the mystical sword sect, Xueqiao only felt his entire body relax, and his heart was extremely pleased. He loved this kind of reverent expression. Just a small formation, break it for me, Xueqiao shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the endless power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth converged towards Xueqiao. A 1,000-meter-long lightning sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down at the mystical sword sect. Activate the formation, defend with all your might, Lin Shui roared. Buzz! The sect-protecting array shook violently. Endless light gathered and formed a shocking giant sword, which blasted towards the thunderbolt sword that Xueqiao had slashed out. Boom! There was a loud noise, but this time, the huge sword formed by the mystical sword sect-protecting formation collapsed instantly. The giant lightning sword did not stop and continued to slash at the mystical sword sect's protective formation. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the mystical sword sect's protective formation collapsed. Bang! Bang! 5 consecutive explosions occurred on the Qilin Peak and the other 5 peaks. Smoke and dust filled the air, and wails could be heard. This was the explosion of the array base of the sect-protecting array. Those who controlled the array were either dead or injured. Countless people from the mystical sword sect were dumbfounded as they looked at Xueqiao with incomparable fear. Oh my God, the sect's protective array has been broken. It was broken in one move. How can he be so strong? Is this the power of a king? Countless people cried out in horror. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others all looked at Xueqiao, their eyes filled with fear. It was too powerful. In front of this power, they were just ants. Not only them, even Xiao Weiyang and the Sun Legion's powerhouses looked at Xueqiao with respect. A king had already exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. Haha, what formation? He can't even block one move from my senior brother. Xiao Changkong laughed heartily. Everyone, listen up. Prepare for battle. Lin Shui shouted. What did he do at this stage? Only a battle. You guys want to fight me? You're not even enough for me to kill. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you surrender, I'll spare your lives. Who wants to surrender? Xue Chao sneered as he swept his gaze across the entire mystical sword sect. Some people's eyes immediately flickered, clearly moved. Listen up, people of the mystical sword sect. We'd rather die than live in dishonor. If we surrender, we'll be cursed for 1,000 generations. I'd rather die than surrender. Lin Shui shouted. The people of my Crimson Cloud Valley would rather die than surrender. Ling Patian also roared. The members of the imperial family will never surrender. What she also called out. Good, very good. In that case, I'll give you a few days to consider. If you want to surrender, you can come out and find me. If you don't surrender when the time is up, I'll kill you without mercy. When he said the last sentence, a terrifying killing intent burst out from Xue Chao's body and enveloped the entire scene, causing many people to shiver. Surround the entire mystical sword sect, and don't let a single person escape. Xue Chao ordered Qiu Wuyang. Yes, yes. Qiu Wuyang quickly nodded. Xue Chao then turned around and walked to Qiu Changkong's side. If Lu Ming is still alive, he'll definitely rush over once he hears the news. We'll give him a few days to come and die. Xue Chao said to Qiu Changkong in a low voice. Senior brother is wise. With master's arrangements, Lu Ming will be dead if he comes back alive. I really hope he's not dead and can make it here. Then, I'll kill his friends and family in front of him and make him regret offending me. Qiu Changkong said through gritted teeth. His face was filled with cold resentment. Chapter 480. 480 Lu Ming's arrival. They had surrounded the mystical sword sect, but did not kill them. Their goal was to wait for Lu Ming's arrival. Furthermore, Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong both hated and feared Lu Ming. They would not be at ease until they confirmed that Lu Ming was dead. Boom, boom, boom. The Sun Army and the 10 Direction Sword Sect Army spread out and surrounded the mystical sword sect. Xue Chao waved his hand, and a jade table and a few jade chairs immediately appeared. The tables and chairs were all floating in the air. Xue Chao was casually sitting on a chair. Qiu Changkong immediately took out a pot of fine wine and poured a cup for Xue Chao. He also poured a cup for himself and accompanied Xue Chao to drink while waiting. Lin Shui and the others had ugly expressions. The other party is using psychological warfare to force those with weak minds to surrender. This is an insult to us, Hua Qi said with a deep voice. The other party had a martial king and could easily crush them. However, they did not make a move. In their eyes, this was an insult to them. AI. Lin Shui let out a long sigh. Even if she knew, what could she do? His strength was inferior to others. Hold your position and wait for the situation to change, Lin Shui ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate, staring at Qiu Changkong and the others. After which, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the other higher-ups also sat cross-legged at the mountain gate. Remember, if you want to live, surrender now. Why change my mind? It will be too late. Xue Chao's cold voice spread throughout the mystical sword sect as he drank. Countless people in the mystical sword sect had different expressions on their faces. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and did not fear death. Some people's eyes flickered and wavered. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere in the mystical sword sect became more and more oppressive. I surrender. I choose to surrender. Suddenly, someone ran out from the foot of the mountain and shouted. A burly middle-aged man ran out frantically. It's a deacon from the White Tiger Hall. Damn it. After hanging out with the Duamu family for so long, they've all become traitors. A gold-robed elder roared. Ha ha. Good. I won't kill him if he surrenders. Sect leader Qiu, make the necessary arrangements. You will be a member of your Shi Fang sword sect from now on. Xue Chao laughed. Yes. Xiao Wuyang quickly nodded in agreement. I also surrender. I also want to surrender. At this moment, more people started to shout and ran outside. There were more than 10 people. Traitor! You damn traitor! Someone roared. The crowd could tell that these people were originally from the White Tiger Hall. It's good that these people have left, Lin Shui said. Then, everyone fell silent. However, the atmosphere in the mystical sword sect became even more depressing. The first day passed just like that. Other than the dozen or so people from the White Tiger Hall who had surrendered, no one else did. On the second day, the people's hearts were even more unstable. Some people were getting more and more anxious. This was like waiting for death. Who could bear it? Although Lin Shui and the rest knew about it, they had no choice. The third day, I surrender. I want to surrender. On the third day, someone finally rushed out of the mystical sword sect with a loud cry. This time, it wasn't limited to the White Tiger Hall. Even people from the other halls began to rush out of the mystical sword sect. There were bronze disciples, Esilavira disciples, and even elders. AI, Lin Shui sighed, as if she had aged a lot in an instant. Time flew by, and it was the fourth day. On the fourth day, the number of people who surrendered suddenly exploded, and the number increased greatly. I surrender. The people who surrendered joined together. There were thousands of them. There were people from the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. Damn it, traitor, damn traitor. Ling Patian flew into a rage and wished he could rush out and kill those who surrendered. However, the number of people who surrendered was still increasing. On the fourth day, nearly 4,000 people surrendered. On the fifth day, the number of people who surrendered decreased, but there were still about 1,000 people. On the sixth day, Xue Chao suddenly slammed the table heavily. It's been more than 5 days. Lu Ming is still not here. In my opinion, Lu Ming is already dead. Xue Chao said, Senior brother, why don't we wait for a few more days? What if Lu Ming is still alive? Xiao Changkong replied. He was fearful of Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? Let's take them all down first, then we can wait. Xue Chao said. Then, all right, we'll do as senior brother says. Xiao Changkong nodded. Buzz. Xue Chao stood up and took a step forward. Boom. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura burst out from her body. Who's going to fight the enemy with me? Me. Ling Patian roared. Me. And me. Shangwan Ming, Yin Quan, the other 2 half-step king warriors from the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, as well as some gold-robed elders, all responded. Their auras exploded and gathered together, stirring up a storm. Roar. With a low roar, a tall figure appeared beside Lin Shui and the others. It was the golden-eyed blood corpse. Ha! A few mere half-step king warriors, and some ants who aren't even half-step king warriors, and you want to fight with me? You really don't know your place. You're simply courting death. Xue Chao sneered. You're just a dog. How dare you attack the mystical sword sect? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. As soon as Xue Chao's voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Xue Chao and Xiao Changkong's bodies trembled violently as they exclaimed, Lu Ming, Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others also shuddered and shouted, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Everyone could not help but look towards the source of the voice. In the distant sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and flew over. It was too fast. It was simply too fast. A moment ago, he was at least a few dozen miles away, but in the next moment, he was already right in front of them. With a flash of lightning, a handsome figure appeared in the sky. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Good, we made it. Lu Ming's gaze swept across, and he immediately felt at ease. For the past 5 days, he didn't sleep or rest. He rushed like crazy and finally arrived. Lu Ming, why did you come here alone? The other party has a king. Leave quickly and report this matter to the higher-ups of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui quickly called out. That's right. Lu Ming, you should leave quickly. As the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they actually abuse their power and mobilize the Blood Zhao Empire's army. This is against the rules of the Emperor Heaven Palace. As long as you report this to the higher-ups, I don't think they will dare to do anything to us. Wuxia also cried out. The other party had a king. Lu Ming was no match for him. It was better to leave first and report the situation to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming was a member of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and his status was not something they could compare to. As long as he reported the situation, the higher-ups of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would definitely take it seriously. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and Lin Shui and the rest quieted down. Imperceptibly, Lu Ming had already gained great prestige in the hearts of Lin Shui and the rest. Lu Ming then turned to Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao and said coldly, You two trash. I don't think you're that bold. It must be the old dog behind you who ordered you to come. Chapter 481. 481, Come to Kill Lu Ming. Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong's faces turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. How dare you insult my master? You're courting death. Xue Chao shouted. Insulting your master? I call him old dog because I think highly of him. Today I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill that old dog. Lu Ming said coldly. Lin Shui and the others were stunned when they heard this. Although they didn't know who Xue Chao's master was, Xue Chao himself was a king tier. From this, they could tell that Xue Chao's master was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, what did Lu Ming say? To kill Xue Chao? Kill a king. They felt that their brains were a little overwhelmed. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming, you want to kill me? You're the one who's going to die today. Xue Chao leaped up and laughed wildly. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and walked toward Xue Chao. Lu Ming, don't be afraid of you because of me. I'll let you have a taste of my newly cultivated unique skill, Lightning Fairy Slash. Xue Chao roared. A combat sword flickering with lightning appeared in his hand. The aura of a martial king erupted from his body. He became one with his sword and turned into a flash of lightning sword radiance, charging toward Lu Ming. Be careful. Lin Shui and the others shouted in shock. However, it was too late. The sword light was in front of Lu Ming in an instant. It was too fast. At this moment, they were in despair. They thought that Lu Ming would most likely die under this sword. However, what happened next petrified them. Buzz! With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming slapped with his other hand. Then, Xue Chao's attacks, sword chi, lightning, all of them were instantly destroyed. Pa! A resounding slap reverberated throughout the entire mystical sword sect. Lu Ming slapped Xue Chao's face. Xue Chao was sent flying a few thousand meters and spun a few hundred times in the air before he stopped. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. All of his teeth had fallen out, and blood was constantly flowing down. However, Xue Chao did not seem to have any reaction to this. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Qiu Changkong, Qiu Wuyang, and the Sun Army were all dumbfounded. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, Yin Quan, and the others from the mystical sword sect were also completely dumbfounded. The entire place was silent as everyone stared at the scene in shock. Xue Chao was a king tier. He was extremely powerful. 5 days ago, Xue Chao had destroyed the mystical sword sect protecting formation with a casual strike of his sword. His strength was so powerful that it made people despair. However, such a powerful king had unleashed his full strength to kill Lu Ming, only to be sent flying by Lu Ming's slap as if he was a chick. What was going on? How was this possible? Everyone's brain seemed to have short-circuited, and they couldn't react for a moment. Martial King, Lu Ming, you've broken through to the Martial King realm. After a long while, Xueqiao finally let out a hysterical scream. His voice was filled with disbelief. It had only been a short while, and Lu Ming had already broken through to the martial king realm. It was hard for him to accept this. After all, he had been stuck at the half-step king realm for many years. He had accumulated for many years before he had broken through by luck. However, how long had it been since Lu Ming left? Monster, he's a monster. Xueqiao felt his heart trembling, exuding endless fear. Whoosh! However, Xueqiao's shrieks had ignited the entire mystical sword sect. What? Why did Lu Ming break through to the martial king realm? Martial king. Ha. The mystical sword sect has finally given birth to a martial king. Hey, Lu Ming has left the mystical sword sect long ago. I don't care. I'm certain that he's from the mystical sword sect. Such a young martial king. This is unbelievable. We're saved. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the mystical sword sect or the disciples of the Crimson Cloud Valley, they were so overjoyed that they almost lost their minds. They only knew how to roar crazily to express the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts. Among them, there were even many elders who were of a certain age who were the same. As for Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the other higher-ups, they weren't any better. They were all trembling with excitement. Martial King. Lu Ming has actually broken through to the martial king realm. Lin Shui growled, her voice trembling. He would not be surprised if Lu Ming could break through to the martial king realm in the future. However, Lu Ming had now broken through to the martial king realm. This was simply too shocking. How old was Lu Ming? Not even 20 years old, right? There had never been a martial king under the age of 20 in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. How is that possible? Go, quickly go. Xiao Changkong shrieked. He was scared out of his wits. He flew away frantically, trying to get as far away from Lu Ming as possible. Lu Ming was simply going to become his nightmare. Leave? Xiao Changkong, you have nowhere to go today. Lu Ming's cold gaze fell on Xiao Changkong. Xiao Changkong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. At this moment, dash. Boom. Boom. In the army of the 10 Directions Sword School, 5 auras suddenly burst out. Each of these 5 auras was vast and boundless, and each aura was as heavy as a mountain. King's Aura. These 5 auras were actually all King's auras. Moreover, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao's. One of them, in particular, was incomparably terrifying. It was vast and mighty, surging out like a vast sea. A terrifying pressure covered the entire area, and many of the weaker cultivators fell to the ground. Then, 5 figures stepped into the air and floated in the air. There were only 5 brawny men with extremely burly figures and muscles as solid as steel. The person in the middle was actually one-eyed, and the most terrifying aura was emitted by him. 2 of them are at the early stage of the second level of the martial king realm, and 2 of them are at the middle stage. The middle-aged man has actually reached the early stage of the 3rd level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell the other party's cultivation. Lin Shui and the others widened their eyes in fear. A king, another king. Moreover, 5 king tiers had appeared at once. From their auras, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao. How did this happen? It had been over 1,000 years since the Blazing Sun Empire had produced a king. Even Lin Shui and the others, who were half-step kings, had only seen a few kings in their entire lives. But what happened today? Why were there king tiers appearing one after another? What was the purpose of these king tiers? Lin Shui and the others had a bad feeling. Lu Ming, you won't be able to kill anyone today. On the contrary, today is your doomsday. At this time, the one-eyed man in the middle spoke, his voice full of killing intent. Lin Shui and the rest were shocked. Were these kings here to kill Lu Ming? Who are you? Lu Ming's gaze was very calm as he asked indifferently. You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that we are here to kill you. That's enough. The one-eyed man sneered. Hee hee, do you think I don't know that it's because of that old dog, the Thunder Palace Master? That old dog has really put in a lot of effort. In order to kill me, he actually set up a series of traps and mobilized so many kings, even a lever 3 martial king. Lu Ming sneered. Chapter 482. 482 Chapter 482 This kid is a monster. Now, how could Lu Ming not understand? From a moment he accepted the mission, it was a chain of events. In the process of doing the mission, Song Ku and the bald man had been bribed by the Thunder Palace Master to kill him. It would be best if he could kill Lu Ming during that mission. If Lu Ming had not died, they would have disclosed the news of Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao attacking the mystical sword sect to Lu Ming. Lu Ming would have rushed back at all costs, and the master of the Thunder Palace had already set up experts here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait and kill him in one fell swoop. The purpose of the consecutive traps was to kill Lu Ming. After the one-eyed man's group of 5 heard this, they sneered a few times and didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacit agreement. Aha, Lu Ming, let's see how arrogant you could be now. Today is the day you die. Qiu Changkong finally stopped running when he saw the one-eyed man and the other 4. He became braver and laughed out loud as he looked at Lu Ming with contempt. Kill him. Kill him. No, don't kill him yet. Cripple him. I want to kill his family and friends one by one in front of him. I want him to see his family die miserably in front of him. I want him to regret it. I want him to die in regret. Shui Chao shouted crazily. He had been abused by Lu Ming time and time again. His hatred for Lu Ming had seeped deep into his bones. If you 2 little dogs don't run now, you won't have a chance later. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao. The 2 of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, but when they thought about the one-eyed man and the others, their courage was boosted. So what if Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm? He had only just broken through to the Martial King realm. The gap between each level of the Martial King realm was extremely huge. No matter how monstrous Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to cross 2 levels in the Martial King realm and fight the one-eyed man. Moreover, there were 4 other experts assisting him. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming, cut the crap. Die. The one-eyed man's body gave off a shocking aura. Big brother, he's just a young fellow who has just broken through to the Martial King realm. Why do you need to do anything to him? I'd like to see what this Eastern Sky Divine Guard is capable of. Another burly man walked out. He held a long spear in his hand, revealing his sharp edge. That's good. 5th brother, you go first. Let's see what this Eastern Sky Divine Guard is capable of. Some people are very strong in the Martial Ancestor realm, but after breaking through to the Martial King realm, they become ordinary. Therefore, the combat power of a Martial Ancestor doesn't mean that after breaking through to the Martial King realm, their combat power will remain so strong. The one-eyed man said, no matter how talented Lu Ming is, he can still fight above his level. That Great Han Dynasty's early stage of the 2nd-tier Martial King realm cultivation base should have no worries in protecting himself, the one-eyed man thought to himself. Haha, good. The burly man strode towards Lu Ming, the aura on his body extremely violet. He shouted coldly, Lu Ming, die. Buzz. The burly man thrust the long spear in his hand. An extremely sharp spear pierced through the void and headed toward Lu Ming. Since you're looking for death, I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. True Dragon Strike. Roar. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored True Dragon pounced forward, roaring furiously. Boom. The tip of the man's spear was crushed by the 3-colored dragon's claw, but it didn't stop and continued to pounce on the man. 5th brother, be careful. The one-eyed man roared. But it was too late. The 3-colored True Dragon crashed into the burly man's body. The burly man screamed as his body was sent flying like a broken sack. Blood spurted out of his mouth. One move, and he was heavily injured. Die! A lightning spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave of his hand, the lightning spear turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at the burly man. It was too fast for the other party to dodge. Pucci! The lightning spear pierced through the opponent's chest, blasting a huge hole. Ah, big brother, avenge me. The burly man didn't die for a while. He let out a shrill scream and then died. Fifth brother. Ah, the remaining 4 burly men all let out shrill roars. Lin Shui and the rest of the mystical sword sect members were dumbfounded. Although the martial king realm was beyond their knowledge, they could still tell from their auras that the 5 men were extremely powerful. Each of them was several times stronger than Xue Chao. However, such a powerful expert, an existence that they looked up to, was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. Lu Ming's combat strength had simply exceeded their imagination. My God, it's only been a short while, and Lu Ming has already grown to such a level. As expected, the Blazing Sun Empire is too small. It's like a quagmire, while Lu Ming is a true dragon. Only when a true dragon is free from the quagmire can it soar to the 9 heavens and display its true glory. The old ancestor of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shengwan Ming, muttered to himself. On the other hand, Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao were the complete opposite. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Xue Chao, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat. If Lu Ming had wanted to kill him just now, he would have been dead. He shivered at the thought of this. How could this be? How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Why? How did he cultivate? God, why are you so unfair? Why can't I be the one who's so strong? Qiu Changkong glared at Lu Ming with extreme jealousy, roaring in his heart. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my 5th brother? You deserve to die. Kill. Let's attack together and tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. Don't let a single one of his family off. The one-eyed man roared. Kill! Kill! The eyes of the other burly men were red, and they emitted a sharp, killing intent. A long spear appeared in each of their hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 burly men joined forces and launched an earth-shattering attack at Lu Ming. You're the ones who will die. Go! Lu Ming shouted. With a wave of his hand, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered between heaven and earth and condensed into a long spear. This long spear of thunder and lightning exuded a terrifying thunder concept. Lightning flickered as if it was the might of heaven. The experts from a mystical sword sect, the Sun Legion, and the 10 Direction sword sect, such as Qiu Wuyang, widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Under this pressure, it was as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Their entire bodies trembled, and they almost knelt down. Is this Lu Ming's ability? Their hearts trembled as they thought. The initial success of the 1st level thunder mentality? Impossible. Didn't you just break through to the martial king realm? How is that possible? The one-eyed man let out a terrified roar. Kill! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He shouted and thrust his long spear forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! For spear lights instantly pierced through the void and stabbed toward the 4 burly men. Bang! 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 With 4 loud bangs, the attacks of the 4 burly men were destroyed at the same time, but the lightning spear did not stop and continued to pierce through them. Then there were 3 shrill screams. Except for the one-eyed man, the other 3 men followed the footsteps of the previous man. Their chests were pierced by the lightning spear, and their hearts were completely burned by the power of lightning. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Although the one-eyed man managed to escape, he still coughed up blood and roared. Big brother, run. This guy is a monster. You're not his match. A burly man roared and then died. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll fight you to the death. The one-eyed man let out a long roar, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Chapter 483. 483 crippled with one kick. The one-eyed man did not run away at all. Instead, he charged at Lu Ming frantically. Whoosh! The war spear flew across the sky and instantly pierced through a distance of a few thousand meters, heading towards Lu Ming. Go, quickly go! On the other side, Xueqiao and Xianxia were already shrieking in fear as they flew away frantically. They didn't dare to stop for a moment. In their eyes, Lu Ming was simply a devil. It's too late to escape. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a thought, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hands. Gakudo path attack. Whoosh! The man and the spear became one, turning into an extreme attack. Puchi! When Lu Ming's figure reappeared, there was a large hole in the one-eyed man's chest. Lu Ming cast his strongest attack and killed the one-eyed man in one move. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked. The blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others was all devoured by him. Immediately, Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Xueqiao. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xueqiao. Oh no! Xueqiao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was pale as he frantically retreated. Xueqiao, I've said before, today you must die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you off. It won't do you any good. Xueqiao shouted in fear. Don't worry, it won't be long before that old dog, the Thunder Palace Master, will also go down to accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he thrust his spear. Arg! Ah, no! Xueqiao roared crazily and exploded with all his strength, wanting to block it. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through him, and all his resistance turned into ashes. Blood spurted out as Xueqiao was pierced by the spear. Xueqiao dead. At the same time, Xueqiao's blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming, and his storage ring was taken away. Then, he turned around and disappeared. Run, run! Xianxia's face was pale, and his lips trembled as he tried his best to fly away. However, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Arg! Lu Ming, don't kill me! Xianxia roared. His entire body trembled nonstop, and cold sweat poured down his face. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Xianxia's face lit up with joy, Lu Ming continued. Because the person who should kill you shouldn't be me. Bang! Lu Ming kicked Xianxia's dantian. A violent force gushed into his dantian, and the chi cyclone in his dantian was destroyed. As soon as the chi cyclone was destroyed, Xianxia's cultivation was crippled. Lu Ming, you've crippled my cultivation. Ah, you've crippled my cultivation. You animal, you animal. Xianxia let out a cry of despair. Nonsense! Lu Ming slapped Xianxia and sent him flying for dozens of miles, landing above the mystical sword sect. Take him down, Lin Shui shouted in excitement. An expert immediately flew out and captured Xianxia. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Qiu Weiyang and the Sun Army's experts were all scared out of their wits. They roared madly and wanted to retreat. But how could an army move so quickly? Today, none of you shall think of leaving. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the sky above the Sun Legion. King, please spare us. We're from the Great Sun Mansion. The old ancestor of our Great Sun Mansion is also a king. An armored general roared. However, Lu Ming's response was a punch. This punch contained an endless amount of thunder power, and it immediately exploded. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning flashed. Below, the Sun Army's soldiers screamed. In an instant, at least thousands of Sun Army soldiers were struck to death by lightning. Including the few half-step kings in the lead, they were all killed. Attack! Everyone, attack. Annihilate the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army. Lin Shui shouted. Everyone attack. Ling Patian also roared. Buzz. And NBSB, whoosh. Figures rushed out from the mystical sword sect and headed for the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army. Kill. The martial artists below the martial arts Grandmaster realm also roared in anger and charged out of the mystical sword sect. What did this happen? Xiao Weiyang, the head of the 10 Directions Sword Sect, let out a shrill cry and ran away. He couldn't care about the other people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect. Even if everyone died, how could it compare to his life? However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Ming, Xiao Weiyang shouted in fear. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He kicked Xiao Weiyang's dantian, and Xiao Weiyang followed in Xiao Changkong's footsteps. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, and dozens of lightning spears appeared. The next moment, they shot out. In the army of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sun Legion, all the martial artists above the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm were killed by the lightning spear. After killing these people, Lu Ming did not make any more moves. He stood quietly in the void and began to refine the blood essence of the One-Eyed Man and the others. With the death of the senior executives of the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Army, the rest were like a pile of loose sand. They were no match for Lin Shui and the others at all. It was a one-sided slaughter. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Ming to take action. Boom, boom, boom. The blood essence of the One-Eyed Man and the others was extremely rich. Lu Ming converted half of it into his essential core and used the other half to improve his second bloodline. A moment later, the second bloodline trembled and the 6th Essilivur chakra appeared. His second bloodline had also advanced to the 6th level of the king class. After a while, the second bloodline reached the limit of the 6th level of the king class. Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased a little, reaching the peak of the early phase of the 1st level of the Martial King realm. 1 Lever 3 Martial King realm, for Lever 2 Martial King realm, and 1 Lever 1 Martial King realm, but they only helped me improve my cultivation by this little. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed like he would need even more resources to raise his cultivation after breaking through to the Martial King realm. Not far away, the battle cries shook the heavens, but it was a completely one-sided situation. Not long after, the sounds of fighting died down. Only a few of the people from the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Sun Legion had escaped. Most of them had been killed. This was especially so for the higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Heavenly Fiend Sect. This time, in order to destroy the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in one fell swoop, the 10 Direction Sword Sect had sent out 9th level experts and 8th level experts from the Heavenly Fiend Sect. In this battle, they were completely annihilated. This included the sect leaders of the 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heavenly Fiend Sect. Roar. At this moment, a roar was heard. Lu Ming looked over. Golden-Eye. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Golden-Eyed blood corpse was wrapped in a thick blood aura. The blood aura gathered and formed a huge blood cocoon in the air. The Golden Eye just absorbed the blood of the One-Eyed Man and the others. After absorbing the king's blood, it seems like it's going to evolve again. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Shengwan Ming, Yin Quan, and the rest appeared not far from Lu Ming. Lu, no, I pay my respects to the king. Lin Shui initially wanted to call out to Lu Ming, but she immediately reacted and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Lord King. The others also bowed and cupped their fists. Chapter 484. 484 Qiu Changkong in despair. In the world of martial Dao, strength came first. The stronger one was, the higher one's status would be. It had nothing to do with seniority. At that moment, Lin Shui and the rest looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The Blazing Sun Empire had finally given birth to another king, and one that was so young. Their hearts were trembling with excitement. 5 days ago, Xueqiao had displayed the strength of a king tier and destroyed the mystical sword sect's protective formation with a single move. Just how powerful was he? They were already in despair. However, he did not expect that the moment Lu Ming appeared, the situation would be completely reversed. With Benny Tian's spirit, he finished off his opponent. In the crowd, Yan Quan's mood was extremely complicated. In his mind, all kinds of situations in the Dark Moon Empire's MO family emerged. At that time, Lu Ming was so weak that there was a huge difference between them. However, only a short while had passed, and the situation had reversed. Now, Lu Ming was much stronger than him. So this is the legendary Heaven's favorite. I didn't expect to meet him here. Yan Quan sighed. Let's go back to the sect, Lu Ming said. Outside the mystical sword sect, there were naturally many people who had to deal with the aftermath. Lu Ming and the rest had already returned to the mountain gate. Lu Ming, I beg you. Let me go. Send me the message. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the mountain gate, Qiu Changkong started to plead hysterically. At this moment, Qiu Changkong's cultivation had been crippled, and all the meridians in his body had been broken. He was worse than an ordinary person, and he was lying on the ground, begging for mercy. Changkong, what's there to ask for? The winner takes it all. At most, I'll just die. Qiu Weiyang was similar to Qiu Changkong, but he was much more unyielding. He sat on the ground and shouted coldly. Shut up, old man. It's all because of you. I, Qiu Changkong, am a genius. I should have had a bright future. It's all because of your ambition that I offended Lu Ming and ended up in this state. It's all because of you, old man. You should die now. Qiu Changkong glared at Qiu Weiyang and screamed madly. You. Qiu Weiyang looked at Qiu Changkong in shock. He couldn't believe that Qiu Changkong would speak to him in such a manner. Lu Ming, it's all this old man's fault. It's all his fault. He instigated me. If you want to kill someone, kill him. I'm innocent. Qiu Changkong shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he flew toward a mountain behind the mystical sword sect. There was a small mountain at the back of the mystical sword sect. There was a courtyard on the mountain, and Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were staying there. Brother Tian, it should be Ming-er. He'll be fine, right? Li Ping said worriedly. Just now, Qiu Changkong and the others had shouted Lu Ming's name, and the news had spread throughout the mystical sword sect. Naturally, they had heard it as well. Ming-er is a genius. He should be fine. Don't worry. Lu Yuntian consoled. Even though he said that, his eyes were filled with worry. The battle just now was too shocking. It shook the earth, and lightning flashed like the scene of the end of the world. This scene had already exceeded their scope of knowledge. Therefore, they could not help but be worried that Lu Ming would encounter unimaginable enemies. Master, madam. At this moment, a burly man ran in hurriedly. How is it? How's the situation? Li Ping asked hurriedly. Master, madam, it's a great victory. Young Master Lu Ming has returned and killed his opponent. Now, the 10-direction sword sect is almost destroyed. The large man said excitedly. Really? Really? Lu Yuntian's eyes widened in shock. In his heart, the omnipresent sword sect was simply an invincible force. It dominated the Burning Sun Empire and was extremely powerful. Now, it was actually almost destroyed? How is that possible? Could it be that Ming-er did it? Lu Yuntian thought to himself. Master, madam, I have another piece of great news. Young Master Lu Ming seems to have become a king, a high and mighty king of martial arts. The middle-aged man said excitedly. Even his voice trembled as he said this. What? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were stunned. King. Ming has become a king tier. After a long while, they finally reacted. Their eyes revealed a look of disbelief and also extreme excitement. With their previous status, it was naturally impossible for them to come into contact with king-level powerhouses. Even grandmaster-level powerhouses were difficult to come into contact with. However, they had already heard of the name of a king tier countless times. They were all legendary figures who were like immortals with the ability to destroy the world. They lived for thousands of years and overlooked the changes in the world. The Blazing Sun Empire had not had a king for over 1,000 years. Now, their son had actually become such a character. They thought they were dreaming. Liu Chun is it true? Liu Yuntian's voice trembled slightly. He had been a true martial artist in the past, so he knew better what a king tier meant. In the past, the Grandmaster realm had been Liu Yuntian's lifelong goal. As for becoming a king, he did not even dare to think about it. Now, his son, Liu Ming, had actually reached it. It's true. There's absolutely no mistake, the middle-aged man said firmly. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled, and a figure appeared. The few of them were shocked, but when they focused their eyes, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Minga. Li Ping quickly walked to Liu Ming and sized him up carefully. In her eyes, Liu Ming was her son regardless of whether he was a king or not. Father, mother, Ming-Er has returned to see you, Liu Ming said. Ming-Er, you've broken through to the king's realm? Liu Yuntian asked. His voice was trembling as he looked at Liu Ming with anticipation. Father, I was lucky enough to break through 5 days ago. Liu Ming scratched his head and said, Haha, he's really broken through to the king's tier? Haha, this is great. My son is a king's tier, and he's so young. After receiving Liu Ming's affirmative answer, Liu Yuntian was incomparably excited. He laughed heartily. He was even happier than when he broke through to the king tier himself. Father, I've come today to ask you to understand an old matter, Liu Ming said. An old matter? Liu Yuntian was a little puzzled. Father, mother, come with me. With a wave of his hand, Liu Ming conjured a curtain of true energy that enveloped Liu Yuntian and Li Ping. Then, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in front of the mystical sword sect's main gate. This? So fast? Liu Yuntian and Li Ping were extremely shocked. The mountain was dozens of miles away from the mystical sword sect, but they arrived in an instant. In their eyes, such a method was no different from God's. However, this person was their son, which made them even happier. Greetings, old Master Liu, Madam Liu. When Lin Shui and the rest saw Liu Yuntian and Li Ping, they immediately bowed and did not dare to show any neglect. Sect leader Lin, seniors, you are too polite, too polite. Liu Yuntian hurriedly returned the bow. Xiao Changkong. At this moment, Liu Yuntian's gaze swept across the area, and he saw Xiao Changkong. Chapter 485. 485, the only one in the world above the divine wilderness. Liu Yuntian, no, old Master Liu. No, Uncle Liu, I beg you to spare me. When Xiao Changkong saw Liu Yuntian, he cried out hysterically. Haha, Xiao Changkong, you still have the face to ask me to spare you? Haha, you've finally fallen to such an end. The heavens have eyes. Liu Yuntian burst out laughing. Uncle Liu, it was my fault in the past. I was blind and blinded by greed. I was wrong. Please, on account of my young and ignorant age, spare my dog life. Xiao Changkong wailed in anguish, tears and snot streaming down his face. Liu Ming was quite impressed with this. Tears and snot were flowing out of her eyes and nose. Xiao Changkong, shut up. You're a disgrace to the Qiu family. Xiao Weiyang shouted. Old man, you shut up. What's the Qiu family? How much is it worth? Don't mention the Qiu family to me. Xiao Changkong shouted. You? Xiao Weiyang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. Was this still the genius of his Qiu family that only appeared once in 1,000 years. It was simply embarrassing. Old man. All of a sudden, Xiao Changkong's eyes narrowed as he struggled to his feet. He took out a dagger and walked toward Xiao Weiyang. The eyes of Lu Ming, Lin Shui, and the rest flashed, but they did not make a move. Evil creature, what do you want to do? Xiao Weiyang roared. What are you doing? It's all your fault. Go to hell. Xiao Changkong's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he stabbed the dagger in his hand toward Xiao Weiyang. Xiao Weiyang roared and rolled to the side, dodging the attack, but Xiao Changkong immediately followed up with another attack. This time, Xiao Weiyang couldn't avoid it anymore. The dagger pierced through his back and blood flowed out. Evil creature, Xiao Weiyang roared. His eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and disbelief. He could not believe that Xiao Changkong would kill him. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar and died. On the side, Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others had complicated expressions. Xiao Weiyang, the overlord of the Blazing Sun Empire, a half-step king of his generation, and a formidable character who had almost unified the entire Blazing Sun Empire, had been killed by his most valued junior. It was truly a miserable scene. Lu Ming, Uncle Lu, look, I'm truly remorseful. I've even killed Xiao Weiyang. I beg you, please let me go. Xiao Changkong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If I let such a person go, even the heavens would not agree. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming flicked his fingers, and 4 long spears were condensed from his essential core. They flew out and nailed Xiao Changkong's limbs to the ground. Xiao Changkong let out a shrill cry. Lu Ming moved his hand, and a combat sword appeared. He said, Father, Xiao Changkong's life is in our hands now. Lu Yuntian had once been captured by Xiao Changkong and tortured for 8 years. In this world, the person who should kill Xiao Changkong the most was Lu Yuntian. Moreover, Lu Ming also knew that Lu Yuntian had always had this knot in his heart. All right, Lu Yuntian took the sword and walked toward Xiao Changkong. No, Uncle Lu, don't kill me. Xiao Changkong was still begging for mercy. Shut up, Uncle Lu. You're not fit to call me that. Die, die. Lu Yuntian shouted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Xiao Weiyang's head flew high into the air. Who? After killing Xiao Changkong, Lu Yuntian seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden and heaved a long sigh of relief. Ming-er, thank you for letting me kill Xiao Changkong. Lu Yuntian said to Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son. There is no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Unfortunately, I still couldn't find a treasure that can help you recover. Lu Ming sighed. Haha, Ming-er, there's no need to force it. I'm already very satisfied with your current achievements. Lu Yuntian laughed. Father, mother, why don't I see Qiuyu? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming did not see Qiuyu from the beginning. It was very strange. It was impossible for Qiuyu to leave Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's side after such a huge battle. At the mention of Qiuyu, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's expressions changed slightly. Lu Ming naturally noticed the change in their expressions. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Did something happen to Qiuyu? Lu Ming could not help but feel anxious. Father, mother, what happened to her? Lu Ming asked. Ming-er, don't worry. Qiuyu is fine. Li Ping said hurriedly. Then why don't I see her? It's a long story. Ming-er, let's go back to our residence first and talk about it in detail. Lu Yuntian sighed. All right. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and returned to the courtyard where Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were staying. As for the matters outside, he would leave it to Lin Shui and the others to handle. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Ming-er, Qiuyu left 3 months ago. Li Ping sighed. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. He left? Where did she go? Lu Ming asked. Ming-er, it's like this. About 3 months ago, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared. She said that she saw Qiu Yu's talent, and that Qiu Yu's bloodline was suitable for her to inherit her legacy. She wanted to take Qiu Yu as her disciple and take her away from this place. Lu Yuntian explained. There's such a thing? Lu Ming was a little surprised. That's right. According to that middle-aged woman, she was traveling the world to find a suitable successor. She found Qiu Yu based on the resonance of her bloodline and was determined to take Qiu Yu as her disciple. At first, Qiu Yu and I were against it, but later on, that middle-aged woman revealed a shocking method. With a wave of her hand, the days suddenly turned into night. The most amazing thing is that she can tear the space apart. It's simply a divine technique. Seeing the opponent's incredible technique, I've decided to let Qiu Yu go with her. After all, it's good for Qiu Yu. Lu Yintian said. What? With a wave of his hand, he can turn day into night, and he can even tear through space? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. What kind of technique was this? It was too terrifying. That's right. However, that girl Qiu Yue only wanted to wait for you to return and was unwilling to acknowledge you as her master. In the end, she was forcefully taken away by that middle-aged woman. Lu Yintian said. Forcefully taken away. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. That's right, but Ming-er, you don't have to worry. I think that woman really wants to take Qiu Yu as her disciple. She shouldn't make things difficult for Qiu Yu. Lu Yintian said. Although he said this, Lu Ming still felt very uncomfortable. Could it be that he would never be able to see Qiu Yu again? Father, mother, did the other party leave any news? Did he say which sect he's from? Lu Ming asked. The other party only left behind one sentence, and that was in the divine wilderness. There's only one in the world. Lu Yintian said. The only one in the world in the divine wilderness? What's the meaning of this? Lu Ming was stunned, and he fell into deep thought. Chapter 486. 486, killing their way to the imperial capital. Above the divine wilderness? Could it be in the divine wilderness? It was said that beyond the divine wilderness continent, there were other continents. However, that was too far away and was only a legend. Also, what did he mean by the only one in the world? Lu Ming could not understand. Ming-er, don't worry. Nothing will happen to Qiu Yu. When she's successful in her cultivation, she might come back to look for you. That girl will miss you. Seeing that Lu Ming was a little unhappy, Lu Yuntian tried to console him. Father, mother, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled slightly and composed himself. Following that, he began a chat with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. An hour later, Lu Ming took his leave. Lu Ming strode into the mystical sword sect's meeting hall. Lin Shui and the others were all inside. When they saw Lu Ming enter, they quickly stood up and saluted him. Greetings, Lord King. We're all acquaintances, so there's no need to be so polite. Hua Qi, I promised you that I would let you personally destroy the 10 Direction Sword School. Now, the time has come. Lu Ming waved his hand and said very directly. Hua Qi's face was filled with ecstasy. He came to Lu Ming and bowed deeply. Brother Lu, Hua Qi will remember this and be extremely grateful to be able to get his revenge. Haha, Hua Qi, with our relationship, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go. We'll go to the imperial capital first and help you take back the imperial capital. Then, we'll kill our way to the 10 Direction Sword School. Lu Ming said. Let's go together. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others said. And NBSB. Okay, sect leader Lin, Hua Qi, and I will leave first. You guys bring the martial ancestor and above experts and follow. Lu Ming said. After all, he still had to leave the aftermath to Lin Shui and the others. With that, Lu Ming's quintessential essence rolled up, and he disappeared with Hua Qi. Gather all the experts above the martial ancestor realm, and we can set off, Lin Shui ordered. Lu Ming brought Hua Qi with him and left the mystical sword sect as fast as lightning, heading for the imperial capital. 10,000 miles away from the mystical sword sect, an army was charging towards the sect at high speed. This army was scarlet in color and exuded a terrifying aura. It was Lu Ming's crimson, scaled wolf cavalry. Ow! Ow! Wolf howls rang out as the blood-red cavalry charged forward. It could be seen that every soldier was soaked in blood. They had obviously gone through an intense battle. Hurry, hurry up. Just now, the 10-direction sword sect's army of 100,000 and the Sun army broke through the encirclement and charged towards the mystical sword sect. They used the other troops to hold us back. They must be attacking the mystical sword sect. We must rush back to help. Huang was extremely anxious and kept shouting. During this period of time, the blood-red iron cavalry had been led by Huang. General, they're extremely powerful experts in the 10-direction sword school and the Sun army. Even if we rush over, I'm afraid it'll be of no use. A deputy general at the side said, even if it's useless, we still have to go. The Marquis Champion's family is in the mystical sword sect, and the 8th prince is above them. Even if we're completely annihilated, we still have to go and save him. Huang scolded. Yes, General. The deputy general responded. What's that? Suddenly, a deputy general looked at the sky in the distance. Huang and the others also looked over. At the end of the horizon, there was a bolt of lightning that was rapidly approaching. In the next moment, the lightning appeared in the sky above them. The lightning receded, and 2 young figures appeared in the sky. What's that? Crown. The Marquis Champion? It's really the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back, and the 8th prince is back as well. The blood-red cavalry instantly cried out in shock. Your subordinate greets the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. Huang hurriedly rushed up to the sky and bowed. Your subordinate greets the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. All the blood-red iron cavalry saluted Lu Ming and Hua Qi. However, the first person they called out to was Lu Ming, followed by the 8th prince. Lu Ming had single-handedly created the blood-red cavalry. In their hearts, Lu Ming was the supreme existence. Their first instinct was to listen to Lu Ming's orders. The blood-red cavalry was Lu Ming's blood-red cavalry. It was the Marquis Champion's blood-red cavalry. Even if Huang was a member of the royal family, Lu Ming was their top priority now. No need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand. Marquis Champion, 8th Prince, it's great that you're fine. We were just about to head to the mystical sword sect, but we didn't expect to see you here. Has the mystical sword sect been defeated? Huang's face was solemn. He guessed that the mystical sword sect might have been defeated, and Lu Ming had saved Hua Qi and broken out of the siege. Yes, the war with the mystical sword sect has ended. Hua Qi nodded. What? Could it be that the mystical sword sect has been completely annihilated? Huang's expression changed. If that was really the case, then the situation was really over. With just these people, they wouldn't be able to cause any waves at all. They could only retreat to the border as soon as possible. You're wrong. The war with the Mystic Essence Sword sect has ended. The ones who were completely annihilated were the 10-direction Sword sect and the Sun army. Marquis Champion and I are heading to the Imperial capital now to kill the Heavenly King, that traitor. Hua Qi said. What? Huang and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect such an outcome. I forgot to tell you that the Marquis Champion has already broken through to the King's realm. How can those clowns from the 10-direction sword school be his match? Hua Qi said. What? King? A king? All the blood-red cavalry were stunned, their eyes wide as they looked at Lu Ming. King. This word seemed to have a magical power, and it stunned all of them. After a while, each of their bodies trembled with excitement. They looked at Lu Ming with crazy admiration. Marquis Champion mighty. The Marquis Champion is invincible. The tens of thousands of blood-red cavalry shouted in excitement. Their general, their commander-in-chief, had actually broken through to the king's realm. They were extremely excited. They were the army that Lu Ming had single-handedly built. They would go through thick and thin together. Lu Ming's glory was their glory. They were naturally excited. From now on, the blood-red cavalry would not only be famous in the Burning Sun Empire, but also in the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor. Blood-red cavalry, hear my order, Lu Ming shouted. Your subordinate is here. The tens of thousands of blood-red cavalry roared, feeling their blood boil. The 8th prince and I will go to the imperial capital first. You guys follow us and kill your way to the imperial capital. Lu Ming ordered. Yes, we'll kill our way to the imperial capital. The blood-red cavalry roared. Let's go. Then, Lu Ming brought Wuxia along and continued on his way to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, within the imperial palace, singing and dancing could be heard. In the imperial garden of the imperial capital, the heavenly King Zhen was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne. Beside him, there were a few beautiful concubines. A little further down, Wuxia was wearing a dragon robe and sitting there with an arrogant expression. The civil and military officials were seated below. In the middle of the imperial garden, many young girls were dancing, and the heavenly king was beaming with joy as he watched. Congratulations, your majesty. The omnipresent sword sect and the Sun Legion are currently attacking the mystical sword sect. Soon, the mystical sword sect will be defeated, and the Burning Sun Empire will be united. Your majesty will be the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire. A shifty-eyed minister started to flatter the heavenly king. Ha ha ha, my beloved official is right. Heavenly King Zhen laughed wildly and was extremely proud. Chapter 487. 487 Chapter 487 Death with a single glance. After that, the other officials all started to flatter him, causing the heavenly king to laugh so much that he couldn't close his mouth. Right now, the situation of the Burning Sun Empire was no longer in question. His position as the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire was almost stable, so he was naturally happy. As for whether or not he was a puppet of the 10 Direction Sword School, who cared? As long as he sat on the emperor's throne, he could enjoy it without restraint. The heavenly King Zhen was surrounded by women on the left and on the right. His hands wandered around the two beautiful girls' bodies, and he felt extremely good. Just as he was feeling good, suddenly, a burly man in iron armor rushed in with an anxious face. Your Majesty, bad news, bad news. The burly man roared. Heaven Suppression King's face darkened, and he said coldly, Su Feng, what's the matter that you're in such a panic? Can't you see that I'm inviting all the civil and military officials to discuss the country's affairs? How are you going to conquer the world with me in the future if you're so uncollected? He's simply embarrassing me. Men, drag Su Feng away and give him 100 strokes of the stick as a warning to the others. Heavenly King Zhen waved his hand, and 2 tall guards walked towards Su Feng. Your Majesty, let me finish. There's an urgent message from the front. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect has been in a great battle. The 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Sun Army have been annihilated. Qiu Weiyang and Qiu Changkong have both died. Su Feng quickly shouted. Silence. The entire place fell silent. The dancing women seemed to be frozen in time. The civil and military officials were also in a similar state. Their movements stopped, and some of them were holding their wine glasses to drink, but the wine almost fell into their nostrils. Heavenly King Zhen opened his mouth and looked at Su Feng in a daze. Then, his pupils kept enlarging and his body started to tremble. He asked in a trembling voice, Su Feng, are you serious? If I find out that you've lied to me, I'll execute your entire family. It's absolutely true, Your Majesty. A general from the 10 Directions Sword School was lucky enough to survive. The news only reached me through multiple voice transmission talismans. Su Feng said loudly. Clang! The purple jade cup in Heavenly King Zhen's hand fell to the ground and shattered. His face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. First, his lips began to tremble, and then his entire body began to tremble. How could this be? How did this happen? How could the mystical sword sect kill Qiu Wuyang and the others with their strength? The Heavenly King kept mumbling to himself in disbelief. It's Marquis Champion. Marquis Champion has returned and easily killed all the expert from the Ten Direction Sword sect and the Sun Army. Su Feng said in a trembling voice. Lu Ming, it's actually him. I knew it. We can't let him live. We can't let him live. The Heavenly King roared. The Ten Direction Sword sect and the Sun Legion have been completely annihilated. The little bastard will definitely come to the Imperial City to avenge his father. Retreat, retreat, count the troops. Also, take all the treasures and retreat to the Blood Zhao Empire quickly to seek the protection of the Great Sun Mansion. The Heavenly King roared. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? At this moment, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. Then, two figures appeared in the sky. They were Lu Ming and Hua Qi. Seeing Hua Qi and Lu Ming, the Heavenly King's expression changed drastically. He looked at the two people in the sky in horror. Old man, today is the day you die. I'm going to take your head and offer it to my father's spirit in heaven. When he saw the Heavenly King, Hua Qi's eyes turned red, and he revealed a bone-deep hatred. Kill them all. The Heavenly King roared. Buzz, buzz. 6 figures rushed out of the crowd, each of them exuding the aura of a 9th-level martial ancestor. Heavenly King Zhen had actually secretly recruited 6 9th-level martial ancestor realm experts. This was quite extraordinary. What Marquis Champion? Go to hell. A middle-aged man with a cold and fierce expression slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other 5 people appeared. For a moment, the world was extremely violent. The spirit chi was boiling, and all kinds of sword chi and saber chi were aimed at Lu Ming. With the 6 9th-level martial arts grandmaster powerhouses joining forces, even a large city would be instantly destroyed. Die, die. The Heavenly King's eyes were filled with hope. A clown. Lu Ming uttered a faint voice. He stood still in the air. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and then 6 thunderbolts shot out. Bang, bang. With 6 crisp sounds, the 6 9th-level martial grandmasters under the Heavenly King were turned into ashes and disappeared. Bang. The Heavenly King fell to the ground, and his body trembled again, several times more than before. The other civil and military officials were in a similar state. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. In their eyes, the invincible 9th-grade martial arts grandmaster had turned into ashes with just one glare from Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. This was simply the means of a god. It was not something that human strength could match. Marquis Champion Wudi, your servant Gao Chuan, welcomes the return of the Marquis Champion and the 8th Prince. Suddenly, a sneaky-looking minister shouted from below. He looked at Lu Ming and Hua Qi with a fawning expression. What? Lu Ming and Hua Qi were slightly taken aback. Marquis Champion, 8th Prince, you don't know this, but I have always been loyal to the late Emperor. I have endured the humiliation to stay by the side of Heavenly Suppression King, waiting for the day when the 8th Prince returns. The heavens have eyes. 8th Prince, you have finally returned. Gao Chuan shouted, his face full of flattery. Damn it, this Gao Chuan is really quick to change his boat. The other officials gritted their teeth. Oh, according to what I know, when the Heavenly King of Suppression charged into the imperial capital, you were the first to surrender. You even opened the city gates and let the Heavenly King of Suppression's army in. Hua Qi sneered. Gao Chuan's expression changed drastically. He squeezed out a smile and said, 8th Prince, you've misunderstood. You've misunderstood. There's no need to explain to me. Go down and explain to my father. Buzz. Hua Qi unsheathed his sword and cut Gao Chuan in half. Old man, it's your turn now. Hua Qi looked at the Heavenly King. Qi. Qi, I'm your imperial uncle. We're blood relatives. On this account, I beg you to spare me this once. Sky King shouted. Spare you? When you kill my father, why didn't you think that he was your blood relative? Now you're saying that he's your blood relative? You're so shameless. Die. Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he pointed his sword at the Heavenly King's suppression. No, protect the Emperor. Guards, protect the Emperor. The Heavenly King Zhen started to shout crazily. However, no one moved. Everyone sat there in silence, not moving an inch. What a joke. 6 9th level martial ancestor realm experts had died in an instant. They did not want to die. Chapter 488. 488, 10 Square Mountain. Hua Qi kill. Lu Ming nodded at Hua Qi at the same time. A surge of essential core flowed into Hua Qi's body. Hua Qi felt his body fill with energy. Old man, go to hell. Hua Qi shouted and charged at Heavenly King Zhen. You're the one who's going to die. Seeing that there was no way out, Heavenly King Zhen revealed a fierce look in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a broad combat sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Hua Qi. The Heavenly Suppression King's cultivation was not weak. He had reached the 7th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Hua Qi was only a 9th grade Great Martial Master and had yet to break through to the Martial Ancestor Realm. However, Hua Qi's sword contained Lu Ming's Essential Core. Essential Core was many times more powerful than Essential Qi. Moreover, it was Lu Ming's Essential Core. Puchi. Hua Qi's sword had destroyed all of Heavenly King Zhen's attacks and split him and his sword in half. Heavenly King Zhen dead. Ha ha, father, did you see that? Your son has finally avenged you. Hua Qi knelt on the ground and laughed loudly. As he laughed, tears continued to flow. It was as if he wanted to release all the hatred that had been pent up in his heart. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just watched quietly at the side. Hua Jie, don't leave. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Lu Ming took a look and revealed a smile. It turned out that Hua Jie had wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he had been captured by some ministers. At this moment, the Heavenly King had already died, and the officials had no loyalty left. They want to take out their hearts and express their feelings to Hua Qi. So how could they let Hua Jie escape? No, let me go. Hua Jie shouted in fear. Hua Jie, I'll send you to your father. Hua Qi's sword was dripping with blood as he walked toward Hua Jie. Don't kill me, don't. Hua Jie shrieked. Then a foul smell came out. This guy actually peed his pants again. A hint of killing intent appeared in Hua Qi's eyes. The sword in his hand flashed, and Hua Jie's cry came to an abrupt end. 8th Prince, I welcome you back to the palace. Your humble servant respectfully welcomes the 8th Prince back to the palace. All of the officials knelt down. Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. They were afraid that Hua Qi would kill them. The atmosphere of the scene seemed to freeze. All of you, gather the troops and take control of all of the Heavenly King's accomplices, troops, and families. Hua Qi said after a long while. Hua Qi did not kill these people. Although they were detestable, they were the only ones who could keep the blazing sun empire running. If he killed them all, it would help him. Yes, this lowly subject will immediately do so. 8th Prince, leave this matter to this lowly official. The civil and military officials all rushed to agree and then left in a hurry. What a joke. This was a good opportunity to express his feelings to Hua Qi, who would miss it. Soon, some of the ministers with heavy military forces retreated. The rest of the people were powerless civil officials who looked at Hua Qi and Lu Ming helplessly. Marquis Champion, please. Hua Qi waved his hand and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and sat at a random table. As for Hua Qi, he sat on the seat where the Heavenly King had been. The other women knelt by the side, trembling. The civil officials also knelt on the ground and waited. Time passed. and the imperial capital was in chaos. Countless soldiers and horses galloped forward, surrounding and annihilating the underlings of heavenly King Zhen. There were battles everywhere. Buzz! Buzz! Not long after, Lin Shui and the others arrived and appeared in the sky. Sect leader Lin, send some people to help us kill the Heaven Suppression King, Lu Ming told Lin Shui. All right, Lin Shui nodded, and then hundreds of martial grandmasters scattered around the imperial capital to help eliminate the Heaven Suppression King. With the addition of these experts, the remnants of the Heavenly King and those who were loyal to him were quickly killed. The entire imperial capital was filled with a massacre. Many ordinary people knew that the world had changed again. From now on, the imperial city was going to have a new ruler. When many people knew that it was the 8th prince who had returned, they were all very happy. The period of time when they were under the Heavenly King's rule had not been easy. A day later, the battle in the imperial capital had ended. The imperial capital had completely fallen into Huaqi's hands. 2 days later, the blood-red Iron Cavalry arrived to help Huaqi take complete control of the imperial capital. He would leave the rest to Huaqi. Lu Ming could not be bothered. Sect leader Lin, it's time to go to the 10-direction sword sect, Lu Ming said to Lin Shui in a courtyard. All right. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with madness and anticipation. He had been waiting for this day for too long. An hour later, nearly 100 people, led by Lu Ming, flew towards the omnipresent sword sect. The 10-direction sword sect was not far from the imperial capital. It was about 10,000 miles away. They arrived in about an hour. More than 100 people were floating above the 10-square mountain. Activate the sect protecting formation. Quickly activate the sect protecting formation. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, a loud roar was heard from the 10-direction sword sect. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Light filled the entire school. Inscriptions flickered, forming a sect protecting formation that enveloped the school. Countless sword chi were moving around. This sect protecting formation was similar to the mystical sword sect's sect protecting formation, but it was more powerful and mysterious. It was obvious that the Shifeng Sword School had already received the news. It seems that there are still many experts left in the 10-direction Sword School. There's even a half-step king amongst them, Lin Shui and the others said. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. They could only rely on Lu Ming to break the sect-protecting formation of the omnidirectional sword sect. If they were to go, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. Who? Lu Ming's claw clenched in the air and a long spear was formed. Then, the long spear lashed out at the omnipresent sword sect. At the same time, the long spear rapidly grew to the size of a mountain and shot toward the 10-direction sword school. Block it, block it! Roars of shock and anger came from the 10-direction sword sect. At the same time, the sect-protecting formation of the omnidirectional sword sect flickered madly. Several huge chi soared into the sky and blasted toward Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, as the spear radiance pressed down, the sword chi was crushed like tofu. Boom! The spear radiance heavily struck the sect-protecting formation of the 10 Directions sword sect. Bang! Bang! Immediately, all the foundations of the sect-protecting formation in the Shifeng sword sect exploded. Screams rang out as the people controlling the formation were killed by the backlash. With one move, the sect-protecting formation of the 10 Directions sword sect was broken. Although they knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking and that he was a peerless king, Lin Shui and the rest were still shocked to see this scene with their own eyes. And NBSB, Sect Leader Lin, I will leave the rest to you, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had lost all interest in the following battles. All right, don't worry, Lin Shui nodded. They immediately charged in. This was a one-sided massacre. 90% of the 10 Directions sword sect's experts had already died in the mystical sword sect. How could the remaining ones be a match for Lin Shui and the others? Blood qi filled the Shifeng mountain. Chapter 489. 489 back to the Liu family again. However, Lin Shui and the others did not kill the innocent. They only killed the higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword School. Most of them were martial artists above the Great Martial Master realm. They didn't kill those below the Great Martial Master realm. That was because martial artists below the rank of a martial grandmaster were not a big threat. Very quickly, the 10 Directions Sword sect quieted down. Lu Ming looked at the omnipresent sword school calmly, his face expressionless. In the world of martial Dao, killing was a daily affair. Every day, sects were destroyed, and new sects rose. It was very normal. Lu Ming was silent for a moment. He then turned around and left in the air. Next, there was no need for him to make a move. Lin Shui and the rest were more than enough to take down Xianxia sect. Most of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Fiend sect had died in the Mystical Sword sect, so they could not stop Lin Shui and the others. Stepping on the air, Lu Ming traveled 1,000 miles in an instant and headed towards the Mystical Sword sect. Soon, he returned to the Mystical Sword sect. Goldeneye, after this evolution, he's probably going to enter the King's realm. In the air in front of the Mystical Sword sect's mountain gate, Lu Ming looked at the blood cocoon suspended in the air and fell into deep thought. Then, Lu Ming moved and flew toward the depths of the Mystical Sword sect. Lu Ming arrived at Lu Yuntian's courtyard. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting. Now that Lu Ming had become a king and his name was known throughout the world, the two of them were very happy and always had smiles on their faces. Father, mother. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered, calling out softly. Ming'er, you're back? Quickly sit down, Li Ping said with a smile. Lu Ming sat down. Ming'er, why don't I see Miss Xianxia this time? Li Ping asked. In the past, everyone knew that Xianxia was always by Lu Ming's side. Later on, Xianxia followed Lu Ming to take part in the Ditian Divine Guard assessment. Many people thought that Lu Ming and Xianxia were a couple. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were quite fond of Xianxia, so they were naturally very concerned about him. Father, mother, Miss Xia has other matters to attend to, so she didn't return to the Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming said. At the mention of Xianxia, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. He was very worried. Unfortunately, there were no clues at all. Ming'er, did you guys fight? Sometimes, a man should give in to a girl. You have to learn from your father, Li Ping said earnestly. Cough, cough. By the side, Lu Yuntian coughed a few times. Father, mother, it's nothing. Miss Xia is just busy. Oh, that's right. With that, Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 10 jade bottles appeared on the table. Father, mother, these pills can nourish the body, replenish blood and qi, and prolong life. Although they can't repair father's meridians, they can still have a nourishing effect, Lu Ming said. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping kept the pills happily. They knew that Lu Ming had reached the Martial King realm, so these pills were not of much use to him. From then on, Lu Ming would take time out to visit Lu Yuntian and Li Ping every day. He would spend the rest of his time cultivating. After entering the Martial King realm, his understanding of martial arts had greatly improved. His comprehension of martial arts techniques was also greatly accelerated. Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9 dragons, heaven-treading steps to the limit of the 2nd step. 7 days later, he successfully cultivated the 3rd step. With 3 steps, the power of the 9 dragons, heaven-treading steps, increased by more than 10 times, reaching the 6th level of the heaven-grade, low-level martial technique. In terms of power, it was no weaker than the 3rd level of the 3 wonders of Dragon Mountain. Lu Ming had another killer move. During these 7 days, the Burning Sun Empire was in a state of shock. The 10 Direction Sword Sect and the Heavenly Fiend Sect were destroyed, and the 8th Prince killed the Heavenly Suppression King and took back the imperial capital. Every single one of them was enough to shake the entire Blazing Sun Empire. The most shocking news was the return of the marquee champion, Lu Ming, who had reached the Martial King realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. After that, wherever the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family's armies passed, the factions that belonged to the 10 Directions Sword Sect and Heavenly Fiend Sect surrendered. There was almost no intense battle. Half a month later, the entire Burning Sun Empire was under the control of the Mystical Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the royal family. The Blazing Sun Empire had been unified like never before. As the saying went, a country could not go a day without a ruler. At this moment, many people suggested that Hua Qi should inherit the throne and become the emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire. However, Hua Qi did not agree. He used the fact that the Blazing Sun Empire had just experienced a great war as an excuse to refuse. After 2 days, everyone tried to persuade Hua Qi again, but he still refused. At this moment, someone came to Lu Ming, hoping that he could persuade Hua Qi to ascend the throne. Lu Ming nodded and made a trip to the imperial capital. After that, the imperial family announced to the world that Hua Qi would officially ascend the throne in the imperial capital in a month's time. At the same time, the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley were named the 2 holy lands of martial arts in the Burning Sun Empire. In addition, Lu Ming was conferred the title of Champion King and the Defender General of the state. The Lu family was given the title of a first-class family, on par with noble families. The news spread and attracted worldwide attention. Countless forces, big and small, were preparing to rush to the imperial capital to celebrate the new emperor's ascension to the throne. This was because everyone knew very well that Lu Ming was behind Hua Qi. A king tier who wasn't even 20 years old was the main point. As long as Lu Ming was not dead, Hua Qi's authority would be impregnable. The entire Blazing Sun Empire was anticipating the arrival of the next month. Even the other 35 empires were paying attention to this matter. However, Lu Ming did not care about any of that. He brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping back to Fiery Wind City and the Lu family. Red lights were hung all over the Lu family's residence, and it was a jubilant scene. Countless people were going in and out, and it was extremely lively. The Lu family was now a first-class family, such as a noble family. In the past few days, anyone with some power in the hundreds of cities had come to congratulate them. The young master is back, and so are the master and madam. His loud roar caused the entire Lu family to boil. Master, madam, the young master is back. The news instantly spread throughout the Lu family. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the Lu family's main gate, they were dumbfounded to discover that countless people had swarmed out. At the very front were the few remaining core elders of the Lu family and the branch masters of a few branches. Behind them, there were at least a few hundred people whom Lu Ming did not know. Greetings, family head, madam, young master. I haven't seen you for many years. I can die without any regrets. A core elder bowed in greeting. He looked at Lu Yuntian and nearly shed tears. Everyone, please rise. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After so many years, he had finally returned to the Lu family. I am the city lord of Flowing Light City. Greetings to the champion king, the Lu family's head, and Madame Lu. A burly man with a stout face squeezed out of the crowd and knelt down before Lu Ming. I'm the head of the Lu family in Wudong City. Greetings, champion king. Patriarch Lu, do you still recognize me? I'm Lucio, the city lord of Fragrance City. Behind him, a group of people came over to greet him. All right, everyone, let us in first. Lu Ming waved his hand and shouted. His words seemed to contain endless majesty. Everyone quieted down and made way for Lu Ming and the rest to enter. Chapter 490. 490 Chapter 490 Returning to Earth Cave. After Lu Ming and the others entered, the core elders and branch masters of the Lu family followed closely behind. All the branch masters were secretly glad that Lu Yunxiong had not killed Lu Ming back then. Otherwise, the Lu clan would not be where it was today. The stronger the Lu clan was, the more they would benefit. Now, as branch masters, their authority was even greater than that of the castellans of major cities. The castellans of major cities had to listen to them, which made them extremely happy. Naturally, they were even more respectful to Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and the others. The group of them arrived at the Lu family's courtyard. Dozens of tables were already filled with banquets, and the group invited Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping to the topmost table. Everyone, thank you for coming. I haven't been back for many years. Now, I'd like to propose a toast to everyone. Lu Yuntian raised his wine cup and said loudly. Back then, Lu Yuntian was rather famous in many large cities. There were many old friends of his present. Brother Yuntian, it's been so many years. I didn't expect that we would meet again. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Looking in the direction of the voice, Lu Yuntian's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Brother Zhouha, how have you been? Lu Ming also looked over, a smile on his face. The person who had just spoken was Zhou Linshan. Lu Ming could still clearly remember that he had met Zhou Linshan on his first mission after joining the Mystical Sword sect. It was also from Zhou Linshan that he learned that Lu Yuntian was still alive. Uncle Zhou, please take a seat. Lu Ming also stood up and cupped his fists. Champion King, you don't have to be so polite. I wouldn't dare to accept such a title. Zhou Linshan waved his hand. In his heart, however, he was extremely complicated inside. When he had first met Lu Ming was only a young fellow at the Master Realm. In just a few years, Lu Ming had actually become a king tier whose name shook the world. That was a king tier. Just thinking about this word made his heart tremble. Brother Zhou, you're welcome. Come on. Lu Yuntian waved his hand. Back then, the fact that Lu Yuntian had entrusted the Heavenly Star Sword and two other important items to Zhou Linshan was proof of their relationship. At this moment, Lu Yuntian was extremely happy to see an old friend. At this moment, Zhou Linshan no longer declined and walked toward Lu Ming and the rest seats. Haha, Brother Zhou, it's been years since we last met. You and I have both grown old. Come, let's drink 3 big bowls first. Lu Yuntian laughed heartily. He no longer used a cup, but a large bowl, filling 2 bowls with wine. Ha, good. Infected by Lu Yuntian's heroic spirit, Zhou Linshan let loose as well. He laughed heartily and drank 3 bowls of wine with Lu Yuntian. The city lords and family heads looked at Zhou Linshan with envy. Zhou Linshan had such a good relationship with the Lu family. What an honor it was to be able to sit at the same table as Lu Ming and Lu Yuntian. Many people even thought that they should build a good relationship with Zhou Linshan in the future. Following that, Lu Ming also toasted Zhou Linshan. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping left. The others continued to drink. In the next few days, there were people who came to the Lu family to congratulate him. Lu Ming did not meet any of them and focused on cultivation. As for Lu Yuntian, he would meet some of his acquaintances. As time passed slowly, Lu Ming's understanding of the intent realm became deeper and deeper. However, the wind and fire intents were still far from being able to condense intent runes. On the other hand, his thunder mentality was improving rapidly every day because of the Thunder Cauldron. On the other hand, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes had also completely stabilized at the 3rd level. However, if he wanted to cultivate to the 4th level, he had to condense intent runes from all 3 types of intents. Very quickly, more than 10 days had passed. At this moment, the people of the Lu clan were already preparing to set off for the imperial city. The Lu family was an important guest this time. On the other hand, Lu Ming had brought Li Ping and Lu Yuntian to the imperial capital earlier than them. On his second day in the imperial capital, Lu Ming went to the General Star Hall and walked towards the Earth Cave. During this period of time, the General Star Hall had already started operating again. The students who had not died in the past had all returned to the General Star Hall. The only thing that Lu Ming was curious about in the Blazing Sun Empire was the Earth Aeon Cave. There were 13 levels in the Earth Cave, and it was said that it was opened by the king of the imperial family. It was said that only the king could enter the 12th and 13th levels. Moreover, there was another saying that the 13th level of the royal family wasn't the limit, because with that king's strength, he could only open the 13th level. After that, even the king couldn't do it. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Earth Cave. Lu, no, the champion. The few burly men at the gate were shocked to see Lu Ming. They stammered for a long time, but could not complete a sentence. Lu Ming smiled and walked in. At this time, the few burly men guarding the door finally reacted. Who is that, Nest? He actually walked in just like that. He seems pretty arrogant. Around them, there were other young men. A young man with an arrogant face said with some dissatisfaction, "You must be fucking blind. That's Lu Ming, the champion king. You don't know him? You're a new student who just joined not long ago." On the side, someone looked at him in disdain. What? That was Lu Ming. No, that was the champion? My idol. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh my god, I miss my idol just like that. No, I'm going to wait for him here. The arrogance on the young man's face disappeared and was replaced by admiration. The news of Lu Ming's arrival in the Earth Cave spread throughout the General Star Hall in an instant. Countless people surrounded the Earth Cave. Some young men who were in closed-door cultivation hurriedly ended their cultivation and rushed to the Earth Cave after receiving the news. Most of them were girls. Lu Ming, who had reached the martial king realm before the age of 20, was unprecedented in the history of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, let alone the Blazing Sun Empire. Young girls all admired heroes and were fond of geniuses. Lu Ming was such a peerless genius. Naturally, countless young girls would admire and like him. Countless people were waiting outside the Earth Cave. Naturally, Lu Ming did not know that he had caused such a huge sensation. He went all the way down without stopping. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 9th level. At this point, the fire spiritual qi was extremely rich and violent. Ordinary people couldn't cultivate here at all, as their meridians would be burned by the violent fire spiritual qi. However, to Lu Ming, this bit of fiery spiritual energy was like a Buddha's face in the spring breeze. He did not feel anything. He continued down. When he arrived at the 10th floor, he felt that the fire spiritual qi there was several times denser and more violent than the 9th floor. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to go down. Level 11, level 12. When Lu Ming reached the 12th floor, his expression changed slightly. The fire spiritual qi here had already reached an exaggerated level. The endless fire spiritual qi was extremely violent and ravaged wantonly. The surrounding walls had completely turned into crystals and were extremely hard. Lu Ming felt that even a half-step king would be killed by the fire spiritual qi if he cultivated here. Only a king could come here. Chapter 491. 491, Gifting a Secret Manual. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. This place was really strange. The deeper he went, the richer and more violent the fire spiritual energy would be. What was down there? How could such a strange area be formed? Lu Ming was very curious. He continued down and came to the 13th level. Boom! The surging fire spiritual energy hit him in the face. Lu Ming felt as if he had walked into a volcano, and the scorching aura filled his body. This fire spiritual qi is too abnormal. Lu Ming activated the concept of fire to block the fire spiritual qi outside. He then looked around. The 13th floor was very small, only the size of an ordinary secret room. The surrounding walls had already turned into fiery red colored glass. The stone room was empty. Lu Ming could feel that the violent fire spiritual energy was coming from under his feet. It seems that the martial king of the royal family could only dig up to here. He didn't have the strength to go any further. It's true. The fire spiritual qi here is unbearable for ordinary king-level cultivators. Lu Ming pondered. However, although he was only at the early stage of the Level 1 martial king realm, he was no ordinary king. He was so powerful that he could kill a Level 3 martial king. With 3 intent realms protecting him and his true essence exploding, the fire spiritual qi here couldn't do anything to him. Then I'll continue digging and see what's down there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a 5th-level spiritual weapon, a broadsword, appeared in his hand. Buzz! Lu Ming slashed the broadsword at the ground. There were 3 types of intent realms on the saber. Clang, clang, clang. When the broadsword hit the ground, it was as if it had hit an iron block. Sparks flew everywhere, but the ground was still cut into pieces of glazed stones. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the stone away. Then, he continued to chop. Very soon, Lu Ming had created a big hole that continued downward. After about 10 meters, Lu Ming began to expand in all directions. 2 hours later, a stone chamber appeared. The 14th floor. Here, the fire spiritual qi had reached a terrifying level, but he still couldn't see what was emitting it. Lu Ming frowned. This was because he had already reached his limit. If he continued to go down, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it with his strength. This was too terrifying. This is amazing. No matter what's down there, I'm afraid it's very amazing. Forget it. I'm not strong enough now. When I have the strength in the future, I'll definitely dig all the way down and see what's down there. Lu Ming decided in his heart. There's still a dozen days before Hua Qi's ascension. I can cultivate here. The fire spiritual qi here was extremely rich, and it contained a powerful fire concept. It was a good place to cultivate and comprehend the fire concept, which was definitely many times stronger than the outside world. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged, and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He opened his mouth, and billowing fire spiritual qi gathered in the dragon's mouth. The violent fire spiritual qi was refined by the 9 dragons' bloodline and directly transformed into vital essence. At the same time, Lu Ming extended his consciousness and began to comprehend the concept of fire. As expected, it was much faster to comprehend the fire concept here than outside. Lu Ming's understanding of the concept of fire slowly deepened. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. There were only 2 days left before Hua Qi's ascension. Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation and walked out of the Earth Aeon Cave. Look, Lu Ming is out. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Cave, he heard a shrill scream. Then, he saw a large group of girls looking at him with shining eyes. Is it the champion, Wang Lu Ming? He's so handsome. It's over, it's over. I'm already tempted. What should I do? I want to marry him. There were at least a few hundred girls staring at him with bright eyes. No way. I've been cultivating for more than 10 days. Why is there still someone waiting here? Lu Ming was speechless. He moved and left the place, leaving behind a group of sign girls. The imperial capital was getting more and more lively. All the tens of thousands of cities in the Blazing Sun Empire had sent envoys to congratulate them. Not only that, but even the other empires had sent envoys. The imperial capital was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. In the imperial garden of the imperial palace, 3 figures sat facing each other in a pavilion. Come, Big Rock, the 3 of us haven't had a drink together in a long time. Come, Accompany me and 3 big bowls." Huaqi lifted a large bowl of wine and said to a tall youth. The 3 of them were Lu Ming, Huaqi, and Pang Shi. A few days ago, Pang Shi had followed the mystical sword sects group to the imperial capital. As soon as Lu Ming came out of seclusion, Huaqi dragged Lu Ming and Pang Shi out for a drink. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He and Pang Shi had not seen each other for a long time. The scene of the 3 of them often drinking in the dormitory was still vivid in his mind. "All right, I'll drink with you." Pang Shi picked up the big bowl and finished it in one gulp. He then scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "Out of the 3 of us, one of us is about to become the emperor, and the other is a world-famous king. I'm the weakest of us all. I'm only a 9th grade master realm cultivator. Big Rock, don't be discouraged. You're a steady person with a strong foundation. Your future achievements are limitless. In the future, I might have to give up my position as the Defender General of the state to you." Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder. "Haha, senior brother Lu Ming, I'm not discouraged. I'm just happy for the 2 of you. When I return to the village in the future, I'll say that I know the 2 of you. I wonder how many people will be envious?" Pang Shi smiled honestly. "And that's right." Lu Ming waved his hand, and some books and jade bottles appeared on the table. Lu Ming picked up the 3 books and passed them to Pang Shi. "Big Rock, there are 3 cultivation technique manuals here. All of them are low-rank Earth grade. They are very suitable for you to cultivate. Take them." "What? An Earth grade secret art?" "Senior brother Lu Ming, this is too precious. I can't take it." Pang Shi waved his hands. "Big Rock, just take it. To be honest, I have no use for these cultivation techniques and secret manuals. It's a waste. You should take them and cultivate," Lu Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Pang Shi accepted the gift. He was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. In the Blazing Sun Empire, a low Earth grade cultivation method or martial skill was definitely one of the best. "Huaqi, these books are for you." Lu Ming passed the other books to Huaqi. "Many thanks." Huaqi did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. He knew that given Lu Ming's cultivation level, he would not be able to use these cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Also, these pills can help you break through the shackles and improve your cultivation. Lu Ming pointed at the pills and said to the 2 of them. He then split the pills into 2 portions and handed them over to Huaqi and Pang Shi. Many of these pills were obtained from the Martial King's storage ring, and they were definitely of high quality. After the 2 of them put it away, they were extremely excited. Chapter 492. For 92 Chapter 492 The kings come to congratulate. With the secret manual and pills that Lu Ming gave them, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After that, the 2 of them drank and chatted. They only dispersed after drinking for a few hours. 2 days later, in front of the palace, there was a very wide square filled with tables. There were countless armored soldiers guarding the square, making it so that not even a drop of water could pass through. There was an altar in the square. Huaqi was wearing a dragon robe. Surrounded by the civil and military officials and the city lords, he was going to worship the heavens and the ancestors and officially become the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire. After the meeting ended, it was time for a banquet to be held, inviting the entire world. The champion king, the Defender General of the state, has arrived. Lu family head, Madam Lu has arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping walked in from outside. "Your humble servant greets your majesty. This commoner pays his respects to your majesty." Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Huaqi cupped their fists and saluted. "Champion king, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, please dispense with the formalities. Come in, please take a seat." Huaqi hurriedly welcomed them and helped Lu Ming and the other 2 up. Then he sat down next to the 3 of them. It was the closest seat to him. "The sect leader of the mystical sword sect has arrived," The Valley Master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley has arrived. Soon after, Lin Shui and Ling Patian led a few gold-robed elders and a few young elites into the arena. Everyone first paid their respects to Hua Qi, then presented their congratulatory gifts. Following that, some of the smaller forces of the Blazing Sun Empire also sent people to greet the new emperor and present their gifts. The Bloodjiao Empire's Great Sun Prefecture Master has arrived. All of a sudden, a loud shout silenced the entire place. The Master of Great Sun Prefecture, Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others were shocked. On the other hand, Lu Ming's expression was cold. It was said that the Great Sun Mansion Master was one of the two kings in the Bloodjiao Empire and had lived for hundreds of years. Outside the square, an old man in a sun robe walked in with dozens of other old men and burly men. Jin Yang, the Master of Great Sun Prefecture, pays his respects to the new Blazing Sun Emperor. And NBSB, the Great Sun Prefecture Master, led the group and bowed to Hua Qi, then turned to Lu Ming. Great Sun Mansion, I haven't even gone to find you, and you've already come to me. Lu Ming stood up slowly, the aura on his body rising rapidly. Champion King, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. And NBSB, the Great Sun Prefecture Master's face changed, and he shouted, "Oh, a misunderstanding? Your Great Sun Mansion's 100,000-strong Sun Army is attacking the Blazing Sun Empire. Is this also a misunderstanding?" Lu Ming sneered. "Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. I was in seclusion at that time and had no idea what had happened. It was all because my subordinates were bewitched. As soon as I came out of seclusion and learned of this, I killed the Sun Legion's commander-in-chief. Today, I'm here to apologize to the Champion King and all of you." And NBSB, the Great Sun Mansion Master, quickly explained. He was really honest and didn't have the dignity that a king should have. Everyone knew in their hearts that this was all because of Lu Ming. If not for Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture Master would not have come to congratulate Hua Qi. Even if he had come, he would have come here to avenge the 100,000 Sun Legion. However, because of Lu Ming, the other party did not dare to say anything about the death of the 100,000 Sun Legion. Instead, he came to apologize pitifully. And NBSB, after saying that, the Great Sun Prefecture Master waved his hand, and many boxes appeared on the ground. In the boxes were all kinds of spirit weapons, pills, and blacksmithing materials. And they were all of high grade. Many of them were level 4. "Champion King, this is a small gift from me. Please accept it." The Great Sun Prefecture Master laughed. He was indeed very afraid. Previously, Lu Ming had killed many kings in one battle, which made his heart shiver. He was afraid that if Lu Ming were to go to Great Sun Mansion in anger, he would be finished. He was only a first-tier martial king and probably could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. The Manor Master of Great Sun Manor smiled apologetically and looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. This made the other people on the field feel a myriad of emotions. In the past, the Great Sun Prefecture Master was a legendary figure who was high up in the air and looked down on everyone. They wanted to see him, but they couldn't even see him. Now, such a person was like a junior in front of Lu Ming. He was smiling cautiously. This made them feel strange. Some of the young people were so excited that they were trembling. They clenched their fists and shouted in their hearts, "This is what a true martial artist should be like. In the future, I'll be like this too, so that I won't live in vain." Lu Ming did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes and seemed to be in deep thought. The Great Sun Prefecture Master just looked on, not daring to make sound. After a moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, "Today is a day of great joy for the Burning Sun Empire. I won't hold it against you. But remember, if you dare to offend the Burning Sun Empire again, I will personally raze the Great Sun Mansion to the ground." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent when he said the last sentence. And NBSB, The master of Great Sun Mansion and the other higher-ups of Great Sun Mansion broke out in cold sweat, and their hearts turned cold. "Thank you, Champion King." And NBSB. The people from Great Sun Mansion cupped their fists and thanked him. "You're a guest. Sit down." Lu Ming waved his hand. And NBSB. The people from Great Sun Mansion felt like they had been granted amnesty and let out a long sigh of relief. They sat down. "The Night Moon King of the Nine Nights Empire has arrived." At this time, a loud shout was heard. The entire place fell silent again. The Night Moon King of the Nine Nights Empire was also a martial king realm expert, whose name shook the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. He was the #1 expert in the Nine Nights Empire. He didn't expect that even such a person would come. Hua Qi, Lin Shui, and the others were ecstatic as they quickly stood up to welcome him. A tall and thin middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. "Haha, you congratulates the new Blazing Sun Emperor on his ascension to the throne. Greetings, Champion King." The Night Moon King bowed slightly to Hua Qi, then solemnly to Lu Ming. Everyone knew that the Night Moon King had come for Lu Ming. "Please sit, Night Moon King." Lu Ming waved his hands and said, "The sect master of the No Returns sect has arrived. The Grand Supreme Leader of the Carefree sect has arrived. King Jin Ke has arrived." Following that, loud shouts could be heard. Everyone present was shocked beyond words. This was because the people who had come were all the overlords of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. They were all martial king realm experts. Every single one of them was an unrivaled figure in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. They were all legendary mighty people. Usually they were elusive, but now they had actually come here together. Finally, in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the kings of the 8 medium empires had almost all arrived. There were a total of 15 of them. One had to know that there were less than 20 kings in all the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. It could be said that most of the king tiers had arrived. Everyone from the Burning Sun Empire was excited. This was an honor, and this honor was brought by Lu Ming. Everyone knew that these experts were here for Lu Ming. A king tier who wasn't even 20 years old was too shocking. His future was limitless, so they naturally had to curry favor with him as soon as possible and befriend him. When Lu Ming became stronger in the future, they would not be qualified to befriend him even if they wanted to. Chapter 493. For 93 kill, the King of Assassins. Champion King, I think the scar on your father's face should have been left over the past 10 years. I have some crystal morning cream here. Although it can't cure your father's meridian injury, it should be enough to treat this scar. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man. He was the Grand Emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire and was at the middle stage of the Martial King realm. He was known as one of the 3 strongest people in the 36 countries of Emperor Yin. He took out a jade bottle and passed it to Lu Ming. "Many thanks, Senior." Lu Ming was ecstatic and took it without any hesitation. Although he could not heal Lu Yuntian's meridians, Lu Ming was overjoyed that he could heal the scar on his face. "Many thanks, Senior." Lu Yuntian and Li Ping also bowed to the Cloud Desolate Empire's Grand Imperial Sire. "Haha, no need to be so polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation." The Cloud Desolate Empire's Grand Emperor laughed. Then, everyone took their seats. At this moment, almost everyone who should be here had arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his head and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Your Excellency, you've been watching there for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself?" "What?" Lu Ming's words shocked the others, and they all looked up at the sky. However, the sky was very clear. There wasn't a single cloud in sight. So where was the person? Without clouds, how could one hide? Could Lu Ming have sensed wrongly? At this moment, Hee, as expected of the Champion King. To become a king at such a young age, you're indeed extraordinary. You can actually sense me." A sneer came from the sky. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was an old man in a black robe with white hair and a cold face. "It's you, the Netherworld old ghost of the Hades Palace." The moment the Cloud Desolate Empire's Grand Emperor saw this old man, he shouted. On the battlefield, the King Tyr also turned pale with fright. Could this elder be the strongest assassin of the Hades Palace, one of the 3 strongest experts in the 36 countries of the Cloud Wilderness, Netherworld, who was as famous as the Cloud Wilderness Empire's retired emperor? This was a name that would make people's faces change. The Hades Palace was the #1 assassin organization in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. It had branches in every empire. The Blazing Sun Empire also had a branch of the Hades Palace, which was also known as one of the 4 major assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. It could be said that the Underworld Royal Palace was the enemy of all the people in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Almost every powerful force had someone assassinated by the Underworld Royal Palace. At this moment, Netherworld's appearance made many people's faces change. "You've been hiding in the sky and acting sneaky. Do you think I don't know? If you're here to congratulate me, I'll welcome you. If not, then get lost." Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the Netherworld. "Hee, Champion King, you're indeed young and impetuous. What a big tone." Yu Ming sneered and continued. "Lu Ming, you're the one who shouldn't have appeared. Once you appear, the balance of the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun will be broken sooner or later. Therefore, it's best that you disappear from this world." "You want to kill me?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. It said that some time ago, you killed an early Lever 3 Martial King Realm warrior. I can only say that rumors are really powerful, and those who spread these rumors are brainless people who don't understand the secrets of the Martial King Realm at all. In the Martial King Realm, it's impossible for a warrior who has just broken through to the Martial King Realm to cross 2 levels and kill a Lever 3 Martial King Realm warrior. So many people. How stupid. They actually believed such words? Netherworld sneered, and his eyes revealed killing intent. Lu Ming's rise made the Hades Palace feel threatened. Now, the Underworld Royal Mansion could get whatever they wanted in the 36 countries of Emperor Yin. Many forces were in awe of them. He was already used to such a life. However, Lu Ming, a young king, had appeared. His future achievements would definitely surpass his. When that time came, the Hades Palace would not have a good life. Therefore, he decided to kill Lu Ming completely before he grew up. "Then you can try," Lu Ming said. "I'll try, I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly shot out from Netherworld's hand. The sword gleam was extremely sharp and unbelievably fast. It was soundless as it stabbed towards Lu Ming's throat. Fast, it was too fast. He had crossed thousands of meters in the void. He was fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh! The long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hands at some point in time. He thrust the spear and it hit the sword light. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sword light was sent flying. Buzz! The sword light flew back to Netherworld's hand. "You have some skills," Netherworld said faintly. "Now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew high into the sky. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took a step forward. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had unleashed all 3 intents at the same time. An incomparably terrifying energy burst forth, blasting towards Netherworld. Break! The sound of a sword rang out as a sword light shot out from Netherworld's hand. It was even more powerful than before. However, the sword gleam crumbled under Lu Ming's feet. Under the powerful force, Netherworld was forced to retreat 5 to 6 steps. Boom! Immediately after, Lu Ming took his second step. A power that was several times stronger than before suddenly erupted. So strong. Netherworld's expression changed for the first time. and it became extremely solemn. His body flashed with salivary light as he burst out with the power of his bloodline. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Ghosts wailed and wallevers howled in the world. A black sword light stabbed forward. In the process of the sword light, countless ghostly shadows flashed. Boom! A deafening boom erupted between heaven and earth, and the entire imperial capital began to shake. In the next moment, Netherworld spat out a large mouthful of blood. His figure retreated rapidly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was too powerful. Lu Ming was too powerful. He was even more powerful than the rumors had said. He now believed that Lu Ming had really killed an early-stage, third-level Martial King realm expert. But it was too late to believe it now. That was because Lu Ming had already taken his third step. 9 dragons, heaven-treading steps, 3 steps in a row, the power continued to stack. The power of this step was like a vast ocean, boundless and endless, submerging the Netherworld. No, no. Netherworld howled madly. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to break out of the range of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, it was all in vain. As the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps landed, Netherworld's body cracked at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Then he exploded in the air. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodline to devour Netherworld's blood essence. At the same time, he took off his storage ring. Then, with a wave of his hand, a flame appeared and burned Netherworld's corpse to ashes. Below, countless people were dumbfounded. Especially the kings. They couldn't stop gasping. They felt cold all over, and their backs were wet with cold sweat. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Netherworld, whose name had shaken the Emperor Yun's 36 nations for hundreds of years, had caused countless people to turn pale at the mention of it. How could he be killed by Lu Ming so easily? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.